Oh, Super Ken, get that hashtag on social. Kent have won the T20 Blast in 2021. What a super Ken! Get that hashtag on social. Kent have won the T20 Blast in 2021.
Man of the match in the semi-final.
Surprised he can see through the smoke.
Or instead of using his feet, he just stands, clears the left leg and hits it for 6.
Yeah, Rob Key, the right call, sensing that Bell Drummond...
Hit hard. Oh, what a grab straight at him. I think it's Will Smeed at mid-wicket. They needed that wicket. It was nailed by Bell Drummond, and Smeed has plucked it out of the air. Down in the air. Mid-off tries to get back. Mid-off does get back. Oh, what a grab! What a grab! They did change the skipper. He moved from mid-off. They put Abel there, and Abel has plucked it out of the air. Van der Merwe on a hat-trick.
Well, we said that Somerset need to lift their fielding, and this is absolutely outstanding. It's coming in. Then also the lights. This went high, up over his left shoulder, tracked it all the way back, kept his eye on it to the last moment, and then put in the dive. This is outstanding. What a catch.
In the air, gone. Van der Merwe now has 3. What an impact he's having on this final.
And it's the captain, Lewis Gregory. That came at a nice catchable height. Looked like Sam Billings was possibly trying to get it to the right side.
Not got it. But he has. Lammonby with the catch. Goldsworthy picks up a wicket. And it is worth its weight in gold. It's Zach Crawley.
Really low on the bat, it hardly bounced.
Should be gone. Yeah, good bit of bowling again. Josh Davey it is. He had a good semi-final with 4 wickets and useful runs. And he's just picked up Jack Leaning to just knock back the Spitfires again. Partnership was developing. Cox goes leg side. Abel stands and watches it go over his right shoulder into the crowd. 6 more. Better, Fuller. Should only be 1. No, Stevens coming back for 2 and might struggle. I think he's a goner. I'm not sure that was a good decision to come back for the 2nd. He was always struggling. Cox leg side again, 6 again. Abel jumped, couldn't jump high enough. Another fantastic hit over the leg side from Jordan Cox, who is motoring now. It's another good Yorker from Josh Davey, and there'll be a simple run out as a result. Trying to run for everything, taking risks at the end of the innings, but that's an excellent Yorker from Josh Davey that produces the run out in the end. 7 down.
Also feel Stewart ended up sacrificing his wicket here, and looked up and realised Cox was miles down the track, and
Cox goes leg side. He is strong in that area. 50, and what a way to bring it up after getting a first bowler in the first semi-final. He brings up a rapid 50 now of 26 balls with 3 6s and a 4.
and also has just used his hand speed to really accelerate his hands through so many of these shots. Yeah, well done. There's still 2 balls to go.
Conversations, captain, bowler. Wonder whether Davey will try and... Goes wide again. It's powerfully hit down the ground. That is a fantastic finish by Jordan Cox, who motors to 58 in just 28 balls, and the Spitfires finish on 167 for 7. We have got a game on. Well, we did mention in the run-up to this game that Tom Banton likes playing against Kent.
Oh, that's beautiful. And they think it's out. Umpire's having a look.
Reaction usually tells you a lot, and Kent are very confident here. A bit of dip and drift and spin off the pitch, and Billings was quick to take the bails off. And yeah, that's why they're confident, because there were movement of that back foot. He's a goner.
This will be taken. Sure is.
Well, what a start for the Spitfires. That was actually a more difficult catch than Daniel Beldrum made it look.
Beautiful shot. The seamers have really come on nicely. Last 10 overs of the Kent innings, and now here they've just skidded on nicely. Up and over the offside. No, he holds out. Much needed wicket. Case Ahmed delivers.
For the collision.
Have another go. No doubt about that one. Oh, he'll go nuts. Yes, he does. Jordan Cox is pumped up. And you've been watching for the last 5 minutes or so, you know exactly why. And he's still having a go at the umpires. Calm down. Smeed's on his way. Smeed. Gone. Joe Denley, with one ball left, has picked up a huge wicket. Lammonby goes LBW. Somerset were just looking to see him off, and I think he's just plucked another wicket from the fire. Oh, the Spitfires are in there fighting.
He was in the plan of Sam Billings, and I tell you what, he's right into the plan. The question on that, though, is that ball was turning. It looked like it hit him in line with, like...
In the air. Oh, no! Oh, that's unbelievable! That is utterly incredible.
Well, look at his face. There is a bit of swagger and excitement in that moment. The fans in the Holly stands who are watching cannot believe what they've just seen.
Aaron Stevens, 45 years of age. Just watch this. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. Right in front of the Hollies. Jordan Cox is having a night to remember. Full toss, leg spinner, full toss, and gone. They get away with murder. Joe Denley takes the catch. Van der Merwe hangs his head. And they might be doing it the hard way, but they're making it look easy.
And another. Jack leaning down at long on. It's gone quickly to him. It's gone flat, but he pouches.
Yeah, another good catch. Not easy when it's flat. Leaning took a good one in the semi where he was diving forward. This one he just had to time his run.
Another catch, another catch. Bell Drummond. No mistake.
Yeah, you know they're a sharp fielding side. When the ball goes up in the air and you just know they're going to catch it.
Into the leg side. Nobody cares. It's gone for 6. Kent Spitfires. Vitality Blast Championes.
And well-deserved Championes as well. Best team in the Southern Group, best team by far on finals day.
Welcome to day 4 of Kent against Gloucestershire from, once again, a bright and sunny Canterbury. Ben Watts, Ed Seaborn and Christy Havel, your commentary team for the final day of action. And Gloucestershire's batters Chris Dent and Miles Hammond heading out to the middle. They might sound like the opening batters, but Gloucestershire on the scorecard 37 for 5, Ed, even though it's slightly skewed because they had effectively 1, 2, 3 night watchmen come and go last night in a chaotic end to the day.
Yes, it's sort of hard to remind yourself the fact that it is Dent and Hammond walking out to the middle, because you do look up at the scoreboard and see 5 down, and then you realise that Miles Hammond is coming out at number 7, Glenn Phillips will be coming out at number 8, Ryan Higgins will be at 9, Ollie Price, having scored his maiden first-class half-century, is demoted to number 10. Then Zafar Gohar will be batting at number 11. Not much of a surprise that Jacob Duffy's been thrown the ball for the first over after his 4 for 8 last night.
Yeah, from the Nackington Road end, in and bowling to the left-handed Hammond, and defends his 3rd ball back down the pitch, having faced a couple last night after Gloucestershire eventually decided they couldn't keep sending bowlers in and had to send some batter in.
Yeah, I think it was Fred last night who said it's a mental game. At ECB Reporters Network, by the way.
Fred, yes.
Whether he meant it mental as in that's mental.
That's a level, a leave alone outside the off stump, but just felt for it slightly there, Hammond, and at least the Kent slip cord and got slightly excited. I think he probably meant a bit of both, I guess.
Yes, I think he probably did.
A lot of it is upstairs.
Yep, and I think particularly towards the end of day's play, it becomes even more so when you've got those awkward number of overs to face.
Duffy bowls, defended into the onside this time, and you've got that mental fatigue as well.
Exactly.
That exhaustion from having been out in the field all day.
Yep, and you know, for whatever you may say or may like to say, I think we're all pretty much in agreement up here that Gloucestershire's body language in the field was as good as you're going to see from any side that has been in the field for that number of overs and been in the field 4 times this season for more than 140 overs.
Duffy bowling, clipped away, in the air, oh, dropped! An absolute dolly at square leg. And it's George Linder as well. Goodness me.
I mean, this obviously means that it's going to be as utterly mad, incomprehensible a morning as it was last night from that start. I mean, Hammond just whipped that away with beautiful timing, but he's clipped it straight to square leg. It's quite low down, but it's still a catch that you'd expect to be taken.
In and bowling, beats the outside edge. Duffy, he's bang on the money already. I can't believe that George Linder's dropped that, to be honest. It just... Yeah, you're right, it was low down, but it sort of ballooned up to square leg. He got it all wrong, Hammond. Should have been an early breakthrough for Kent, and they should be well on their way.
Well, it's extraordinary, isn't it? Because, I mean, when you think about Gloucestershire's bowling innings, I don't think they missed a chance.
In and bowling, and this one driven away through the others. May well go for 4. The 2 fielders almost run into one another. In the end, it's well tidied up. And the batters come back for 3, so he only runs off the opening over. Gloucestershire moving on to 40 for 5. It could have so easily have been 37 for 6 if Linder had held on to what was, for a professional cricketer, a pretty straightforward chance at square leg.
And Duffy could have had figures of 5 for 8 from under 3 overs. But no, when I say I don't think Gloucestershire missed a chance, they didn't miss a chance. They didn't miss a chance, and I struggle to recall a single instance where there was a bad misfield or where a fielder didn't sprint full tilt to the boundary in order to chase a ball down. They didn't take wickets until Tom Price suddenly changed all that with a momentous moment for him. Hat-trick, maiden first-class fifer. But, you know, you can say all sorts of things, but I don't think it's fair at all as Quinn is in and bowls to Hammond. Has he played at that?
Just about left alone, I think.
Just about, maybe played inside it. It's gone through to the gloves of Billing as Quinn starting round the wicket.
Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent, DAB and FM. Well, morning. Well, Kent probably should be one more wicket towards getting that win. We've had the opening over of the game, and or the day at least, and it's carried on in a similar vein as this one's whipped away down the leg side and clipped away for 4 runs. Gloucestershire have moved on to 44 for 5, but they should be 37 for 6 because Hammond, who's just hit that boundary in the previous over, Duffy, who's taken 4 wickets already in this game late last night, should have got to 5 wickets because George Linder at square leg, Kent's other overseas player, dropped a pretty straightforward chance as it was clipped away into the leg side. Would have been Duffy's maiden 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket. And it would have, as I say, had Kent really rocking and rolling and needing just 4 more wickets to go and get that elusive county championship win, as you've pointed out, Steve. But they're going to have to carry on and battle hard, and it's sunny conditions. Gloucestershire have got a lot of their batters still to come because they sent bowlers out to try and fend off the last couple of overs last night, albeit many of them were skittled out in that spell of 4 wickets for Duffy and 1 for Quinn. Those 2 have started again this morning. Commentary continues online. And, well, we've had a pretty chaotic start like we had with the crazy finish to the end of the day yesterday. Gloucestershire 44 for 5. Kent looking for those 5 more wickets to win. That one a full delivery, driven into the covers. Dot ball, but Hammond getting a boundary earlier in the overhead.
Yep, delivery well down the leg side from Quinn, and Hammond didn't miss out on that one. You know, it would have been just a horrendous moment to start the day if he'd clipped that ball to square leg and actually been taken, because it wasn't a ball that in general would be deserving of a wicket, as Quinn is into Hammond, who flicks this one into the leg side, keeps it down this time, and will get 2 at least as the ball rolls out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, but won't get there. Linder in pursuit sends the throw in.
Yeah, you're right.
Hammond moves to 9.
It was fairly innocuous, wasn't it? It was just kind of on middle and leg stump, probably thinking he should be clipping that away for runs, and then hit it 2 square, hit it straight to the man. Just George Linder, of all people, to spill a catch like that. It's probably one of those where you just, I don't know, mentally, are you even expecting a catch to come to you?
That's probably what it is, isn't it?
At square leg in the opening over of the day.
Yeah, just not quite ready for it. Last ball of the over, in comes Quinn and bowls to Hammond for defence. Back to Quinn, stoops down, picks up, end of the over. 46 for 5 are Gloucestershire. But yeah, I think we probably do have to talk about what occurred last night in terms of the 3 night watchmen that got sent out. And Zach Chappell was the first of them. You can, you know, I don't think, whatever your views on night watchmen are, it is a part of the game. Sending out a night watchman is a part of the game, and you know, it's generally understood that it's the incoming batter's prerogative to ask for a night watchman. You know, that seems to be the general way that it's done. So I don't know that you can have an argument about that. Dale was sent out. I think you could say Dale shouldn't have been sent out if there were 5 or 6 overs remaining, but there weren't. There were a handful of deliveries.
Duffy bowls, left alone outside the off stump by Dent. It's an awkward one, isn't it? Because what if, let's flip the scenario around, Gloucestershire hadn't put a night watchman in and they'd lost Hammond or Glenn Phillips last night. And then where does that leave them today? Okay, they're probably 3 down, not 5. But as Duffy's in again, beating the outside edge of Chris Dent's bat, at the minute Duffy's bowling stuff that, you know, might get genuine batters out anyway. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something to be said. I think if my opinion is sought, I don't think that Tom Price should have been sent out. And sometimes we do just have to say what we think, and I think this is probably one of those times.
Here's Duffy, 46 for 5, left alone outside the off stump. So 1 night watchman, 2 night watchmen come and go. That's a wide delivery.
Oh, he's wide. It has been wide. It was very wide, but I think it got even wider actually after it passed Dent. But
I'm not convinced that was the widest ball we've seen in the game.
No, that's what I was thinking as well.
But there we go. So you think after 2 night watchmen they probably should have canned it and sent out a batter?
Well, I think I'll come back to that.
Here comes Duffy again, defended away by Dent into the offside. Fielded at extra cover. Interestingly, a minute ago, Ben Compton was at first slip, and they had 3 slips, Kent. They decided to put a gully in, so Compton then moves from first slip to gully, and Ollie Robinson, who of course normally keeps wicket when Billings is away, moved to first slip. So Kent have got Billings, Robinson and Cox at keeper 1 and 2, and all of them are really sort of genuine wicket keepers in a way, so interesting scenario. This one's clipped away through the onside. Dent batting quite a long way across his stumps and cashing in as a result. Grant Stewart just about, I think, has hauled that in and prevented the 4. So Dent will get 3 to take the Gloucestershire score to 50 for 5.
Sweetly timed from Dent, just tucked into the leg side, and a good chase from Grant Stewart, because I did not think that ball was going to be hauled in. The outfield's not slow by any stretch, but it's probably not as quick as a lot of the outfields that I've seen this season, which have been tremendously quick. It's not a knock at all, by the way, because I don't mind seeing 3s at all.
Duffy in again. Tall action left alone by Hammond. Not too far away from the off stump, but an okay leave. 1 to come in the over.
No, and that was actually the mark of Hammond's innings in the first innings, when other left-handers had been looking to play, particularly Milnes when he bowled on that line. Hammond didn't. Hammond left those deliveries very tight to off stump, and that's why he was able to get through that period when others didn't.
Duffy once more. Attempted cut stroke, which is into the ground, and Compton gets a hand on it at gully as it bounced over his head. Managed to effectively keep it down to 1. Bell Drummond tidying up, so 51 for 5 at the end of the 3rd over of the morning. I think that might be a MyFX mic having a little hissy fit.
It
really is having a hissy fit. Let me fix that.
It's buzzing at the prospect of of a Kent victory today. No, I mean, going back to the night watchman, because it is potentially a rather vital moment in the game, in terms of, as we said, Gloucestershire are 5 down. They've got to bat most of the day, and they've only got 5 wickets to do it. That's, that's the situation. Quinn bowling to Hammond, a forward defence back towards the bowler. Quinn allows it to go through to mid-on, where it's fielded by Stewart, and there is no run. But as we said last night, you never discuss, I don't think you ever discuss what you're going to do if the 2 night watchmen that you send out get out at the time, because you're just not really entertaining it as a prospect before the event, as Quinn bowls to Hammond forward and pushing to Stewart at mid-on again, then there's no run. You're not strategizing in that exact moment, right? If you get out, and if you get out, then what happens? So I think it's fair to say that neither Hammond nor, say, Tom Price had their pads on. So, as Quinn is in round the wicket to Hammond, who's defending off the front foot again, this time up to mid-off, and another dot. I think when you add in the mental aspect of late on in the day, sometimes I think decisions get made which, if in the cold light of day, you could do over again, you would do. But such is the beauty of cricket that sometimes, even in a 4-day match, things just happen so fast. As Quinn is into Hammond, who looks to drive. He's got it away through extra cover, not going to go too close to the boundary, and we'll get 2. Just a nicely controlled drive from Hammond there. He had the gap at cover, meaning that he had the freedom, I guess, to play the shot, but he didn't go flashing at it, and gets 2 runs and moves on to 12, 53 then for 5. Hammond on to 12. But I think, you know, you've got a bowler there who's taken a hat-trick, and he's taken a 5-for, and he's surely not going to be particularly ready as Quinn bowls to Hammond. That's down the leg side. It's flicked away sharply by Hammond. He's picked that one up almost T20 style, backward a square on the leg side. And I think that's only bounced about twice before it's gone over the backward square leg boundary, and actually not that far from long leg, but he got all of that, Hammond. There was no chance for that ball to be stopped. 57 for 5. But, you know, as I say, hat-trick, 5-for. The 3rd night watchman not padded up. In comes Quinn and bowls to Hammond. It's full and wide, inviting the drive. Quinn furiously tosses the ball back into the gloves of Billings. Not happy with the end of that over, because, I mean, to be fair, actually, the first drive from Hammond for 2, I don't think was that bad a ball, and he's trying to bring the slips into play at this stage. But the next 2 deliveries were a ball well down the leg side that could be picked up for 4, and that one, I think he's probably quite right to be feeling that Hammond could have smacked that away through the offside for 4, but Hammond got the bottom of the bat on it, and it went back to Quinn, who then tossed it to Billings in frustration. End of the over, 57 for 5, Gloucestershire. But it's easy to say it because he got out, but it just felt a little bit like a, you know, for want of a better expression, lamb to the slaughter.
Duffy in again, and this one angled down towards 3rd man, which Beau Drummond chases down to the rope. Dent will pick up a couple of runs here. I think the Quinn frustration is probably exacerbated by the fact that he and the Kent fielders will think that they should have got Hammond out in the opening over. So every run he gets from this point onwards, it's in the back of your mind, isn't it? Oh, we should have had this lad out of there already.
Yeah, I mean, it's turned from, and it could, I'm not saying it's going to, it could turn from being the dream start for Kent to the nightmare.
Duffy in. Oh, almost finding the outside edge as Dent just felt for that one outside the off stump. Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it, where your players always talk about the first hour. And if Kent go wicketless in the first hour, Gloucestershire have hope. You know, 5 down, yes, but as we're saying, they've still got Glenn Phillips, Higgins, Price to come because of the night watchman situation last night. So it's not a normal 59 for 5 as Duffy down the leg side. Billings doesn't take the ball cleanly. It's a good stop. I think he might have just brushed the ground anyway, Chris Dent, as he tried to clip it away. But yeah, on the other hand, if the catch is taken like it probably should have been, you're in absolute dream world, and the momentum from last night carries on. And maybe you take 2-3 in the opening hour and it's pretty much job done at that point. Or not far off. And there's Duffy running in hard again. With another beauty. Just a bit of extra bounce off a good length, which Dent plays inside the line of. Duffy is certainly fired up. He's never taken a 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket, amazingly. Should have had it this morning in the opening over, but he's striving to add to the 4 wickets that he collected last night. Bowling at 2 left-handers at the moment. Dent on 13. And Hammond up the other end on 16. Duffy bowls a back of length ball, and this one's just defended up the pitch.
I've just had, well, I say just, a few moments ago I had a message from David R. Joyce on Twitter. Could someone please sort out the live feed? The sound is ahead of the vision, which is most disturbing. Well, perhaps somebody who's hearing that can sort it out. Unfortunately, I'm just the commentator, and
we have no control.
We're also
over it,
commentating on the BBC Sport website first, and the live picture feed, unfortunately, is not within our control, but hopefully somebody has heard that.
Left alone outside the off stump. This one ended the over 59 for 5. The alternative is to mute the live stream and then fix it up with the BBC Sport website, and then you can sync it. That's the old-fashioned way. That's what everyone always had to do before we had them intertwined.
Yep. But anyway, and I do understand that is frustrating. However, I suppose if you were to get in touch with anyone, it would probably be Kent Cricket rather than me.
Ed Seaborn, yes. Ed has no control, I'm afraid.
No, I've no responsibility. I am I'm entirely devoid of responsibility. I've made doubly sure of that.
So we're going to see Grant Stewart, who didn't actually bowl last night. He'd have been itching to join in, no doubt. So he's going to get his chance from the pavilion end, replacing Matt Quinn, who just... his frustrations boiled over slightly in the previous over.
Yes, yeah, so he's not been shy to make some swift bowling changes as Billings, and they've worked a fair bit so far as Stewart bowls to Hammond, who gets squared up a little bit by that one, and it goes out towards backward point. And he's sort of rehearsing, I'm not quite sure what he's rehearsing really. He's flicking away with the wrists almost as if he was wondering about leaving, but I don't think he can have been imagining leaving that particular one. A decent start from Grant Stewart. Yes, I think he would have left that one. It may have been just about going over the top, but it would have been going over the top of sort of middle stump. As Stewart bowls to Hammond, who inside edges onto his pad, I assume. And it rolls out into the point area. There's no run. There were a few appeals.
I think bowler, keeper, first slip realised. Second and third carried on appealing, not realising that there was a big inside edge.
Yes, I mean just the way that it rolled out towards that region, I think would lead you to believe that there was a big inside edge. I mean, whether it was going on to hit off stump or not, I'm not certain, but you'd have to think sure there was an edge. 3 slips in place, a short mid-wicket. As Stewart is in and bowls to Hammond, who turns leg side. It's fielded at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. So Duffy was in another instance, with the new ball being given to Quinn and to Milnes. Duffy may not even have bowled last night if Sam Billings hadn't been so quick to remove Matt Milnes from the attack after he bowled 2 overs.
And didn't do much wrong in those 2 overs.
He bowled 2 overs for 4, and I think he beat the bat even.
Yeah.
Once. Stewart bowling, no shot this time from Hammond, sways out the way of it, goes through to the gloves of Sam Billings. Who knows how different this game might have been if Billings hadn't pulled the trigger quickly and got Milnes out of the attack and put Duffy on.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought.
And Quinn had taken the first wicket. Milnes had 1 more over after that, so they'd already got 1. You know, it wasn't as if they'd not taken a wicket before Milnes was taken out of the attack either. Stewart bowling to Hammond, who defends back to Grant Stewart in his first over. So, I mean, again, it's sort of as if maybe you just wonder, in terms of Kent's difficulty with taking wickets, which Gloucestershire can more than sympathise with. Just wonder if it's a case of Billings knows Kent are on top. He wants every bowler to kind of feed off the confidence of knowing that they are bang on top. Last ball of the over, Stewart is in, well wide of off stump, easy leave, well, relatively easy leave for Hammond. I mean, if he's in the mode of leaving, it's an easy leave, but could easily have had a flash at it, I suppose. It's a maiden over from Stewart, 59, pardon me, for 5 after 15 overs. Gloucestershire are behind by 67 runs, and we've had 6 overs this morning.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Clearly, is thinking that he wants to not allow the batters to settle, keep changing the bowling, give them something new to think about. Worked last night. It was obviously quite warm out there as well. Wonder how long it'll be before Matt Milne comes back on, presumably for Duffy from the Nackington Road end, but it is the New Zealander who continues. He's clipped away by Dent for 4 runs.
I'm not sure it's going to go, actually.
Did Linda get a hand on it?
Yeah, I think he's just slowed it down, and
Okay,
there is a fielder who you can't see down at long leg who's got across.
So I correct myself, it'll be 2. Can never assume that just because you can't see a fielder here at Canterbury that there isn't one.
What you
hiding
need
away.
is like a mirror on the corner there, like, you know, sort of mirrors that help you see round sharp bends in the car.
It'd have to be at an awkward angle, wouldn't it? As this one is driven away. This one's definitely through the covers by Chris Dent. And it's crossed the rope now, so 6 taken off the first 2 balls here. So yeah, for example, Duffy here, just being a little bit expensive. Will Billings feel like, right, I want to keep up this pressure, get Matt Milnes back on at the far end. The deficit is now just 61, so from Gloucestershire's point of view, they've actually started pretty well so far this morning, because they've gone out there knowing that not only do they need to survive, there's Duffy bowls on the stumps, and it's clipped away behind square on the onside. Again, will be at least a couple, and in fact it's gone
Yeah,
all
but
the
just
way.
beat the fielder. I could just about see his feet moving across the boundary rope. It just went wide of him.
So long leg unable to cut it off. So yeah, 10 off this over. The deficit's now cut to 57. Gloucestershire gone out there knowing that actually they need to score runs.
Yep.
Because they need to set Kent some sort of a target that ideally they don't have enough time to chase down.
Yeah, or even the mad possibility of Kent losing a few wickets. So exactly, scoring runs is vital, and it also will mean that Billings can't just put the fielders exactly where he wants to, and maybe a dismissal or 2 goes a-begging.
Yeah, he can't be ultra aggressive. He's moved his gully out into a slightly weird catching behind square leg as this one's defended. It's kind of
It's a forward-backward square leg, I think. I'm going to call it that.
it's kind of a very square leg gully.
Yes.
I don't know, it's a bit of a peculiar position, isn't it? 2 to come in the over from Duffy. That was the first dot ball of it.
That's where Linda's got to be careful, of course, not to take a few steps to his left, or there'll be 3 behind square on the leg side.
In and bowls. Duffy falls over, actually, through the exertion of banging that into the pitch. And Dent defends into the offside. And keeping the energy up, despite that disappointment of missing out on the early breakthrough, which you do feel just really would have set them on their way.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like we said, there are, it doesn't matter who they are, there are only 5 wickets in hand, and you just got one of them.
Duffy bowls. Oh, another player miss from Dent. Getting outside the line of off stump and then trying to drive straight through the vacant mid-off area. And through it goes to Billings. So 69 for 5 the score. Like you say, probably does, from a Gloucestershire point of view, help that Clem Phillips, who scored a century in the first innings, is going to come in at 8, and Price, who got a half century, is going to come in at 10 behind Higgins, the captain, who is a very good all-rounder as well. But yeah, from Kent's point of view, this ball is 16 overs old. We've seen that if batsmen get settled and established on this wicket against the softer, older ball, it can be very hard to take wickets. So you can't afford to be passing up too many opportunities like Kent did in the first over when Linda shelled that chance at square leg.
Grant Stewart starting his 2nd over, and it's left again by Hammond. Pretty much no, I say pretty much, I don't think there was any movement sideways at all on that one. I was again thinking back to the game that I talked about a bit with regards to the night watchman scenario, that Hampshire match, which Gloucestershire played earlier on this season, and Hampshire also sending out a couple of night watchmen, as in comes Stewart and bowls on leg stump. It's flicked away by Hammond, and he's kept it down, and he's also got it in the gap on the leg side, and I think that's just going to beat the fielder to the rope, and it does. Again, it seems to slow down just within maybe 5 yards or so of the rope, but it still makes it, and Hammond moves on to 20, 73 for 5. I was looking back at that, so Hampshire sent out... It was a very strange one, that, because I think Kyle Abbott got sent out with something like 9 overs left. So it was different to sending out the second night watchman in this situation, because Dale was sent out with, what was it, 11... I think it was 11 balls left in the day when he got sent out. Stewart in over the wicket to Hammond, no stroke, and if anything that continues to get a little wider away from Miles Hammond. So Abbott dismissed, then they sent out Mohammad Abbas with Mohammad Amir bowling. Abbas gets a toe-crushing Yorker which hits him at least a stump outside the line of off stump, and is given out LBW because the ball was so incredible. And then James Vince comes in eventually and sees out the rest of the day. And in fact, I think from memory he did a typical James Vince and just beautifully, calmly, serenely drove his second ball through the covers for 4, something like that. As if to suggest what was all the fuss about. 2 short mid-wickets in place now, just the 2 slips as Hammond drives punchy fashion through the covers. He's timed that beautifully, that's not going to be stopped either. 4 more to Hammond, and he's overtaken Chris Dent, and he's got 24 now. Gloucestershire behind by 49, 77 for 5. It's a lovely shot from Hammond, that.
Yeah, it was, and you know, the way they're playing at the moment with this sort of positivity, you know, what if instead in the first hour Gloucestershire get up to parity? Then where does that leave the game? It's, you know, a lot of optimism from Kent supporters coming into this one about a possible first county championship win of the season, and after the drop catch in the opening over, it's kind of sliding away from them a little bit with this run rate, 4.5 and over.
Long day here, boys, though, I heard. As Stewart is into Hammond, turns leg side. It's fielded by the straighter of the 2 short mid-wickets, and there is no run. So we've got 5 fielders on the leg side. The 2 short mid-wickets, the mid-on, a forward square leg, and a long leg, I think I'm going to call that. It's quite wide there. Probably just trying to protect that longer corner of the ground. Last ball of the over as Stewart is in and bowls. Hammond forces it through the offside. That's going to get through as well, past the dive of Bell Drummond at point, and that's 4 more. 3 boundaries in the over for Hammond. All sweetly timed, all played with no risk at all. And at the end of over number 17, Gloucestershire are 81 for 5. They trail by 45 runs. And I guess I'm probably off, actually. Just gone 11:30.
Go for it.
I think I'm off. Christy Havel will come in for the first time today.
Still waiting to do an update for BBC Radio Kent, which may or may not happen. Do actually need to try and fix that effects mic, which I didn't manage to do. As Duffy is in and bowling. Morning to Christy, how are you?
Good morning. I'm all right, thank you. How have you been?
Yeah, not too bad.
I feel quite tired today after all the excitement of yesterday. It's really hit me hard.
It was very exciting last night, and we almost had a continuation of that this morning. Since then, as Duffy bowls and it's left alone, Gloucestershire have actually played the situation rather well and really sliced up this deficit quite quickly down to 45. They're on to 81 for 5. So, what, 6 runs away from putting 50 on the board in the opening half an hour or so?
Jacob Duffy, definitely the most threatening bowler this morning, I think. Everyone just struggling to get their lines and lengths consistent.
As Duffy is in again. Oh, beating the outside edge on that occasion. Dent playing and missing at the delivery.
Hammond and Dent pouncing on anything that's too full, driving away with a plomb, and then there's also a few deliveries drifting down the leg side which are being dispatched as well. So Kent probably just a little bit loose at the excitement of what could be the prospect of their first win.
Here comes that update as Duffy's in. Yeah, so far it's actually been Gloucestershire's morning. It's not quite gone how Kent had planned it, as this one's clipped away for 4 more runs. They've brought about a very swift 52-run partnership, these batters out there. Chris Dent with 19 of them, 28 of those coming from Hammond, who was dropped in the opening over of the morning as he clipped one away into the leg side, and George Linder, seemingly not expecting it to come his way, spilt a chance at square leg, which would have brought about a 5-wicket haul for Jacob Duffy. He's still operating from the Nackington Road end. Grant Stewart's come on for Matt Quinn at the Pavilion end and being expensive, going for a 12 off a couple of overs. So Kent are just leaking runs a little bit here at the moment and haven't been able to add to the overnight haul of 5 second innings Gloucestershire wickets. So the home side have cut the deficit down now to just 40 runs. And so already we're thinking about potential scenarios later on where Kent will potentially need to chase a score of some sort of size to try and win this game. So having potentially, with that early opportunity being spilled, had the prospect of Kent skilling through Gloucestershire and winning this game and wrapping it up very quickly. Now it's looking like it's going to be a longer day for them perhaps Kent might have hoped for. 86 for 5 the Gloucestershire score as commentary continues online. Clipped away into the onside. 1 run taken. End of the over, so 18 gone. Gloucestershire 87 for 5.
Absolute scorcher out there today at Canterbury. The commentary box is definitely a bit of a glass house. Got 2 fans going, but I definitely regret not wearing shorts today. Especially as it now looks as if we will be here later in the day after that early dropped catch from George Linder. And speaking of, he looks like he's about to replace Grant Stewart at the Pavilion end. We saw George Linder come on to bowl last night in what was a rather bizarre bowling change so early in the innings. Late in the evening, new ball, wickets tumbling, and they brought Linder on at our commentary box end with his left arm orthodox. Didn't have much success, but definitely looked to be threatening when there were men all around the bat. So we will see what he's going to have for us here. Plenty of helmets being run out onto the field. 2 left-handers. Actually, sorry, just Miles Hammond, the left-hander, will be on strike. First slip going in. A leg slip, a short leg, a short fine leg on the 1, a mid-wicket, mid-on, shorter mid-off, backward point, and a deep square leg is the field.
Yeah, in a way I'm not surprised they've gone to Linder, because Ken actually needed to try and get a little bit of control of the run rate, actually.
Grant Stewart and Matt Quinn both quite loose this morning, weren't they?
Yeah, and even Duffy a little bit to an extent.
Here is Linder. First delivery, pitching on off stump. Not a whole lot of turn, so just defended strongly to Bell Drummond at mid-wicket for no run. Deficit is now under 40. It's at 39. Gloucestershire 87 for 5. Miles Hammond on strike, waiting for Linder. Here he is, drags this one down, and Hammond goes chasing after it. Desperately wanted to put that away for 4, and he's missed out entirely, and he's not overly happy with that. Early drag down for Linder. He'll need to get back on the horse here and give this one a little bit more flight, and does so direction is a lot better as well. Just punched up to the mid-on fielder for no run. Bit of noise out there from Kent, just trying to keep spirits up despite the run rate getting away from things. The run rate for this innings so far is 4.7 as Linda bowls, and bit of action around the stumps. Looks like it's come off the pad and caught by short leg, who then promptly underarmed flicked it to the stumps to try and run Hammond out. I think Sam Billings behind the stumps thought that the catch was on, thinking that Hammond got bat on it, but it was not to be. 4 dots in the over so far, 2 to come. Good start by Linda. Can he maintain it for the end of the over? Give us the first maiden of the morning. And Hammond just backs away slightly and works that once more to Bell Drummond at mid-wicket. Got the effects mic working?
Yeah. Just had some slight running repairs. It just needed a battery, I think.
Sounds like me. Needs a new battery sometimes.
The only problem was it's in an awkward place to reel in.
Hammond's just taking a couple of steps down the track to meet this one in a forward defensive, wraps him on the pads, but well outside the line, and it will be a maiden over for Linda to get his day 4 going in style.
Yeah, I had to wait till... Well, I had to sort of reel it in quickly before a bowler started up another over at this end, because we're behind the... Well, when we're behind the bowler's arm, they'd had a swinging microphone or something in the background. Just wouldn't want to stop play because the batter's like, what on earth are you doing up there?
We've had a couple of instances of fielders and batters waving in our direction, and we've all promptly looked at each other and then looked down at ground level to...
Just thinking, is it us?
To the culprits.
It's going to be Duffy continuing through to Billings. 4 for 34, carrying on in search of that 5th.
Someone was on their phone down in front of us on day 2, and they promptly had Zach Chappell bearing down on them from the end of his bowler's run-up, so that was not a scenario any of us wanted to repeat.
Duffy with 3 slips. Bowls, attempted pull stroke by Chris Dent, which he plays and misses at. It's one of those where it always amazes me how people that come to watch cricket don't realise that they're in the way of the sight screen. I guess you find yourself in this position. Oh, this is a good angle to watch from, isn't it? Right behind the bowler's arm here. Oh, wait. I can't stand here. 87 for 5, Gloucestershire. Here on BBC Sport Online as Duffy bowls a full delivery, slightly uppishly square driven by Dent, but no chance of it ever being caught, and Bell Drummond chases it down to the rope and without avail, and 4 more runs. So the Gloucestershire run rate this morning continues to rattle along. They're up to 91 for 5, and the deficit of just 35. So from the visitors' point of view, this has been a good statement, at least, after last night's catastrophic tumble of wickets.
Great shot from Chris Dent. 2 full again from Duffy. He's now peeled off, or conceded 30 runs in quick time. He'll desperately be looking for his 5th here.
Oh, edge dropped, caught by Billings. On the rebound, after it had been shelled by Jordan Cox, and Duffy has a maiden 5-wicket bag in first-class cricket. Gloucestershire 91 for 6. Dent chasing a full wide delivery, nicks it behind. Billings diving to his left, takes it on the rebound, and on his way, Chris Dent. Kent do get their breakthrough in the opening hour. They had to wait 45 minutes rather than 5 for it. But congratulations to Jacob Duffy.
You're all welcome. I called that. You're most welcome, Kent fans. Timing was exquisite. Usually I'm jinxing people as opposed to helping them. Kent will be well pleased now that they've got 1 on the board this morning.
Yeah, they absolutely will, because that Hammond drop will have been eating away at Linda, and Duffy will be, that whole spell, Duffy will have been thinking, oh God, I should have had 5 already here. And then you're striving for the wicket, and like you say, you're just getting a bit greedy with your length and giving drive balls away or short balls. So yeah, he'll be delighted to have finally got that breakthrough, got his 5th. Glenn Phillips now heading out to the middle. Chris Dent, I think he'll be a bit disappointed with the shot. Yes, Gloucestershire have come out with the right kind of intent to score runs, but did he need to chase that one? I'm not sure he did.
It was a good response from Duffy, wasn't it? Just that one beforehand that got dispatched for 4 was too full, so he dragged back the length, as he does do so well, and what we have seen this morning by batters chasing the ball and going past the outside edge, but he finally got one to make contact. Does Cox get credit with the catch there since he parried it up, or is it all going to be Billings adding to his tally for the match?
Yeah, I think that goes down as a drop from Cox, doesn't it? So Duffy in to Glenn Phillips, his countryman, on leg stump, clipped away, out to Linda at square leg, and he actually comes through for a quick single. Get off the mark immediately. 92 for 6.
New Zealand teammates Glenn Phillips and Jacob Duffy, and they'll now be domestic teammates back home in New Zealand as well. Phillips recently signing for Otago, who Jacob Duffy captains, and Glenn Phillips is joining his younger brother there as well. It's a bit of a family affair.
Hammond crouching and waiting for Duffy. Clips him out into the onside, firmly on the ground. Comes back for 2 to move to 31. And the end of the over, 94 for 6. Applause for Jacob Duffy for the wicket in the over that brought him 5 in the innings.
Just wondering how Glenn Phillips is going to go about his work here. Obviously on day 1 when he strode out to the middle. Plenty of time for Gloucestershire to set a big total in the first innings, and he hit that glorious innings of 125 from 157 balls. Strike rate of just under 80, but will we see a little bit more from him today in terms of his power hitting, especially if Gloucestershire want to see off this deficit and then go about setting a total? Could be in for some early fireworks, perhaps, especially as it will still be George Linda from the pavilion end coming left arm round. So Phillips may see this as a prime opportunity to take to the spinner. Short leg still in, as is a first slip. The leg slip has been removed for the right-hander. Here is Linda, and Phillips cutting. The cover fielder slips, but still manages to stop the ball for no run. Mid-off just sitting a little bit deeper. Mid-on extra cover backward point. Short fine leg and a deep square leg is the field. Here's Linda. Phillips back into his crease and defends. Linda fields off his own bowling for no run. Lovely Georgie, says Sam Billings. Wants to try and wrap this one up quickly. Two dots so far in the over for George Linda, taking his time now. Here he is. Phillips turns this one round the corner, gets it past short leg, and they will jog through for the single. Gloucestershire 95 for 6. And they will readjust for the left-hander Hammond. Plenty of left-handers in this Gloucestershire lineup. If anything, I think the right-hander is probably more of an anomaly. Leg slip back in. Linda back over the wicket as well. And Hammond sneaks that through the gap between short leg and leg slip, but it will be no run as the man at short fine leg is there to mop up. 2 to come in Linda's second over of the morning. And Hammond now defending strongly outside of his crease for no run. Billings just trotting down the track to have a quick word with George Linda. Maybe gesturing perhaps for the leg slip to come around into, I don't even know what to really call that. Opposite leg slip it isn't, but that's roughly where he is. Very silly mid-off. Linda for the last ball in the over. Hammond safely back into his crease and defends. And that will be the end of the over. Gloucestershire still 95 for 6, the deficit at 31.
So Andrew had been in touch with us this morning on kentcricket@gmail.com and on Twitter @BBC Kent Sport. He put, "Don't think I'm tempting fate, but looking forward to finally watching Kent win." Of course, when you say stuff like that, you are tempting fate. So he then replied back about 5 minutes later, and following on from the original Linda drop in the opening over. But worried now.
Oh, bless him.
So hopefully, Andrew, your fears have been slightly... Well, he's just liked the tweet that I was silently writing while Christie was commentating that previous over. So I'm sure he's slightly more relieved. This one's defended away by Phillips out towards mid-wicket. From Kent's point of view, they'll still want to remove Hammond before they can put that dropped catch to bed. And they have got the vital wicket of Chris Dent. And Duffy has got his 5 for the innings, but he's currently out there striving for more.
I wonder where he's sitting, our mate Andrew. Don't expire in the heat, Andrew. Plenty of fluids, bit of sun cream. Going to be a good day.
Clipped away, one bounce out towards mid-wicket. I'm assuming that Andrew is actually watching on the live stream because he lives out in Japan.
Oh, well.
So he is one of our overseas listeners.
Well, welcome, Andrew. Konnichiwa.
Always love to hear wherever you're listening to the commentary from. As Duffy is in and bowling. Lovely high front arm in that action. As he gets to the crease, using every bit of his height. Can just look like they're going to send square leg. And George Linda out to the boundary. Glenn Phillips just taking a little walk away from the stumps. 2 runs for him, 3 slips in play. Catching mid-wicket. 2 men out on the hook shot as well as Duffy's in and bowling. Goes full when it's defended into the offside by Phillips.
Haven't seen any bumpers this morning, have we? Not many, if any. Potentially about to see one coming soon from Jacob Duffy, unless it is the double bluff. Long leg also out there as well, in case we get a top edge on the hook shot.
Gavin on Twitter pointing out that poor George Linda's not having the best game. Wicketless so far in this innings from a couple of overs. This one short and left alone by Phillips. Of course, was part of the hat-trick, wasn't he, for Price yesterday. And then a wicketless in the first innings from 15 overs, number 55, Linda, and then, yeah, dropping that catch this morning. So, not going his way thus far in the game. But still could, you know, it's one of those, could end up on the winning team. Does it matter how you've played individually? This one's defended away by Glenn Phillips. And then potentially for, say, a Phillips or a Price, you walk away from the game with 100 or a hat-trick, and kind of the situation that Ed had last night, speaking to Tom. He's just got a hat-trick, and yet after the late crumble of wickets, well, we'll get Ed to talk about it a bit more. It's a kind of it's a tough interview because the player himself is clearly internally delighted at what he's achieved, one would assume, and yet he's just seen his teammates crumble and he's got out, what, second ball. So Linda's going to try and affect the game in a positive way, carrying on from the pavilion end.
deep backward square, just coming a little bit more round behind square as well, as Linda is on his way for his third over. Hammond out to defender and nudges it into the gap in front of extra cover, and they'll come through for a run. Field will reset for the right-hander Phillips. Run rate still at 4.3, so it's dipped a touch from a few overs ago before the 5th Duffy wicket. They'll want to drag out this deficit as long as they can, Kent. It's down to 30. More field changes. A second slip. Short leg. Short 45 coming across into a backward point, and cover sweeper going out as well for Phillips, anticipating for his big cut shot in case Linda drags one short. Here he is, second ball of the over, and Phillips leaves this one alone safely for Sam Billings. Where do you like to field, Ben?
Bit of backward point. If I can talk myself into the slips, it's always nice.
Less running.
Don't mind covers.
Phillips back into his crease again and defends back up to the bowler. Backward point. Does that mean you've got good lateral movement?
I mean, I'm all right. Sort of fairly mobile out there. I'll do a job in the deep because I can cover up the ground okay. And not necessarily the high catching bit, but you know, I try. Don't like square leg though.
No, square leg is a tough one. Linda, Phillips back foot punching straight to Daniel Bell Drummond at extra cover for no run. Just one off the over so far. Gloucestershire 96 for 6.
I think it probably stems from a game. I think I was playing against a Kent youth team once upon a time for Tunbridge Wells, and somebody pulled one and it whacked me in the leg.
Phillips turns this one around the corner and they will get through for one. Deep backward square coming in to do the fielding. You never forget those, do you?
No.
The ones that get you in the fleshy parts or straight on bone.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's probably to do with my dislike of fielding at square leg, that situation happened once upon a time.
A lot more power as well behind the ball.
Gets flat battered in your direction, doesn't it?
Certainly does. Spinning a mile as well, as George Linda would dearly love to do here. Hammond defends soundly, and that will be the end of the over. 2 from it. Gloucestershire 97 for 6. The deficit at 29.
Albeit in the covers and at point, they can get sliced away or driven hard in your direction, can't they, sometimes? But
definitely, especially at point as well. Get one spinning past you, but square leg, there's always just a bit more behind it.
Quite. How about yourself?
Anywhere more, the straighter in front of the bat, the better, because it means I can see it for longer, whereas backward point is no real use to me. Well, I'm no real use to backward point because as you say, the ball sort of flashes off the bat and I don't really pick it up overly quickly, so the longer I have to see it coming at me, the better.
I think my one catch of the season so far was maybe at mid-wicket, and it was a left-hander, pulled it away into the onside.
Was it a worldie?
No, it was a juggle. I've moved to my right, gone for it first time, popped up out the hands, managed to grab it at the second attempt.
That'll do. It says caught in the book.
Yeah, absolutely. Wipe the brow afterwards. 97 for 6, Gloucestershire. Grant Stewart in and bowling. And this is turned away into the onside. And the interesting thing about this is that it's Stewart from the Nackington Road end and not Matt Milnes. So I wonder if Milnes is, well, actually fit. Or is he even out there on the park at the minute? Is this long leg out there a 12th man? I think it is, as Stewart bowls and it's driven hard up towards a tumbling Matt Quinn at wide mid-off. I think we have a 12th man on for Matt Milnes at the minute. I've been told that the 12th men from the academy are Duncan Moore and Will Harby, so Currently at long leg we have either Duncan or Will, and not Matt Milnes. As Grant Stewart down the slope. Oh, in and bowls, and that one just moved away a touch from Glenn Phillips. And I think if it had held its line, it might have even taken the outside edge, because Phillips played for the ball. But just a slight movement meant it beat the bat.
4 wickets for Milnes in the first innings, so that would be a shame if he is off the field injured.
Yeah, maybe it would explain last night why he was withdrawn after just a couple of overs. Like Ed was saying, we could have a scenario where Duffy didn't even bowl last night. As Stewart is in, pitched up delivery, which is well stopped by one of 2 quite tight mid-wickets in Jack Leaning and Jordan Cox. Yeah, imagine that it's a little slight injury twinge for Milnes, which he felt last night, and that was why Billings changed the bowling to get Duffy on, only for him to then take 4 wickets in a couple of overs.
And then open up this morning.
Yeah. Here is Grant Stewart. Oh, another player miss from Glenn Phillips, and that was a bit of a T20 stroke. He really did whirl the hands at that delivery without too much foot movement.
Had the Dhoni helicopter finish, didn't he? Did you see that?
And one would argue that maybe if he'd have nicked it, it might have carried over the slips with the sheer force that he offered in the ball's direction. I can't say I've noticed whether Matt Milnes has been out there at all today. I might try and find that out. As Stewart is in. That one keeps low.
And that one came back in as well.
And Phillips left it alone, hence the oohs and ahs from the Kent fielders and spectators away to my left. Maiden over then from Grant Stewart. We'll get Ed Seaborn back in a minute when I've done my latest update for BBC Radio Kent in a few minutes' time after the 12 o'clock news and travel.
Grant Stewart got both Glenn Phillips and Miles Hammond in the first innings. Phillips was caught behind by Billings as well, so I'm sure they would dearly love a repeat there. 3 wickets for 81 runs from a tick under 20 overs for Mr. Stewart. Linda now to carry on. Miles Hammond will be on strike. He's on 32 from 47. What has he got for us here? Drags this one down, and Hammond squeezes it out towards the mid-wicket region. Bell Drummond does well. Probably could have taken the single if they'd felt so inclined. Bell Drummond would have been on his non-dominant side, so I'm sure they would have
that was surely
had time.
Definitely should have been one.
Just gone midday. Deficit still 29, but they've made good inroads in this first hour, as this one is tossed wide, and I think it's cannoned straight into that man in close. And it's just rebounded back to Linda for no run. But that one tossed up very wide. Footholes are starting to form out there, so Linda could be trying to get them to dip into there and grip back into the Hammond, the left-hander. And he gives it the heave-ho. Out to the leg side, chase for deep square leg, who is not successful, and it will be 4 runs for Miles Hammond, and for Gloucestershire. Also brings up the 100-run mark for Gloucestershire this morning in 108 minutes, 24 and a half overs. Not sure, looks like it's Duffy out there at deep backward square. A welcome boundary for Hammond, deficit down to 25.
It wasn't the prettiest boundary he's got so far this morning, but
no,
he'll take it.
Deep backward square, just been instructed to come a bit straighter now. Probably not quite stump high, actually a little bit more in front of square. And the ball just getting a little bit of maintenance work from the mid-on fielder as well. Bit of intent from Hammond. Will we see some more? Linda, it's the reverse sweep. and it goes straight through. Actually, I'm not even too sure where it went, but it's ended up at the
I think
at the feet of the man in tight.
I think it just hit him on the body somewhere. But
No
yeah,
run.
it didn't go anywhere.
2 to come in the over. We've seen the heave-ho, the reverse sweep. This one will be backing and defending for no run.
Here comes the update then. I'll just jump in. Well, Gloucestershire 101 for 6 here at Canterbury, so Kent need 4 more wickets to win. The deficit has been cut to just 25 runs, so they're probably going to have to chase something in order to get victory. They have managed to collect 1 wicket so far this morning. It didn't come in the first over. George Linder dropping a chance off Miles Hammond, who's still there on 37, and Phillips there on 3. But Chris Dent edging one behind off Duffy. He took 4 wickets last night. It was shelled originally by Jordan Cox at second slip, but Sam Billings had the wherewithal to dive away to his left, the wicketkeeper, and hold on with the gloves on. So Duffy picking up his maiden 5-wicket haul on debut for Kent, the New Zealand international. And Kent striving for just 4 more wickets now to try and get themselves a chance to get their first county championship win of the season. Commentary continues online. Gloucestershire 102 for 6.
Ben Watts, after that exemplary update at the top of the hour, is going to make way for our resident Gloucestershire pundit, Ed Seaborn. Grant Stewart going to carry on from the Nackington Road end. He has looked rather threatening in the last over. Ed, we'll leave this one in your capable hands.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. I only just looked up to see Grant Stewart coming into bowl. Hammond defends up towards mid-off. I just about managed to arrange my microphone in time. That was a severe test of my ability, and for once in my life I passed.
You did. I was going to say you passed with flying colours.
Yes, well, Chris Dent having fallen since I was last on air, and there is, you know, there are mitigating circumstances as far as Chris Dent go, because he has been missing until now as Hammond pushes to mid-on, keeps the elbow nice and high and angles the bat, fielded up there by Quinn again. He's missed the last couple of championship matches because of the ankle ligament injury which he sustained during his double century against Surrey, and hasn't played anything other, I think, than T20 since coming back in terms of his second 11 cricket. So he's not had a red ball match as Stewart bowls to Hammond, flicked away. It was down the leg side, asking to be put away, and it has been to the backward square leg boundary for 4 by Miles Hammond. He's on to 41, 106 for 6. Very similar shot to the one that perhaps ought to have got him out in the first over of the morning, but this time he got the placement right and kept the ball down. 41 to Hammond, 106 for 6. So yeah, I think I'm right in saying that he's not had a red ball match to kind of warm back up again. It's just been T20, and possibly maybe that's why he ended up driving at a ball which wasn't there really to be driven. Stewart bowling to Hammond, straight delivery again. Hammond works it to mid-on, again playing with a vertical bat though, and there is no run. So yeah, he was looking to be positive. He was looking to get on with it. He'd just driven a ball for 4 and was obviously feeling quite confident. Just ended up driving at a ball which, yeah, Duffy had dragged, as I think you said, he dragged the length back to the perfect point where Dent still thought he could drive it, but the consequences and the price had to be paid. As Stewart bowls to Hammond, who leaves, but the bat and gloves were there for some length of time, and there's some lift there from Stewart, which we have not always seen out of this surface.
Better line and length there from Stewart. He was just drifting down towards leg stump and missing completely leg stump, the ball that got put away for 4, so he's back in business with that one. That's where he needs to be, with the 2 slips in the gully. So, but yeah, good bit of bounce out of there actually.
Yeah. Last ball of this Stewart over, He's in to Hammond. Hammond is defending. Looks slightly hurried up by that one. And he's just making a sort of hand signal, a couple of hand signals. Sort of floaty hand signal after the two that he made originally. And possibly just indicating that it was coming down the slope at him. But he's negotiated it, and that's the end of the over. Gloucestershire behind by 20 runs, but just 4 wickets remaining, and a further reminder that those 4 wickets consist of, well, the Hammond and Phillips at the crease, who are out at 7 and 8 together, and Higgins, Ollie Price and Zafar Gohar to come.
Glenn Phillips, 3 from 20 so far. A conservative start, but we know all too well that he has the power to play catch-up if he so desires to play his innings like that, as Linder will come around the wicket with his left arm orthodox to Phillips. The 2 slips and the short leg, eagerly waiting for something, and the ball does go up off the pads. Short leg does the catching for no run.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not the line that Linder wants to be bowling, that. However, I suppose you could bring short leg into play.
Stranger things have happened.
Indeed.
On a cricket field as Linder strolls past Nigel Long, and Phillips back into his crease and ever watchful defends back up the wicket.
And indeed in this match, as Ben Compton in particular will be able to tell you, with his reverse sweep onto the bottom corner of his pad, maybe his ankle involved as well, and was caught at first slip.
Did he actually hit it with his bat?
He did.
We did ascertain that. Brilliant. Here is Linder. 2 dots so far, and Phillips squeezes this one out to mid-on for 1 run. Gloucestershire 107 for 6. The deficit down into the teens now, 19. They are behind by.
Yes, so and it was quite a sizable sort of, well, I guess bottom edge. And then the question for Nigel Long was, had it hit the ground or had it hit the pad? And he was convinced. I don't think he even actually consulted with Steve O'Shaughnessy, who I think was the square leg umpire at the time. He was confident that he'd seen it correctly, and I think the replays bore out that he had.
Very good umpire is our Nigel Long, as Linder drags this one down leg, and Hammond tried to work it into the leg side. It's spooned up off his pad to the man in short catching on the offside, who's caught it to some excited glees.
Well, he dropped it actually.
Oh, did he?
That's why there was mock kind of disappointment, because I don't think there was any bat on it.
No. Linder once more, and Hammond onto the front foot and defending. 1 to come left in the over.
It wasn't quite as comical as that one from Ollie Price yesterday, when
that was quite funny.
Don't think the ball could have ballooned up any softer, and Ollie Price managed to drop it, obviously off the pad again.
At short leg, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. Linder to round out the over, and Hammond will back into his crease and defend that as well. It is the end of the 27th over in Gloucestershire's second innings.
And Gloucestershire, even for this innings, are still rattling along around about 4 and over, as they did in the first innings. They're pretty much going along at the same rate, despite the fact that Phillips has come out and made 4 from 23 balls. It's been nothing to do with Glenn Phillips. Both Hammond and Dent were getting on with it, but then also, last night, of course Dent was part of that, but George Scott 10 from 11. Zach Chappell came out as the first night watchman and made 8 from 6, and it's just been a case that they can score off these Kent bowlers. But I mean, Duffy in particular, it just feels as if he's that type of wicket-taking bowler who can bowl, maybe even 1/2 volley and over, and it may well get drilled for 4, especially because of the pace that he's going to bowl at. But equally, he'll bowl that perfect delivery as well. Grant Stewart continuing to Phillips with the 2 short mid wickets and the 2 slips, and Phillips inside edges the ball onto his pad, and it rolls out into the offside for Stewart to field. He's not looking the most secure at the moment, Glenn Phillips, but he's just coming off a century, So he may just kind of back himself to, I guess, squeeze through this period and try to come out the other side of it. He may only need one boundary to get himself going, for example. Stewart into Phillips, who's forward defending this one. Much more robust looking defence that from Phillips, back to Grant Stewart.
Well, we saw him before the start of play in the nets, but he was bowling, not batting.
I'm sure he'd already done some batting, he says.
He
I don't think I am
done.
actually sure.
I only swanned in around 10:30, so I can't comment, but he was cutting a very relaxed figure, rolling the arm over with his off spin in the nets to a teammate, so hopefully he's prepared himself.
Here comes Stewart and bowls to Phillips, flicked away firmly back at a square on the leg side. Bell Drummond, the fielder, out at deep backward square and hauls the throw in. Single taken by Phillips onto 5, 108 for 6. Yes, I mean, you know, if he had his slot, as it were, earlier on, then of course Glenn Phillips is going to need to go and do something else, because that's a full half hour before the start of play where Glenn Phillips isn't doing anything, and that is just not going to happen. He's got to find something to do. And so he was having a bowl at I'm afraid I actually didn't even see who it was in the nets. I'm assuming it was probably one of the batters probably ahead of him. So you'd imagine, being closest to the start of play, it would have been probably Miles Hammond or Chris Dent who he was bowling to. Stewart over the wicket to Hammond. Hammond punches firmly off the back foot up to mid-off, and there's no run.
I'm just looking at Jacob Duffy's first-class career in New Zealand. Obviously, he's on debut today for Kent. So his maiden first-class 5-wicket bag in this competition, but back home in New Zealand he has taken 8 5-wicket bags.
Right.
In domestic cricket. His best bowling figures are 7 for 89. So if you got another couple today, he might be in business of surpassing that.
Stewart to Hammond, cut, well, forced off the back foot really. It was between a cut and a back foot drive. It's sort of difficult to tell exactly which one it was, but he's not going to get a run for it though, because it's stopped in the covers and stopped well by Compton. No run. Just looking at some of the matches going on elsewhere, there are some exciting final days in prospect and already going. I mean, every match in Division 1 is boiling up to some sort of conclusion today, and several of them looking quite exciting. As Stewart bowls the last ball of this over to Hammond, who defends back to Grant Stewart, and the end of the over with Gloucestershire 108 for 6 in their second innings, behind by 18 runs. There are 77 more overs in the day. I'll maybe wait until the next over to do those scores just to make sure we get them in. With Linda bowling, there's not going to be much time. One other thing to mention is that Kent are still down 5 on their over rate, if I'm reading the board correctly, and it is the case that if you are behind by 1 over on the over rate, you lose 1 point. If you're behind by 2, you lose 2, etc. So at the moment, Kent stand to lose 5 of the points that they get for the win just on over rate. Not saying that it's going to stay at 5, because it really shouldn't, but it's going to be some effort to get it back to parity.
Well, it was interesting yesterday because Gloucestershire had drawn theirs, over rate was level, and then they took the final wicket, went back in, did the changeover, and as soon as Kent walked out onto the field to bowl, they were already 5 overs behind from the get-go. So
yeah, it
seems a bit rough to me, but
carries over from the first innings.
Oh, does it? Is that where it comes from?
Yeah, yeah. So it's for the whole match.
Okay, well that makes a lot more sense, because I was very confused as George Linder is trying to confuse Glenn Phillips, who successfully punches onto the back foot and gets 1 out to the cover sweeper.
They're not easy to confuse, these New Zealanders, but the county championship will manage it.
Goodness me. Honestly, the learning curve I've been on the last 2.5 days has been remarkable. Linda back over the wicket to Miles Hammond. Gloucestershire at 109 for 6. Here he comes. Second ball of the over. This one a little bit wider. He's bowled him. Miles Hammond dancing down the track, trying to go over extra cover, and he has been bowled through the gate and has got to go for 41. Kent get their 7th wicket. They are 3 away as it stands. If they can get 3 wickets before the next 17 runs are scored, it would be an innings victory. That was a bit of a turn of events, Ed Seaborn.
It was, yes, and Hammond had been looking to be very positive, but he's yorked himself with that one, I think, hasn't he? I think Linda's bowled a full delivery, but Hammond has come down the pitch and yorked himself. It's turned a long way. That's the other thing to mention. I mean, it's turned. The footmarks, you can start to see those now. It's turned right out of the footmarks. So, I mean, what were we going to say? That's about, what do you reckon? That's about 2.5 feet maybe of turn, something like that, which Linda's got there. And Hammond, at the same time, the footmarks haven't moved. And it was a nice bit of flight from Linda. That's the other thing, because I think Hammond would probably have felt that he was actually getting to the pitch of the ball rather than yorking himself. He's ended up swinging well outside it because it's turned as well. But a lot of things at play there, and, you know, a really good bit of bowling from George Linda, that has to be said. But for Hammond, it's not a shot that he'll look back with any fondness on, I don't think.
Good bit of bowling from Linda. He's on the board. Finally has something to smile about in this match, as we were talking about earlier. And
also, of course, because he dropped Miles Hammond earlier as well. He's paid the price with 41 runs, but he has eventually atoned for it. And, well, with only 3 wickets in hand and Gloucestershire behind by 17 runs, it probably isn't very likely to prove costly, despite who remains for Gloucestershire in the pavilion and who's out there at the moment.
It will be Captain Ryan Higgins on strike, the right-handed batter. 2 right-handed batters out there now for Gloucestershire, just to make things a little bit more straightforward for Kent. Linda 1 and a wicket off the over so far, and Higgins cut strongly. They'll get 1 to backward point. Jacob Duffy sprawling out there doing the fielding. He's a tall man. It's a long way down there to get onto the ground.
Yes, they do have some tall people in this side, don't they? I mean, Stewart, you look at Quinn, well, Duffy, obviously. Linda's not short at all. He's a tall spinner, is George Linda.
Phillips now, a man right in his eye line. He strikes me as the sort of man that may see him as a target rather than an obstruction, as Linda. And he squirts one down the leg side. Phillips trying to sweep, but he misses out there. Bit of a freebie, but it will be no run.
Yes, and he tried to clear floodlight pylon number 3 there, I think, as well.
He'll be fuming. 2 to come in the 29th over. Here is Linda. This one flighted up a little bit more. This one may have hit the catcher in front, but it will be no run. Daniel Bell-Drummond on that short catching. Silly mid-off, very silly mid-off. Bell-Drummond's just on his left shoulder, a bit further back at extra cover. Billings is summoning long on and long off to come up a bit into the, well, what would be a ring. Cover point sweeper staying out there. Linda, last ball of the over. It's been a very good one. And Phillips will turn this around the corner to get 1 out to the long leg fielder. End of the over, 3 from it. Gloucestershire 111 for 7 now. The deficit at 15.
Yeah, and applause for the over from George Linda, and for the bit of bowling, especially that got rid of Miles Hammond. Nicely flighted, using the footmarks, tempting Hammond down the pitch, doing him in the flight, and then the footmarks helping to do the rest. Of course, you've got to put the revs on it first, but yeah, good bowling from Linda. And read those other matches in Division 1. Incredible comeback from Hampshire is on the cards. with Yorkshire having made 428 in their first innings, and Hampshire at one stage were 111 for 4 and 268 for 6. Went on to make 410. Lots of contributions all down the order. In fact, everybody between 3 and 10 got past 30 for Hampshire, with nobody going higher than 83. But there we go. More than a few ways to do this. As Phillips faces change of bowling, Matt Quinn is back into the attack, and Phillips is covering up, defending back to Matt Quinn. And Yorkshire in their second innings 146 for 8 now, with a lead of 164. Barker and Abbott 3 apiece, and Brad Wheel, one-time Gloucestershire loanee, 2 for 23 to go with his 4 for 59 from the first innings. So it could be an incredible comeback for Hampshire, and they need to do that because Surrey may well win too. Quinn in and bowls, looking to force the ball off the back foot is Phillips, but he'll just bounce it back to Quinn in his follow-through. Surrey actually have not taken a wicket this morning. Somerset are defying them at the moment. 383 for 8 Somerset in their second innings. They lead by 181. And it's Lewis Gregory, 106 not out, and Peter Siddle, 35 not out.
What a man, Peter Siddle.
Yeah, lost a wicket. In comes Quinn, bowls, and a leave from Phillips. Does come a little down the slope, but it wasn't too tight to off stump, and it goes through to Sam Billings. Yep, and they've got Marshawn de Lange to come at number 11 as well. One of 2 concussion replacements for Somerset in that match, and well, lead of 181, and I don't know if Hashim Amla will bat for Surrey. He didn't resume his innings in the first innings, so Quinn bowls to Phillips, who drives firmly. He'll beat mid-off this time, and that will go for 4. Might as well give that chase up. And Phillips moving to 11 with his first boundary, I think. Yes, it is. 115 for 7.
Lovely shot that from Phillips, just straight onto the front foot. Acknowledged that it was too full from Matt Quinn, and he makes no mistake. He'll be pleased to get that boundary under his belt, I imagine.
Yep. I mean, he's looked actually a little more settled this over, but he has looked not quite frenetic, but a couple of shots have looked as if he wanted to get the ball away and hadn't managed to yet. This time he forces off the back foot, punches it straight into the ground, but they've got nobody between backward point and mid-off saving the single, only the deep point. And so there's an easy single to be had there, 116 for 7. The other Division 1 match is the game between Warwickshire and Lancashire, where Warwickshire had declared last night 327 for 9. Lancashire 48 for 2, requiring a further 281 to win. So another exciting chase in prospect at Edgbaston. They lost those 2 early wickets. Keaton Jennings out for 6 and Josh Bohannon out without scoring. Luke Wells and Stephen Croft trying to steady the ship for Lancashire. Both the early wickets going to Oliver Hannon-Dolby. Quinn bowls, and full and straight Higgins defends back to Matt Quinn. So, you know, far from the full set of draws, which we've had, I think we've had almost a full set of draws in Division 1 this season. I'm pretty sure we've had one round which was a full set of draws in Division 2. Well, it looks as if we could have a full set of results this round, potentially. Only potentially. But either way, some very good games of cricket going on in Division 1, especially.
George Linder's going to carry on at the pavilion end. I'm just wondering, because there's no footholds on the offside to right-handers from this end. Here he is to Phillips. Phillips defends back up the pitch, but if he spun around and came from the far end, there are footholds developed on what would be the offside for the right-hander at this end. Possibly something to think about for Captain Billings. Not exactly in a great area for Linder as Phillips defends once again in terms of turning it into the right-hander. That won't work because he turns the ball away. But if he can get it sort of in those rough patches, it could just add some variation to the bounce and things starting to skid or pop, which any natural variation is always welcome. So maybe just food for thought for Billings as Phillips drives up the ground to the mid-on region, long on his back, so they'll grab a single. Gloucestershire 117 for 7. Higgins is going to face up to Linda, just the 2 dots and single so far. The deficit now into single figures is at 9. George Linda on his way, and Higgins will go back and defend that one. Back up the wicket for no run.
Yes, it's far from a kind of even small victory to get into the lead for Gloucestershire at this stage.
2 to come in Linda's over. He was successful last over. This one just drifting down leg, but Higgins defends it out to the mid-wicket area, and it's mid-on coming across to do the fielding for no run. Looks like potentially the sub-fielder that Ben Watts was speaking of a bit earlier, one of the academy lads. Linda to round out the over, a little bit more flight, and Higgins drives strongly straight into Ben Compton, who's the catcher in close for no run. Just the one from it. Gloucestershire still 117 for 7.
I would not field there.
No, neither.
I definitely would not field there. Certainly not with 2 players the likes of Phillips and Higgins at the crease. It's a hiding to nothing. In Division 2, Worcestershire and Durham continue their run fest. Durham 642 for 7 declared, Worcestershire 479 for 8. Centuries for Brett D'Oliveira and Ed Barnard for Worcestershire there, as Quinn prepares to continue into his 6th over of work. 1 for 27 so far. He took the first wicket to fall last night. Quinn bowls short, pulled away hard by Phillips out to deep backwards square leg, but Bell Drummond is positioned perfectly, and it's only a single. 118 for 7. Been rumours, as Ben Watts back alongside me, that Warwickshire are making moves for Ed Barnard. It was George de Bell in the cricketer who I saw that. Ed Barnard, Moeen Ali, and Saqib Mahmood are all rumoured to be going to Warwickshire.
New Moeen was out of contract.
In comes Quinn, and he bowls to Higgins for defence, goes up towards mid-off, and there is no run.
I find it slightly bizarre how we have this massive off-season with cricket, and yet all the contract stuff gets done during the season. What's that all about? Update on the way for radio listeners. Well, Gloucestershire 118 for 7, so they trail Kent by just 8 runs now, but they have 3 wickets remaining. Kent just need 3 to potentially chase a small target to win their first county championship game of the season. They have Jacob Duffy largely to thank for the position that they're in. He's taken a maiden 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket on debut for Kent and got the 5th one this morning, not courtesy of a dropped catch by Linda in the opening over, but an edge from Dent to second slip, which was parried and caught by Sam Billings. Linda, though, made up for giving Hammond that life and bowled him with one that turned sharply down the slope. Hammond slightly... well, not the best shot, coming down the wicket, trying to be aggressive, and the ball spinning onto the stumps and removing him. So that was the last man to fall. So Higgins now the captain, in with Phillips, the New Zealander. Gloucestershire 118 for 7. 8 behind Kent. We've got half an hour of commentary until the lunch break.
Well, Ben has done his cricket update. And if you don't know why I'm saying it like that, go and listen to BBC Radio Kent.
It's the trail, isn't it?
In comes Quinn and bowls to Higgins, who's in behind it, plopping the ball in front of Matt Quinn for him to pick up. Haven't missed any runs at all. Higgins has just played out 4 dots this over after the single. Phillips off the first ball. It's just, it's extraordinary to me, though. Warwickshire won the county championship last year, they're clearly feeling that 6th place is just nowhere near good enough for them, having already plucked. I'll come back to that after this delivery as Quinn Bowles to Higgins, drives firmly, timed it well, but it's fielded at cover by Compton, and there is no run. 118 for 7 Gloucestershire's total remains, and they trail by 8 runs. But, you know, having plucked Alex Davies this season from Lancashire as well.
I mean, I don't mean to be that guy, but Warwickshire, half of their team they've taken from other
well, yeah, I mean, let's
counties.
Going down this lineup: Alex Davies, Dom Sibley, Will Rhodes, Michael Burgess, Danny Briggs, Liam Norwell, Oliver Hannon Dolby. So that is 7 of the 11.
There's also Craig Miles that they got from Gloucestershire as well.
Yep. I mean, Briggs. Some of the examples there, but I think not many.
Hose from Somerset, possibly.
Yep. Dom Sibley, I think, was
Surrey.
seeing a kind of the opportunity to play more for Warwickshire, which is fine.
I know that
and Danny Briggs also was not playing in first-class cricket and has been a huge part of Warwickshire's success.
Linda then, the left-arm spinner like Briggs, in and bowling, off the back foot, driven away. I know that in the past they've sniffed around Ollie Robinson, the Kent wicketkeeper, but that was pre them signing Burgess, because they wanted a keeper.
And then Davies as well.
And then Davies. I think they've looked at Bell Drummond before in the past. Yeah, they've done a lot of recruiting from elsewhere. I guess because they've not been producing their own players, or at least the players that they have come through their own system, like Moeen, have ended up going to Worcestershire, as this one's away into the onside off the back foot by Phillips.
I think it's just that they haven't waited for those players to come. I mean, they've got some really exciting young players, not least Jacob Bethel, who came to Gloucestershire on loan and looked absolutely the part in his one game for them, for Gloucestershire.
Here comes Linda again, defended away, back down the pitch. I mean, it's one of those where, as the Kent commentator, I'm probably not in a position to talk, because in recent times Kent have recruited really well. Milnes, Podmore, Nathan Gilchrist,
and
Jack
Gloucestershire
Leaning.
Likewise. Gloucestershire have recruited, because that's just the way that it is now.
Yeah, it's certainly more so than it used to be, as this one is padded away by Phillips, but fine, because it's pitched outside the line of leg stump. But yeah, it feels like Warwickshire even more so, along with the likes of Hampshire.
Yeah, there's a difference between kind of recruiting people who aren't getting cricket in places and recruiting players who are first-team players and big parts of other counties.
Yeah, good point. This one's pushed away into the covers for a quick single. Bell Drummond shies at the stumps. Billings flicks the bails off, but good running between Higgins and Phillips. Higgins, another one, you know, like you say, it's not that Gloucestershire have taken a first-team player off at another team. They've given a guy an opportunity who wasn't getting the sort of cricket that he wanted at Middlesex, and now has become part of the furniture at Gloucestershire. But yeah, I just find it really strange how we have this massive off-season, and yet all the contract negotiations get done during the season, or some of them get done off-season, don't they? But there's this window during the season where out-of-contract players have to basically say, yeah, I'm out of contract, I want to talk to other clubs. They then are able to do that while still playing for their own county, who will have offered them some sort of terms themselves potentially. As Linda, with 2 slips, silly point and a leg gully, is in, and this one's chopped away down towards deep point for a single. End of the over, Gloucestershire 124-7. They trail by just 6 runs now, with Higgins on 2 and Phillips on 15. But yeah, I just think it's bizarre how this all goes on during the season, because you sometimes get loan moves, which are then going to be made permanent, or you get situations where someone's playing for their county, but they probably know that they're going to be leaving, and then
you get the. I mean,
why is this window not outside of the season? It would create, you know, news and drama outside of the actual season rather than it being within it. And then, you know, there's stuff going on in players' heads when they're, you know, trying to perform, because this was something that Jordan Cox said after I chatted to him on the at the T20 on Friday, saying that, you know, we've got, he basically said we've got guys out of contract in our dressing room, and then when they're playing T20 cricket, are they playing for the team or are they playing for themselves? He basically said that it's kind of muddled thinking sometimes. There's guys that want to do well for themselves because their contracts are up. They want to either get a renewal or they want somebody else to sign them. There's this stuff. Well, you don't want that stuff going on when you're trying to play.
No, exactly. Jack Leaning is into the attack from the Nackington Road end, and there's turn and bounce there, which Higgins has tried to cut, but he's not budgeted for the turn and bounce that Leaning has just got, and it's gone to safety backward a point on the offside, but that was a moment of danger immediately as Leaning bowls to Higgins, who goes for a reverse sweep this time, doesn't get the ball where he was hoping to get it, and it's fielded by Quinn at backward point once more.
Yeah,
no run.
I think we'll talk more about movements between counties because it will start happening soon, won't it? Deals will get announced.
Leaning is in and on the bounce to short leg this time.
What I can tell you, by the way, though, is Matt Milnes hasn't been out there today, and he did in fact come off last night.
Right.
With some sort of a niggle.
Okay.
Before Duffy bowled.
Leaning bowls, going back. Higgins dabbing the ball away into the offside. No
and that's
run.
come from the eagle-eyed members away to our left who see everything.
Okay, yes.
So I asked them and they said, yeah, he came off last night, hasn't been out there this morning. And then I was able to tell them who the two 12th men that were on the pitch were.
Leaning bowls, flighted right up to the bat. Higgins again playing quietly, this time leg side, and it's fielded at mid-wicket and there is no run.
But yeah, I must admit, I didn't clock that last night amid all the everything that was going on out there.
It was crazy, wasn't it? Higgins goes for the reverse sweep. He's got it away this time, and that will travel over the practice pitches. Not that anything would have stopped it, even if it had been lush green outfield. He timed it too well. Higgins gets 4, 124 for 7 then Gloucestershire. They trail by 2 runs. Higgins on to 6. But yeah, and I think I must apologise though, because I noticed that a couple of wickets had fallen around the country as you'd started that, so I'm not sure whether we may have said this already, but in terms of players who the contract's up, the county knows they're leaving, and the county just says, right, well, you go to the county that you're going to play for. Did you mention that?
Yeah, you get weird scenarios like that,
yeah,
don't
so,
you? Those
so you
kind
basically
of low moves
followed by
permanent,
yeah. Yes, sorry, because I got distracted because I noticed that Somerset had been bowled out.
Linda in from the pavilion end, the left arm spinner turned away into the onside. Yeah, which is, I just think it's very odd that we don't have this kind of contract window outside of the season, or just after the season, in that little break before the players come back for pre-season or whatever in November. This one's padded away by Phillips. He has 15, 6 for Higgins.
And then also the fact that there is no transfer system.
No, so that
which would rectify an awful lot of the issues caused by the sort of thing that we've just been mentioning.
The sort of poaching element that we were alluding to. It's Linda Bowles turned away out into the leg side, and one of our 2 subfielders out there, the academy boys, Duncan Moore and Will Harvey. Not Harvey. Harvey. I had to spell out due to my own lack of pronunciation when I was telling the members a minute ago. Who suggested it could have been announced over the tannoy, but do you announce 12 men over the tannoy?
Not really.
Pushed away. Well, off the pad by Higgins. Not really the done thing, is it?
No, but these are vitally important things, though.
These are things that people notice. Exactly.
Yeah. They'll remember the first time that he was out on the field as a sub.
Most definitely. Silly point still in play, as well as leg slip and an orthodox slip. It's been padded away. No shot offered, so despite the fact that it's ballooned out towards backward point, there'll be no run attempted.
Now, in Daniel Norcross's world, that's a lovely shot.
Now he's got that new bat. He can use his wood now.
Yes, that's true. He's actually using his bat today, I think, although maybe he will just be kicking whatever bowling he's facing away.
Linda bowls for the final time in the over on the stumps and defended away by Higgins. So we have 18 minutes until lunch, because we have very much a set lunchtime, don't we, on day 4. So
and T being 340 as well.
Correct.
On the final day.
Yeah, so Kent with Matt Milnes off the field. I've got Linda operating from one end, rotating bowlers at the other end. We've seen a bit of Stewart and Quinn recently after that long opening spell in the day from Duffy, and now Leaning's going to carry on. And interesting that Higgins was going for the reverse sweep, because it's effectively playing away, it's effectively going against the spin. More this, you know, the little lap sweep or an orthodox sweep would be perhaps the more obvious option against Jack Leaning, being an off spinner to the right-handers.
Phillips certainly can't do that though, because he's got a leg slip in place as he rocks back and just punches the ball softly into the covers, and Gloucestershire are level. So if they have avoided the innings defeat, Kent would have to come out and get one run were Gloucestershire to lose their final 3 wickets for 0. And Phillips on to 17 as Leaning is in and bowls. Again, it turns and bounces. Higgins onto the back foot. He's shaping up, wanting to cut it, but then it's just boring into his body. And he's just got to, in the end, drop the ball away into the covers in defence. As Leaning is into Higgins, a bit straighter this time. Higgins works it back to the bowler for no run.
Yeah,
Somerset, sorry.
So I was just going to say that Kent over rate is still at -5, so
Yes.
this twin spin situation is probably slightly to do with that.
Definitely. But it's going to take time to erase that, as Leaning was going to go into bowl but doesn't. Yeah, it's, you know, actually saw how long it took Gloucestershire to go from 2 to 0, even when they had spin bowling from both ends for a fair bit, as Leaning bowls to Higgins forward and nudging the ball into the covers. He thought briefly about a single, but it certainly was not there. Grant Stewart, the fielder. So Surrey have been set 193 to win by Somerset. The noises that I heard suggested that the pitch may have been flattening out, so you'd certainly make Surrey favourites. At the same time, Somerset are not out of that, as Leaning bowls to Higgins left alone. Billings moves as if to whip the bails off, but doesn't actually do so, much to, I'm sure, Nigel Long's pleasure that he doesn't have to come from his quite deep position at square leg to help Billings rearrange them. Leaning in, and on the back foot Higgins works into the leg side. They're thinking about 2 here, because Linda's had to come from almost long leg out to a deep square, and they do come back for those 2 runs. And Phillips to 17, Higgins to 8 with that couple of runs. 128 for 7. The lead is 2. Lancashire have lost another wicket. They're 62 for 3 now, chasing a further 2-6. Well, they're 64 for 3. Isn't that always the case? I open the scorecard and the score's different from what it was on the main score page. Anyway, Lancashire are 64 for 3. Need a further 265. And the man out is Stephen Croft. Court Burgess bowled Henry Brooks for 11.
So of course, although Gloucestershire have lost a couple of wickets so far today, as Linda is in and bowling, defended off the back foot by Phillips. What they have done well is batted with good intent, and admittedly that did lose them the wickets of Dent and Hammond, with Dent chasing a wide one and Hammond coming down the wicket to Linda. But they are at parity, or in fact they lead by 2 runs, so this one turned away into the onside, and probably 2 more as it's chased by one of the 12 men into the keeper. So it becomes interesting into the afternoon session, in the sense that, you know, the longer this partnership goes on, and, you know, with Price and Go Hard to come, all of, you know, these two capable batters, what kind of a lead can they get? What kind of a score can they set, Ken? Can they make it sort of awkward enough to avoid defeat? As this one turns and beats it takes the outside edge into the gully area, no run taken. Can they get enough of a lead that it's just too much for Kent to chase before stumps?
they are. I mean, they're surely going to have to bat for the entire afternoon. That is, I would think. You know, if they bat it for the entire afternoon, then it just starts to become a little bit awkward.
Linda bowls. Forward comes Phillips. A lot is on this partnership, admittedly, with it being 8 and 9, even though really it's batters 5 and 6.
Yes.
130 for 7, because we had 3 night watchmen coming in last night. As Linda bowls. Attempted sweep into the hands of Ollie Robinson. There's an appeal.
I think they were hoping for a sort of a Ben Compton type dismissal there, but
a boot or something.
I think it just went straight into the ground and then.
I mean, fair play to Ollie Robinson that he didn't even move there. He didn't shy away or cower with the possibility that a forcefully hit slog sweep was coming in his direction.
Because it was twice where he's tried to send that very fine as well from a ball down the leg side.
Yeah, almost like he's deliberately trying to hit that man.
Yes.
Kicked away this time by Phillips. End of the over. So the ball now 37 overs old. Gloucestershire have made 130 for 7 in that time, going at a run rate of 3.5, which was more than Kent were going at for much of their innings.
Yeah, and again, as I said, speaking to Zach Chappell after the second day, and he said, you know, pretty much they've quite happy with the way that they controlled the scoreboard. It wasn't like previous 160 over vigils that Gloucestershire have had this season, where they've, as leaning is into Higgins, bit of turn, worked with the turn to short leg, no run, where they've neither got wickets nor controlled the scoring rate. You think back to the likes of Old Trafford, for example, as leaning bowls, and Higgins forward smothering the ball to backward point, no run. They kept Kent's scoring rate down until towards the end of their innings, and Kent may even have wanted actually to pull the trigger a little bit before they did. Leaning bowling to Higgins, clipped backward a square on the leg side, out to Linda, who's gone from a sort of a long leg to a more of a deep backward square leg, and Higgins on to 9, 131 for 7. But, you know, at the same time, the question does have to be asked, and I promise you it will be asked at the end of the day, regardless of what happens. How can Gloucestershire stop spending that amount of time in the field? Because as Dale Benkenstein said after the Somerset game, it is not sustainable. Even if we have now had the break before this round of fixtures for T20 cricket. Leaning bowls a little bit short, and Higgins pulls and hasn't got as much bat on it as he might have liked, because he did hit it to the left of Linda at deep backward square leg, and with with Phillips's normal power, then deep backward square probably wouldn't have had a chance on that. It still whistled past Ben Compton's head at short leg alarmingly, but it's only a single. Phillips on to 20. Robertson's just taken a small step back there as leaning bowls to Higgins, who again just big stride forward, gets towards the pitch of the ball, kills the turn, defends into the offside. And there's one ball left in this third over of Jack leaning. He bowls to Higgins and a leave this time. Not enough turn and far too much bounce to interest Higgins that time. 132 for 7 is the Gloucestershire total, and the lead currently sits at 6 runs. Yesterday, Derbyshire produced a terrific win over Middlesex, and Middlesex had started to feel, I think, extremely confident of, I mean, who knows whether it's going to be promotion or not. They may get promoted from Division 2 to Division 2 if rumours that have swirled are correct, but it's a fantastic win that for Derbyshire by 6 wickets, chasing down their 2-2-2 in just under 55 overs.
Linda bowling, defended away by Phillips. Yeah, who knows what's going to be the format next season. But would be ironic, wouldn't it, that Middlesex finally get promoted and then don't get promoted? Because they've been favourites to get out of Division 2 for a few seasons now, haven't they? As Linda bowls, back goes Phillips and playing defensively. One piece of news that dropped last night, actually, was something we were talking about yesterday about Kyle Jamieson, the possibility of him missing the third test, and he's got some sort of stress reaction to his lower back, so he is going to miss that game. As Linda bowls, a little bit leg side, attempted sweep stroke. Robinson got a hand on it. Cox is chasing the ball. Phillips will collect one for the sweep. But Robinson doing well to deny further runs. So then, actually, it's Central Stags pace bowler Blair Tickner, who's been called back into the squad as Jamieson's replacement, which from a Kent point of view is a good thing, because it presumably means that Duffy's not going to be pinched.
I'm just looking back at Christie. Was he the man who had the extraordinary moustache at one stage? Yes, he was. I thought he was.
Still does.
Still does. Oh, fantastic.
So Linda's going to switch to come around the wicket now to the right-handed Higgins. He's got a silly point, short leg. Oh, first slip. He's fired it into the leg side because, of course, that's where the rough is. And that's why he's been bowling over the wicket to try and get the turn out the rough. But then you can, of course, be kicked away. You can't be out LBW to one that pitches outside the leg stump. So there's a bit of a kind of, well, I don't know what's more beneficial, to have the possibility of LBW or to be bowling with the rough, because otherwise it's not turning that much.
Yep.
Otherwise, is it? So
exactly.
Linda at the moment is trying without rough, or at least he's firing it towards that direction. And that one just went back slightly and going back in his crease. Phillips managed to just about get a bat on ball to defend it away, pokily. Wasn't convincing. And there's Linda again, who's lost his short leg for now. Robinson's at mid-wicket, still wearing the helmet. This is slog swept away, down towards long leg, where Stewart will slide and collect the ball. 2 runs taken by Phillips. End of the over. 1-3-6 for 7. Gloucestershire lead by 10. No, Ollie Robinson is normally a wicketkeeper. And Kent, I guess, trying to make up this over rate, so that's why he's kept the helmet on at mid-wicket for an ball of the over rather than discarding it. They're already back in position and ready to go again. Apart from the 12th man who's been told he's in the wrong position.
Yeah, well, Billings is just rearranging things a bit as well. So this is a bit of a change from last over, where they had Linda at deep backward square leg, but they didn't have somebody on the 45. So he's now gone to the 45, and there's somebody at deep backward point as well, and a silly mid-off as Higgins is forward in defence, and Slip, in fact, will field that one. Sorry, I've been so put off thinking about that Tickner moustache as Higgins looks to drive and just feathers it through the vacant mid-off region. They're going to come back for a second run. Phillips has got to hurry here.
Oh, just about.
Yeah, and he's quick enough, Phillips, that you always felt he was going to make it, but at the same time...
It wasn't the best throw. If it had been a better throw over the top of the stumps.
The bails were taken, but Phillips was well home. 138 for 7, 2 runs to Higgins. Nice looking shot, but I just wonder whether maybe they might have run the first one a bit harder and it made it easier. They're going to get more runs here as Higgins drives, and he's beaten the dive of Stewart. The ball's dribbling towards the long off boundary. It will be stopped. Stewart had some difficulty getting back up there again as well. I'm not sure whether he lost his footing or what on earth happened there. He's got the double teapot out now, so he's dived past it once, dived on the rope to pull it back in. Then it looked as if he sort of slipped as he tried to get back up, maybe. And the end result is 3 runs.
I'm surprised they didn't run 4 with all that.
Well, I thought it was going to be an all-run 4 because he pulled it back in quite a distance as well when he dived. I thought we were going to get an all-run 4 then. Disappointing. Higgins to 15 now. And more field adjustments to Glenn Phillips. So we've now got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 men on the leg side, as leaning bowls to Phillips, who does work leg side. The ball will dribble slightly pathetically to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Phillips just deadening the ball, deadening the turn, as leaning in sort of tempted him with one a little bit further outside off stump that time, as if to say, go on, go for the booming drive through the covers, because sort of craning my neck here, I don't know if there's anybody between a sort of wide mid-off, and I'm assuming there's somebody out on the offside rope that I can't see, as leaning forward is Phillips. It's just impossible not to say such things to the last delivery from Jack, and it's blocked. So the end of the over, 141 for 7. It was trying desperately with that field to tempt him into going offside and then bowling him through the gate, which would have been a nice sight for Jack leading. But Glenn Phillips at the moment wasn't having any of that. 23 to him. Higgins has 15, which is the same number that Gloucestershire currently are ahead by.
I've been told that Matt Milnes is off the field with a precautionary review of a small niggle.
Right. That's
so
revealing.
That doesn't tell us the specific injury, but it's a small niggle, precautionary, that he's off the field. So this one is driven, and almost held, which would have been a sensational caught and bowled by Linder as he got a left hand to it, stretching out and diving away to his left. Did that carry all the way?
I don't know. I mean, my first thought was that might have been a bump ball, but I don't think it was from the way that
the
they were.
The reaction of the fielders suggested that, it was all in the air as he bowls again, clipped away into the onside, well fielded by a tumbling 12th man.
Yeah, I think it's one of those ones where it's absolutely right off the ground, but I think it has carried.
Yeah, just.
Would have been a stunning catch.
141 for 7, the lead 15 for Gloucestershire. Kent's overseas, George Linder, the slow left arm in and bowling, cut away out towards the sweeper on the offside boundary. Duffy out there with the throw in.
So this will be the last before lunch, and they've got through the 32 overs in the session, but that means they haven't made anything up. No,
they haven't. As Linder is in, back goes Phillips to defend into the onside, out to the helmeted Ollie Robinson at mid-wicket, although he is now moving back into a close catching position for the final couple of deliveries. No, he isn't. Changed their mind. Yeah, it is now 1 o'clock, so lunch imminent on day 4 here at Canterbury on BBC Sport Online, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Bristol, BBC Gloucester. As Linder bowls, back goes Phillips and drives up towards mid-off. So the 2 wickets for Kent this morning. Dent and Hammond for 32 and 41. But Gloucestershire now have a lead. And they have Phillips and Higgins looking fairly compact out there. As Linder bowls, back goes Phillips to defend away. And that indeed is the interval. So an interesting first session of the day, Ed. Could have had a wicket Kent first over. They eventually got Dent and then Hammond out. But the run rate was very swift. Gloucestershire getting past parity and having themselves this 16-run lead. And then Higgins and Phillips, as we mentioned, normally batters 5 and 6, coming in at 8 and 9, haven't looked overly troubled out there.
No, they haven't, and they've been very settled in the way that they've gone about things as well. You'd think with Higgins and Phillips out there that they may decide that they only knew one way, and that was to counter-attack, but they haven't really counter-attacked. They've only hit 2 boundaries between them, 1 apiece, so they've played very responsibly, and yet at the same time actually they have kept the board moving to enough of an extent that I'm sure it hasn't really felt as if the bowling is right on top of them. And for Gloucestershire, it's just going to have to be more of the same after lunch. So they've scored, I think that's 108 runs in the morning session.
105.
Oh, 105. Yes, sorry, I was failing to take the 3 into account from the last over last night. So, you know, decent scoring rate. 32 overs been bowled. And Phillips and Higgins, if Gloucestershire are to do this with any sense of ease at all, still have to be there at tea, I think. If you add on the same kind of scoring rate, then Gloucestershire are not going to have enough runs to trouble Kent at that stage. So Phillips and Higgins really do need to be there. Yes, Ollie Price and Zappa go hard to come, but these are the two you feel have got to do it the bulk of the work, and really the lunch break coming at quite a decent time for Kent, I would suggest, with this partnership seemingly having just developed, and maybe the lunch break can change things for them.
Super Ken. Get that hashtag on social. Have won the T20 Blast in 2021.
Hello, welcome back. Some very keen cricketers are already out in the field, ready to get session 2 of day 4 up and running. And Kent, with 2 slips in play, have handed the ball back to Jacob Duffy. 5 for 41. He's in to bowl his 10th over of the match, or the second innings of the match at least. It's been played away out towards third man, or quite a wide third man. Billings takes the bails off, but back come Higgins and Phillips for 2. So Gloucestershire immediately underway. Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent. Ed Seaborn will be back in around about 20 minutes time of BBC Bristol and BBC Gloucester, still finishing off his lunch. Christy Havel is with me as Jacob Duffy bowls, and it's a no ball, in fact. Pushed away off the back foot for a single, plus a couple for the no ball as well. So Gloucestershire racing along at the start of this session, Christy.
Absolutely. 5 runs from 2 balls. They'll be happy with that.
5 from 1, I guess.
Well, that's true. That is very true. 21 the lead.
And Phillips on the strike. Facing up to his countryman. Duffy bowls. Cut away. Slight under edge. This is out to that wide third man. Kent have actually snuck 2 off that over rate. That was -5. It's now -3. So, although they bowled 32 overs in the session, there were, I was told, 7 minutes for allowances because of the wickets. Ed looks sad at this ruling. It's pushed away. I was told by the scorer. Don't blame the messenger.
Did you see that England got docked 2 points
I did.
for their slow over rate at Trent Bridge?
Quite a substantial sort of match fee fine, wasn't it, as well, or something?
Oh, I didn't read that part. I just saw 1 point for each over, and they were 2 overs behind. 2 World Test Championship points.
Duffy bowls, driven by Higgins up towards mid-on. Where did I see about the over rate? I feel like it was an email somewhere, but there's no way I'm going to find it now.
No, you'll find it later tonight when you no longer need it.
Yeah, quite. Here comes Duffy. Oh, bouncer. And Higgins ducking underneath that one. Taken by Billings. Just 1 slip now for Kent, and well, even that 1 slip is more of a second. And then a gully. Robinson, who's got shin pads on. Presumably Linda will keep operating at one end. We've seen from the other. Defended away here, Higgins, that delivery from Duffy into the offside. End of the over. Gloucestershire's lead up to 22. They're on to 148 for 7 here on BBC Sport Online. First over after lunch on the final day.
George Linder to continue from the pavilion end. He was furiously warming up his left arm down below us just before a long leg.
Yeah,
Trying to
England
get it warmed up again after the break.
fined 40% of their match fee
Goodness, every team member.
for the slow over rate.
I suppose they don't worry too much, do they? Do you think?
Is that everyone, or is it just the captain?
Possibly just the captain.
England captain Ben Stokes pled guilty to the offence and accepted the proposed sanction, so there was no need for a formal hearing.
Linda, left arm around. Phillips defending up to mid-on for no run.
That kind of language is quite bizarre, isn't it? Pled guilty, proposed sanction, formal hearing. It's only going over the over rate, lads.
Oh, it's all official though, isn't it? Short leg and first slip in for Glenn Phillips. Been very composed this morning. And he just backs away as Linda started his run up, so it will be a dead ball. Not sure whether he'll break the shackles at some point or whether him and Higgins have had some words about just hanging tough for Gloucestershire. Perhaps reassess closer to tea. Here he is now and defends on the inside half of the bat. Short leg picks it up and throws it back to Linda. Scoreboard saying 3 dots so far on the over. I'm pretty sure it's only 2 because of the dead ball, but we shall see. Here is Linda once more, and Phillips back into his crease and defends nicely up to Linda. I didn't mind Linda coming left arm over, just trying to work those footholes down at the other end of the wicket. When he's coming left arm around, there's nothing really to assist him out on the offside of the wicket. Phillips defends again. Equally, loved Jack leaning coming on from the far end with his right arm off spin for that same purpose, to use the footholes at this end. So Billings is obviously aware of what's going on footholes wise, but Duffy getting the first chance at the Nackington Road end. Linda to round out the over, and Phillips back foot punches past cover. It'll be the cover point sweeper coming around, keeps it to just 1. And Gloucestershire are 149 for 7, the lead at 23.
Yeah, it's that debate, isn't it, for the left arm spinner, whether he tries to use the footholes or whether he wants to try and bring LBW into the game by coming round, but then you, like as you say, get no assistance off the pitch, because that part of it's still pretty intact, pretty flat. Duffy's going to continue. I would suspect that they'll think about bringing leaning back on if required in a bit from that end to further cut down the over rate. It's funny because they can get on with it when they want to. Duffy's already ready to go. Everyone's in position. Oh, a little bit of jag back, that delivery, and an inside edge from Phillips down towards the backward square for a single, which is one of my bones of contention with Test cricket, that they could get on with it more than they do, because we bowl more overs in county championship cricket per day than they do in Test matches, and they still struggle to bowl 80 overs or whatever it is at times. Duffy once more. Oh, a big waft outside the off stump by Higgins. Just after the 150 have been brought up with that previous run. 150 for 7. Lead of 24, effectively 24 for 7. But a big swipe by Higgins trying to drive that through the covers. Wasn't really full enough for that stroke. Duffy just starting to really motor again after lunch. Needham bowling again onto the hip of Higgins and nudged away behind square on the onside for 1.
Just thinking back to Grant Stewart's spell earlier today, he did look very threatening, but every time he turned around to walk back to his mark, he sort of put his left hand to his left side, almost like a single teapot, but a little bit higher. So I'm just wondering if he may be having a little bit of trouble with his side.
Short ball hooked away. Bell Drummond sets off after it. It's all along the ground. Won't go for 4. Well fielded by Bell Drummond, just 2.
Wasn't a long spell from Stewart, so I'm just wondering whether he may have some side pain, but otherwise he wouldn't be a bad shout to steam in off the long run for a few overs and try and unsettle Higgins and Phillips at some stage.
Yeah, Matt Milne's off the field. Precaution removed with a bit of a niggle as this one's pushed away by Phillips out towards extra cover. So we have the 12th man on at mid-on. Duffy with number 12 on his back. Trying to break through once more. Phillips Just tapping his bat and waiting for Duffy, who bowls. Again, a short ball miles over the head of Phillips, and a no ball signalled on that occasion.
Phillips isn't an overly tall character, but that has absolutely sailed over his head without him needing to move a muscle.
Yeah, ballooned, didn't it? So weirdly in County Championship cricket, it's 2 runs for a no ball. Why, I'd never quite know. There's Duffy bowls. Oh, and he's cut that away slightly uppishly. That one's been given as a no ball as well, in fact. This time for an overstep. So 2 no balls in a row from Duffy. Gloucestershire's lead goes up to 32 runs, 158 for 7.
Well, normally in cricket, elsewhere, a head-high bouncer like that is given a wide. So even the fact that they're given as no balls is throwing me, let alone for 2 runs.
Yeah, it's a bit of a peculiarity. And there's Duffy bowls. A legitimate delivery this time, which Higgins defends into the offside. And the end of the over. 44 gone. Gloucestershire's run rate 3.6. It's been pretty good so far today to build this lead of 32 runs. George Linder, 16 overs in this innings, 2 maidens, 1 for 29. So much better from Linder in terms of that economy rate compared to, say, previous matches and previous innings for Kent.
In the event, we had a final session thriller, perhaps a sporting declaration from Gloucestershire if they got through the session unfazed. What would Kent be happy chasing as Linder comes in to bowl to Phillips, defends to Bell Drummond at extra cover?
I mean, a sporting declaration feels very risky. I don't know. What would they be happy chasing? Would Gloucestershire be able to get it? They'd have to up the rate to get that kind of a score, you would assume. Even if you say add 100 onto this score at the moment.
Linder gets that one defended by Phillips, straight back to him.
If it's 150, is that, 5 and over?
Say there's no sporting declaration, sorry.
Okay.
If they bowl them out for X total, what would they be confident chasing in a session? 2 dots so far in the Linder over. You can hear the wind picking up through the effects mic. Goes for the big swing and it falls short of the man at backward point. Phillips showing a bit of intent that he's known for, trying to go down the ground, but just miscues it, and it is a leading edge.
I mean, I think even if they're chasing 150, that's not dead set that they'd be able to get that. They'd have to take some risks to get to 150 off a final session, for example.
Linder tossing this one up a little bit more, but it drifts down leg and Phillips turns it into the leg side. There's a chase for it by the fielders and they'll come back for 2. Gloucestershire 160 for 7, and that is the 50-run partnership for Phillips and Higgins, coming in exactly 100 balls.
Yeah, an uncharacteristic error really, that previous delivery from Phillips that could have quite easily ballooned up to the fielder, dropped short in the end. I guess he's having to rein in his natural attacking instincts, isn't he, at the moment?
Linder does the same again. This one actually grips a little bit back and hits Phillips on the pad safely outside the line of leg stump, and Phillips...
I think he caught it between his pads.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
He sort of did an odd hop with his legs still together and his bat still raised in the air.
I think that was to remove the ball from between his knees.
One to come as Linder has this one defended onto the front foot by Phillips, and it will be 2 from the over. 45 gone in this innings.
Yeah, so 60 remaining in the day. That's how long Kent have to get Gloucestershire out and then get whatever target they are set. Still need 3 more wickets. And we'll need 35 runs and counting to get a first victory of the season, which didn't look likely really until those late wickets fell yesterday. Two pretty legitimate ones, and then 3 Night Watchman came and went too, as this one is full and straight and on the stumps. Defended by Higgins from Duffy. Jack Leaning's just practicing a couple of deliveries at mid-wicket.
Duffy looking to be hurrying Higgins along a little bit more, as Glenn Phillips looks much more comfortable facing him.
Yeah, just because of his height as well, it's difficult to pick that length that he's bowling. That's another good length delivery which is pushed away by Higgins. Kind of like with Chappell when we're talking about his height and the delivery that beat Ollie Robinson. In the second innings, Duffy has that extra yard of pace, but also that deceptive height, and talking about how well he uses that front arm and nice tall action. He's in once more from the Nackington Road end and driven, slightly over pitching this one, but a splendid stop by Compton. Cover to deny Higgins a run there. Stretched out a left hand. Higgins has 20 from 49 balls, 31 for Phillips from 83. These two have shown that this pitch is still a decent one. This is turned away off the hip, down towards Linda for a single. Gloucestershire 161 for 7 here on the BBC Sport website and app. And on the stream. Get in touch with us, kentcricket@gmail.com, or on Twitter at Ben Watt Sport, at BBC Kent Sport, at Ed Cricket 6 and at Havel Christie, as this one's defended away, a sort of half push by Glenn Phillips. Birthday boy Sam Billings, you can hear on the effects mic shouting to his teammates. 31 today, the Kent captain and wicketkeeper.
Do you reckon they made him a cake?
Maybe not yet. This one's pushed away out towards extra cover. Wonder whether somebody will be sent to the shop down the road to get him one pre-stumps.
Yes, none of them jumped off the shelf at a certain grocery store next door to the ground. I did express my concerns to Ed Seaborn while we were there buying our lunch, that we may be pushed for someone to go and get the tea break ice creams.
See, we only have to get a 3-pack today, so...
Someone's going to have to eat 2, but you lovely people are seeing us into the tea break and out of it while I'm on a call, and we haven't got a spare today. So someone's going to have to get their running shoes on.
So Linda's going to carry on from the pavilion end.
Leg slip, short leg and first slip as he comes around to Higgins, who works this one away. Square leg is herring after it, and they all come back for 2.
Yeah, I have a sneaky feeling that the brand of ice cream we had yesterday in the 4-pack, they do actually sell 3-packs.
Do they?
Well, but of a slightly bigger size.
Even better.
So we might get more bang for our buck today.
Even better. 2 runs from Linda's first delivery, settling into a fairly lengthy spell here as he comes to Higgins once more, who defends back off the wicket.
Sorry, Edu, you were showing us your shoes, were you? Oh, you were suggesting that the two of us are wearing trainers and you're not. So one of us is on duty, I think, as Ed is suggesting.
Oh.
It took me a moment to get what you were trying to mime us there.
Linda, here he is. This one just a little bit outside off stump, but Higgins defends that one away as well to Bell Drummond. I expressed concerns yesterday as well about the state of Daniel Bell Drummond's cap.
Yeah, it's good, right?
Very maroon colour as opposed to the Kent navy.
That's kind of the fashion almost, to wear them out that much.
Higgins sweeps this delivery from Linda, and he has put it away Just behind square for 4. Short fine leg on the 1, did not have a chance. Great shot.
Yeah, nicely played. Good intent, but with control.
Gloucestershire 167 for 7, a lead of 41.
Even Ollie Robinson's is starting to fade a bit like Bell Drummond's, isn't it?
Is that him at
mid-wicket?
Mid-wicket, yeah, nice.
You should see Darren Stevens.
Because it'd be white, wouldn't it?
Basically.
Linda, 5th ball of the over, and he has a false start. Nigel Long signals dead ball. Just losing his run up there. Try that one again. Here he is, just sort of meanders into the crease with not a lot of pace. Higgins defends once more.
Yeah, it's quite a peculiar action in the sense that he doesn't really use that front arm much. And he starts off very chest on and then sort of flips into a side on position. But the front arm doesn't feel like does a lot for him.
Last ball of the over. And Higgins drives this one and it just comes down to mid-off for no run. 6 from that over. Higgins 27 from 56 and Phillips still on 31.
Not far off 2 o'clock. On this final afternoon of the match. So a BBC Radio Kent update will be around the corner and changing the commentary box as well. Which must be me for Ed in a minute. See, now we don't have our set 15-minute time slots. Like who was the last person off? 167 for 7 Gloucestershire. Duffy's going to carry on from the Nackington Road end. It's in and bowling. Driven hard up towards mid-on by Glenn Phillips. Notice there's actually down the ground to the right of the sight screen, Christy, there's a couple of umbrellas, like beer garden umbrellas.
Yes, I see them.
That spectators are perched underneath.
Very smart thinking, that is. Sun safety is key.
Here comes Duffy once more. Again driven, slightly squarer this time, and away down to backward point for a single. I think there's a couple actually away to our left as well, outside the cafe, that spectators are sat underneath.
This chap in the middle flat, maybe second floor, has an awning over his balcony. That is very clever. He's got a wee spot in the shade there.
Oh yeah, it's stripy as well. It's got a bit of a beach theme to it, which I like. Left alone outside the off stump, wasn't too far away. That's quite a nice bit of shelter, that, isn't it?
Not all of them have them, so he's done well there.
And there's a few that do. So there's a couple to the left of the retirement apartments that do also have that extra shade on the balcony. I wonder if they had to pay extra for those, or if it came as part of the deal, or if they've got it done separately. Duffy bowls, pulled away out towards the square leg boundary, where Bell Drummond tumbles to stop the ball and keeps it to 1 as well. Fine work by Bell Drummond in the deep. I'm slightly surprised that there isn't somebody somewhere who's gone full topless to try and, you know, soak up a few rays.
I think it's probably best for our sake that
I
they
mean,
don't.
you know, but there's normally a couple of older gents that are that way inclined. This one's driven away square of the wicket. I mean, it's not kind of football supporters at a Newcastle game type territory, but it's normally somebody who's a little bit pink in colour. Very sensible. Lots of hats on show as well.
Except for Zach Chappell, he wandered past before, and he's bald, so I hope he's applied sun cream.
Yeah, I hope so. And there's Duffy bowls into the pads of Phillips, but clipped away out towards mid-wicket for no run.
There they are, sitting over to the right of the manual scoreboard by the fence. The Gloucestershire boys.
Is that Josh Shaw on the end with his bucket hat?
Yes, and then Chappell on the other end without a hat. Glistening head. Just having a bit of a discussion here.
Chat Leaning's chucked the ball to the umpire.
He says, have a look at this, please, Nigel. We're not happy.
And then he says, actually, he is agreeing to change the ball.
Hold the line, chaps. We'll go and get the case of balls.
How often does that happen first time? I don't think I've seen them complain prior to that. Normally, they have to try it a couple of times before there's any possible change. Well, Gloucestershire are 171 for 7 on this final day. That's effectively 45 for 7 because that's the lead they have over Kent. Kent need 3 more wickets and then to chase down whatever target is set. So currently it's 46 runs and rising. They managed to take a couple of wickets in the morning session. One for Duffy to take him to his maiden 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket on Kent's debut, the New Zealand seamer. And then George Linder, who had earlier dropped Hammond in the opening over of the day, bowled him for 41 to pick up a wicket of his own. So those two are currently in tandem for Kent. They've just managed to get the ball changed, in fact. So this one, 48 overs old. They'll have something that's similar amount of overs old to try and see if they can change their fortunes, because so far Higgins with 28, Phillips with 34 are doing a pretty good job for Gloucestershire here, of course. Well, they are normally batters who go in higher up the order, but the carnage last night where Gloucestershire were 37 for 5 meant they sent in a few bowlers to try and protect their specialist players. So Higgins and Phillips at the crease, Duffy and Linder with the ball for Kent. Commentary continues online. Gloucestershire leading by 45, 171 for 7.
George Linder is going to carry on. And he must have heard me because he's going to come over the wicket instead of around. Just first slip and short leg parked in. Mid-wicket shifting to a fine leg on the 1. Deep square coming around a little bit straighter. Linder now on his way to Higgins. And Higgins pads that one away. Cover point sweepers out there, a third man on the 1, mid on, mid off, and Bell Drummond, of course, ever present at extra cover. See if Linder can get a couple to turn out of the footholes here. Higgins pads that one up again. This one just goes into the hands of first slip.
I was so sure I was going to be calling the studio then. Got a snippet of a trail, but no more in our headphones.
Linder that's just tossing that one a little bit wide, so Higgins has no problem in padding that one away again.
It sounded like they'd been reacting to some of the test match on breakfast this morning as well from that clip I just heard. Heard a bit of Jonathan Agnew commentary from TMS yesterday.
The great man Jonathan Agnew. Here is Linder, 4th ball in the over. Higgins has to play this one because it's targeting his off stump and he defends back up the wicket.
Trying his luck then back over the wicket. Even though we can't get the LBW, but trying to use the rough. Has, of course, gradually appeared over the 4 days.
Higgins adopting the padding up option, much to probably the boredom of everyone around.
Yeah, and to the frustration of Linder as well, because he's going to come back over because of it. Doesn't like being padded away.
And the field will reflect that. Linder coming back around. Mid-wicket is back in play. Deep square leg just goes a little bit finer and short leg comes around to just right in front on the offside. 1 ball to come in the over. The breeze really picking up out there and Higgins punches away and they'll scamper through for 1. 172 for 7. Gloucestershire, the lead 46. 56 overs remaining in the day. Ben Watts has vacated the seat. I'm rejoined by Ed Seaborn.
Thank you. Yes, what an afternoon. Glorious weather and...
Company.
Yes.
That's what you were meant to say.
Yes. That's what I said, isn't it? No. I mean, I noticed you were doing your kind of tour of the ground, as it were, in terms of pointing out the people who were enjoying the day's play from various positions. There's more of those kind of beach parasol type things down the way to our left in front of the cafe. As Duffy continues from the Nackington Road end, it's full. Higgins drives, but only as far as mid-off, who's set fairly wide there. Mid-on is very straight, but mid-off is quite wide, and there's no run. But I was thinking as we were walking down there earlier, having got our lunch, I mean, what better place to watch the cricket from with a cold beverage of some description, even with a slightly disadvantaged viewpoint. I would not mind doing the afternoon's play from there. As Duffy bowls to Higgins, looking to drive again, this time a cover drive, but he's kind of got the bottom corner of the bat on it, and it's bobbled out into the covers where Compton fields, and there's no run. I haven't been in contact. Sir Terry on Twitter has been in contact with me, talking about Kent being in the weird position of knowing that they're behind on the over rate, and yet needing to take the final 3 Gloucestershire wickets. As Duffy continues, and he bowls to Higgins, who whips it through forward square leg. They'll get 1, but that's all. Drummond is too quick out on that leg side boundary to think about a second. Higgins into the 30s, 173 for 7 with that single, lead of 47. So Sir Terry says that it's in Kent's interest to allow Gloucester bat probably until tea, at least before bowling them out.
Well, it's an odd one, isn't it? Because if they bowl them out, then the over rate, it really just shouldn't matter, because they've bowled them out and we don't need to worry, we can crack on.
Here comes Duffy, and he bowls. Phillips brings out the drive again, and for the second time this over, there's been a drive straight to mid-off, but this time from Phillips.
Taking 3 wickets now helps us finish on time. It's not going to delay us from finishing on time.
Yes, I mean, the thing is...
It's a contentious topic, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, because I don't really care. The Gloucestershire got handed the 2-point penalty against Hampshire as Duffy bowls. Good lead from Phillips. He did kind of jump a little bit outside his off stump at it, but then realised where he was and left it through to the gloves of Billings. And I have to say, whilst Gloucestershire were behind for most of it, I thought they'd actually even got it down to 1, but obviously they hadn't. It was 2 rather than 1, so it was 2 points that they were deducted in that game. And so they're clearly being extra hot on it this year. 2 slips go down as Duffy bowls to Phillips. Another delivery with decent carry, but Phillips has nothing to do with it. And the end of another tidy over, this time just the 1 from it, 173 for 7 are Gloucestershire. And there was another instance earlier on this season. It was the match between Hampshire and Lancashire, when it rained for the whole of the final day, but Hampshire were insistent on staying there. When it was a day when it could easily have been called at 2:30, 3 o'clock or something like that, but Hampshire were insistent on staying until gone 5 so that they could get back out there and rectify the over rate.
It's bonkers, isn't it? Because
it is quite.
If we look at, and I just mentioned it before about England getting docked 2 points for the Trent Bridge test because they were 2 overs behind. They chased down the New Zealand total with 22 overs to spare in the day. It just doesn't quite compute, does it?
I do think with Test cricket, though, because there is this kind of hard end of play and they get through so few overs, I do like to see over rate being targeted in Test cricket. But in county cricket, I think most people tend to leave around about sort of 5:45 anyway. Not most people, but a lot of people do. And the ones that don't tend to just stay for the close.
Matt Quinn now from the pavilion end to Ryan Higgins. 2 slips are in. Higgins just turns that one into the man to mid-wicket for no run. But 22 overs left in the day, and they get docked 2 points for slow over rate. It just... it's a bit bizarre, isn't it?
I mean,
it's probably up there with...
They've got to get on with it a bit, though, don't they, in Test cricket?
It's a bit probably up there with man-catting, rain delays, and many other contentious issues. As
Subbing out batters?
Possibly. Higgins onto the back foot and just defends to extra cover.
It was a blast game the other day when there were 2 of those in the same match. Carlos Brathwaite was subbed off with a strike rate of something like 67s against leg spin.
Which are words I never thought
years.
I'd ever hear. Carlos Brathwaite getting subbed off for a low strike rate. That whole sentence doesn't really...
Calvin Harrison was bowling and Brathwaite with those numbers against the leggies. Just, I think it was the last over of the innings. Just subbed him off.
Quinn once again. Oh, it's a play and a miss. And that is an absolute ripper from Quinn.
Oh, it's not got up that much, has it?
No, it's kept quite low. I'm not even too sure if it's carried because the batter's just in the way, but Quinn had a tough start to the morning. Went for a few runs and was swiftly pulled from the bowling attack, but he's back now and he would dearly love to add to his 1 wicket from late yesterday. Try and get his side 3 more so that they can chase down the lead, which is currently at 47. 3 dots so far in this over. A little bit wider of the crease, and he's bowled him! There it is, the wicket for Quinn that I was just talking about. There is one of the 3 required. Gloucestershire 173 for 8. And Matt Quinn has done the job for his team. He gets Ryan Higgins 30 from 70 balls.
You have to wonder there whether the previous ball has led to the dismissal. Previous ball didn't get up too much. It was outside off stump. This one, he's just poked nervously at it, really. It's not much of a shot, and he's just dropped the ball down at his feet and it's cannoned onto the stumps. And I think, you know, the ball before certainly misbehaved. It's a day 4 pitch, so, you know, I'm not by any stretch of the imagination saying that it shouldn't have done what it did. It's a day 4 pitch. But the ball was relatively sort of, well, good length from Quinn. Not only did it keep low, but it also jagged just a little down the slope. Whether that was just the slope or whether it hit something, I don't know, but it certainly behaved as if it might have hit something. And then the next ball, Higgins just not exactly sure what to expect and plays too softly and too tentatively, really, has to be said. It just, the feet had gone nowhere and the bat just kind of was sitting there. The ball hit the bat and back down onto the stumps. A huge wicket for Kent within the first, well within the first hour, within, you know, 35 minutes or so of the resumption, and to get that wicket that relatively quickly after lunch, they should be feeling as if they're pretty much there now.
That's the second time I've done that today. Mentioned about the bowler would really like a wicket. Keep shifting things along, and it happened next ball. Just noticed that George Linder has wandered over to Glenn Phillips and said, "Can I please have a look at your bat?" Plays a couple of shots with it and returns it. As Ollie Price has joined us at the crease, Matt Quinn delivers his first delivery to him, and it's probably trundling away at a, goodness me, 6th, 7th stump line. Ollie Price leaves it alone. 2 to come in the over.
Yeah, so I think probably what Gloucestershire fans should be getting in touch with you to say is if you could kindly say before every ball how little Kent want to take these wickets. I mean, especially in terms of the over rate. They don't want to take these wickets now.
Well, they are spreading the field to try and give Price 1 so that they can attack him from the far end. So we'll see what he does here. Has to play it and defends just to the right of second slip, and they will indeed take the single. It's a good result for Kent. Ollie Price is off the mark with a single. Gloucestershire 174 for 8.
Yes, I think he was trying to stop that ball, But if he wasn't, then that was a terrific bit of
Good trick play
acting from Cox there, because, you know, you do get penalised for fake fielding. So if it's been right. It's gone up on the board as a wicket maiden. Okay, that'll get changed.
Which is bizarre because they've still given Price the run.
It's true, yes. It still says 0 in the maidens column for Matt Quinn. Anyway, that little diversion aside, yes. So if it were a case that Cox accidentally on purpose allowed Price through for the single there, then he did a great job of selling it, but I don't think it was. Duffy bowling to Ollie Price, who's forward and rolling the ball backward of point, and it's picked up by Compton there, and there is no run. So, as I said earlier on, Ollie Price, who batted at 7 in the first innings, makes his maiden first-class 50, and now he finds himself at number 10. Sort of the equivalent of
facing a very riled up Jacob Duffy, who's sitting on 5 wickets.
Yes, there's that to contend with as well. Duffy bowls to Ollie Price. Nice looking drive from Ollie Price, but only as far as wide mid-off. Matt Quinn does the fielding. Sort of the equivalent of Geoffrey Boycott scoring something like about 260 odd, and then getting dropped for the next test for a sort of a lack of intent or something like that, I think it was, which is extraordinary in those days that you could, you know, in that era that you could be dropped for such a thing. As Duffy bowls to Ollie Price, who again looks to drive, just kind of checks the drive, and it goes to mid-off at a decent speed again, but Ollie Price is getting himself in the sort of, well, the mode of feeling bat on ball with these drives. I don't think he's really actually looking necessarily to score with them. It's just getting his eye in. As here comes Duffy to the crease, and he bowls a short ball, which Ollie Price gets down from his decent height and gets underneath, and it goes through to Sam Billings behind the stumps. Elsewhere, Yorkshire bowled out for 178 by Hampshire, so Hampshire are now 12 for no wicket. They need a further 185 runs to beat Yorkshire, and as I said earlier, that would be quite a remarkable comeback from Hampshire, as Duffy bowls on leg stump, turned away to mid-wicket by Ollie Price, but for no run. Daniel Bell-Drummond with the fielding. Surrey 63 for no wicket, chasing 183 to win against Somerset, so they are well on their way, with Messrs Burns and Patel at the crease. Deep mid-wicket drops back now as Quinn bowls to Ollie Price and beats him with a beauty, which moves away from the right-hander against the slope. So I can thoroughly sympathise with Ollie Price feeling he had to play at that one, because in general Duffy has moved the ball into the right-handers, and he would be doing that with the slope as well. But this one went the other way, and Ollie Price did well not to nick it. 174 for 8 is the Gloucestershire total, and that is a lead of 48 runs. Lancashire 98 for 4 against Warwickshire, so they need 231 more runs to win, but it's looking increasingly as if Lancashire may have to shut up shop and try to bat it out. Luke Wells is 48 not out from 128 balls, so that's already quite some vigil from him, but Dane Villas run out by Liam Norwell for 21. That was the last wicket to fall there. So it's exciting finishes abounding in Division 1 this round.
A spread field for Glenn Phillips as they try to get him off strike, and they will do so. He takes one out to deep extra cover. Gloucestershire 175 for 8. They want Ollie Price on strike. He is not only new to the crease, not the established batter like Glenn Phillips is. Plenty of fielders were out for that as they all start coming back in now. Long leg, deep square legs stay out. Deep third man, deep cover point, and deep extra cover all come up. And Matt Quinn is going to get a maximum of 5 opportunities at Ollie Price. Here he is now running in. And Price, if you could hear it through the effects mic, defends soundly out to cover.
It's not going to help the over rate all this, is it?
No, it is not.
But then, you know, it may be that Kent have kind of come to terms with that now and said, well, look, if we win the game, we had 6 bonus points. I mean, obviously they won't be happy about losing points, but equally they may have just come to terms with the fact that they're just better off trying to win the game rather than thinking about anything else.
Quinn trotting in now, and Price this time defends straight back up the track to Quinn. Quinn throws it down to the keeper, Billings.
Got to be on your toes, haven't you, Sam Billings?
Absolutely. You don't want to take your eye off. Matt Quinn's a man, just from watching him the last couple of days, who wears his heart on his sleeve. So
and a sweatband as well.
And a sweatband, you're not wrong. If there was ever, you know, a few deliveries that he got put away for, or a fielder leaked an extra run or two, he would let his frustrations show, and equally celebrates a wicket with passion as Price leaves that one alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, I mean, in the first innings, as we were talking about before, really, he was actually the most consistent of the front-line seamers for Kent, but he was the only one of them that didn't end up with a wicket. He was sort of watched as Duffy, Stewart, and particularly in the afternoon session, Milnes were put away to the boundary with some amount of consistency. But for Quinn, economy under 3, but he didn't get a wicket. He's got 2 in this innings.
2 left to come in the over, 1 run coming from it. This one's just a little bit of shape, but it's outside the off stump, so Price quite happy to leave that one alone. I imagine Captain Billings will spread the field once more to give Price 1, since it will be the last ball of the over. A deep point going out. Jacob Duffy at mid-on, just giving himself a few extra paces.
Oh, now they all do.
Now they all do, yeah.
Open out, the umbrella sort of
you are
opens.
Correct. Everyone quite happy for Ollie Price to take 1 here. Price needs to get his line right though, and Price defends to Linda at extra cover again for no run. So end of the over, 175 for 8. The lead is 49. There are 52 overs left in today's play.
I notice we both like to fiddle with a pen whilst we're commentating, by the way. Something about doing this, I don't know. It's not because our minds need to be occupied with something else, but I'm not sure what it is. But
no, neither.
There we go. I suppose just sitting there, and there happens to be a pen nearby, so you fiddle with it. I've never been much of a doodler, actually.
No, I'm terrible. I'm not really a creative, artistic person, so I haven't really got the brain for it to make pretty pictures aimlessly.
No, I've got some sort of an eye for looking at it, but in terms of actually creating it, no.
Here's the bowling change I was looking for.
Yep.
Mr. Grant Stewart from the far end.
So Duffy out of the attack, 15 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 62. His figures read at the moment as Stewart's bowling to Phillips, who defends up the pitch, and Stewart does a full 360, having stopped the ball, trying to locate where it was. I'm not sure actually whether that was that failed keepy uppies, or was it just, I think it was just he didn't know exactly where the ball had gone. And you do see some varying levels of success in terms of the keepy uppies around the county circuit. Stewart in and bowls. Phillips drives pleasingly, but will only get a single to deep mid-off, and everyone sprints in almost as soon as the ball is fielded. Phillips 36 with the single, 176 then for 8, so that brings Gloucestershire's lead up to 50. Not that that is much of a milestone, but there we go. But yeah, I mean, supposedly doodles tell you something about your personality, but I don't know what it says if you don't do it at all.
Does that mean we have no personality?
I think it probably does, actually. In fact, certainly those who've been listening to me over the course of the years I've been doing this will be able to tell you that. Stewart in and bowls. Forward goes Ollie Price in sound defence to mid-off, and no run. Yeah, actually, I'm trying to remember now. And when I was younger, actually, I used to draw asterisks, which, you know, I think that probably says something, doesn't it, in terms of, you know, this sort of footnote, or, you know, we just put an asterisk by him. He's a bit dodgy, that one. Here comes Stewart in to the crease, and Ollie Price drives. Decent looking shot, but they, annoyingly for Ollie Price, had seemingly moved mid-off a couple of steps straighter, and he'd been driving them to the left of mid-off, and if he played the same shot he played the last couple of overs, he probably would have got runs for it, but as it is, he doesn't get anything.
Just looking round for our esteemed colleague, Ben Watts. Here he comes.
Well, I think I heard the slam of the door.
God, once
what
more,
timing.
right on cue.
In comes Stewart to Ollie Price. Good leave, because I think he could leave that on height. However, it did come in and actually swerved on Billings. Came down the slope and then I think continued on its path, and Billings had to move quite sharply in the end to his left to take it. Then this ball change as well. We noticed the ball change on the first day of the match actually brought a bit of a difference, and it was around about this period as well. So clearly the newer batch of balls, they last about 40 odd overs, whereas the old ones lasted, well, sometimes as little as 7 or 8, as Ollie Price with a lovely looking on drive this time, but Matt Quinn can stop it at fairly deep mid-on, but Ollie Price timed it so well that that he doesn't get a run for it. End of the over, 176 for 8. That's it for Christy Havel for now, and well, we hope that's not the last time that we hear from Christy, but if play finishes within the next hour and 10 minutes, then it might be. But if that is the case, then it has been wonderful to commentate alongside you, Christy. And I'm sure you'll be able to hear plenty more of Christy Havel over the BBC throughout the summer, across the likes of the Commonwealth Games, more county cricket, and yeah, certainly from the Gloucestershire point of view, we hope that's not the last that we hear from Christy.
Certainly,
Ben Watts is back alongside me.
It will mean they've lost.
Exactly.
If not. So
or Kent have got bowled out for 30.
True. Quinn is in and bowling. Oh, edged and dropped short of the slip fielder. The only one to Glenn Phillips. But it just off the lower half of the bat. Never really got up.
No, I mean, it looked to be a fairly genuine edge, you know, the sort of edge which might have, well, actually, to be honest, the sort of edge which felt as if it was going to carry last night, when all of a sudden we saw a couple of slip catches. He's pushed at that fairly firmly, actually.
Here he comes again. Quinn to Phillips. Defended away. Out into the offside.
Oh, so the update was coming, but I thought it was going to come then, you see, because let's get an update on the travel.
Not the cricket just yet.
Nope.
Quinn running in. Off the back foot out towards extra cover as chatting to a friend sort of in the cafe area when Quinn got that
place
wicket.
To have a friend.
176 for 8, the Gloucestershire score. So Kent need 2 more wickets in order to bat again and chase at the minute what will be a target of 51. Gloucestershire have lost another wicket since you were last with us. Matt Quinn coming back on from the pavilion end and managing to, as he's just driven very handsomely down the ground for 4 runs by Glenn Phillips. He managed to get one to nip off the inside edge of Ryan Higgins' bat and deflect onto the stumps. So that was the end of the Gloucestershire skipper. Kent then 2 more wickets they need, although that 4 from Phillips means it'll be at least 55 runs, probably more, that they'll be targeting. Phillips out there on 40. Price, who's come in, has got 1. Of course, it's a slightly skewed batting lineup for Gloucestershire because they sent bowlers in late last night when the wickets were falling quickly. So Phillips in at number 8 is actually the number 5 batter, so he's on 40. not out and looking pretty good, the New Zealand international. One more wicket and then it would bring Zafar Goher to the crease. So Kent are looking to try and nip out these final 2 players and then see what they can, see how little they'll be hoping to chase down to try and get what would be a first county championship win of the season. So as you can tell, Pat, I can hardly speak at the prospect of seeing it happen. Gloucestershire 180 for 8 as commentary continues online.
It's not going to continue very much if you can't speak, is what he said.
Yeah, I got somewhat tied up in there, didn't I, midway through. It's what's defended off the back foot. Hi, Glenn Phillips, end of the over. I won't read the score out again because I just did on the update, but Matt Quinn going for 4 off the over. It was a very nice stroke from Glenn Phillips down the ground, I thought, Ed Seaborn.
It was, and it was one of those where it made just the most beautiful sound off the bat. And I don't remember hearing too many sounds quite like that in, well, certainly not in this innings, and even in Phillips's century in the first innings. Actually, I'm not sure if he played a shot as pure as that in terms of its sort of correctness combined with its power. Grant Stewart continuing, bowling to Ollie Price, a short ball. It's pulled away behind square on the leg side. There's work to do for leaning out on the deep square leg boundary. He's done really well to keep that down to 1, actually, because I thought that was bound to be at least 2 when it went off the bat. But I think it's another instance where Ollie Price has actually hit it too hard to come back for 2. He moves on to 2 with the single, 181 for 8, lead up to 55. And we saw some brutal hitting from Phillips down the ground, particularly off Linda. But in terms of a correct straight drive, not sure we've seen so many as good as that. Well, on drive, of course. In comes Stewart and bowls to Phillips, who turns it leg side, fielded by Bell Drummond. Wasn't travelling that quickly, but it took a nasty bobble on him. I don't think it would have been a run anyway, even if it had got past him, but he made sure that it didn't. And there is no run. In Division 2, Worcestershire have been bowled out for 550 in reply to Durham's 642 for 7 declared.
What a game.
Stewart in and bowls to Phillips wide, and Phillips thrashes it away hard out to deep point for a single. That would have stung the hands, even at that distance. 182 for 8, Phillips to 41.
Big shot for 1, as they say.
Yes. It just looks to disintegrate the ball with each forcing shot that he plays.
I think as somebody tweeted yesterday about Bairstow.
Yes, I saw this tweet as well.
What was it about? Like he
hits the ball like it's insulted his grandmother or something like that.
That's it. Similar sort of vibes for Glenn Phillips.
Yep. In comes Stewart and bowls full and straight. Ollie Price in behind it. A dead straight bat to defend it. So Worcestershire behind by 92, and sort of a mark of how things went there. Dylan Pennington, who came in at number 11, made 44 from 63 balls, and Durham just used the 9 bowlers, actually.
9?
Just the 9. Stewart bowls well wide of off stump, and Ollie Price nothing to do with that one. That, again, that was the one which he was looking to move away from Ollie Price, and he managed it. He just started it too wide.
Yeah, and he ended up almost in a heap on the floor. He definitely slipped as he went through the crease there.
Yeah, maybe it's just the change of the action to try to get it to go the other way. Well, I say go the other way. I mean, it's sort of, I suppose, probably, I guess, would be his natural way of moving it. But at this stage, I'm not sure if it'd be reverse swing at this stage. But anyway, Stewart bowls wide of the crease, targets middle stump with the Yorker, then fields the ball. Doesn't really field it cleanly. I think he wanted to do the old motion as if to show out the stumps. Ollie Price turned away as if thinking he was about to have the ball hurled straight at him. But Stewart he held on to it, I think partly because he didn't quite have the full grip on it. 182 for 8 at the end of the over. Leeds sits at 56. The other score in Division 2, Sussex are 220 for 7 against Glamorgan. They lead by 102, so they're sort of doing the same as Gloucestershire in that they're trying to hang on with a few wickets left. They've got a few more runs to play with, but there's no established batter in now. Ollie Carter made 83 to go with his 185 in the first innings, so a very good match for him. But Rawlins has been dismissed, which means that Archie Lennon will be joined by somebody else, and there'll be 2 batters. Well, it's Crocombe who's come out, actually. There'll be 2 batters who haven't faced a ball there.
Quinn in and bowling, and defended away very crisply indeed by Glenn Phillips. Out towards a deepish mid-on. Ironically, it was the mid-off fielder who fielded it, because whichever of our academy lads it is who fielded the ball, Duncan Moore and Will Harvey are out there, and so
not Harvey.
Harvey, yes.
Yep.
Whichever of the two is currently at mid-off and not at third man was more enthusiastic than Jacob Duffy to go and field the ball. So 2 slips in for Ollie Price. Quinn bowls a short ball which is hooked around the corner. A couple of bounces out to Grant Stewart for a single. 58 the Gloucestershire lead, 184 for 8.
He did get out to the short ball in the first innings, Ollie Price. He pulled it not quite directly down the throat of deep square leg, but he was out to the short ball, which I'd have to imagine would more than annoy him, because, as I mentioned during that knock, and he'd played the pull shot very well several times, it looked to be a real strength of his. But there you go, you do get out to your strength sometimes.
Going around the wicket now to Glenn Phillips. Thick outside edge, out towards third man. They want to come back for 2 here. Good fielding, but in fact by either Duncan or Will. I really need to find a way of differentiating between these 2 sub-fielders that are out there.
Just maybe you could pretend that his name is Duncan or Will.
Or I could just tell you it was one, and nobody else apart from their families would probably know the difference.
Or Will Duncan. Duncan or Will
Duncan.
Or Will Duncan.
Will or Duncan? Yeah, it was good fielding. He slightly misfielded it, but grabbed it at the second attempt and hurled it in, and they were clearly trying to target 2 there. Quinn's going to carry on around the wicket to Price. Full enough that it's defended on the front foot. Towards mid-off to Will or Duncan.
Yes. Well, the thing is, it's not easy for us because we don't get to see these players. What they should do is they should have a great big, sort of extra large lettering on their backs.
Well, they should have something that can differentiate them, but actually they have, the Kent playing kit, no number, both are wearing caps, but not kind of, not kind of proper sort of navy caps there. This is left alone outside the off stump by Price as Quinn continues around the wicket. They're more baseball caps, aren't they? So they almost look like the caps that they maybe wear for the academy or something fresh out the club shop, one or the other. So rather than it being a special garment that gets given to players of the first team. So they're probably similar-ish height.
Yeah, they certainly look to be from up here anyway.
Yeah, and so both slim build. I mean, it's virtually impossible to tell the difference between the 2 of them, even if you did know which one was which I don't. So there we go. Quinn bowls, defended on the stumps, out towards mid-off, where Will or Duncan fields. End of the over, 185 for 8. I think I like that idea. I'm going to keep up with it now.
Right, we've had the first hour then since the lunch break, and the wicket falling of Higgins, bowled by Matt Quinn for 30. Ball that kept low the previous ball, and Higgins just didn't look as if he knew what the next one was going to do. and just prodded at it, and it deflected back onto his stumps. Phillips on 43, and he's been really disciplined in his innings so far, with the exception of one heave off Linder, which fell short of backward point. Bowling change from the Nackington Road end, and it's going to be Daniel Bell-Drummond. So he bowled, was it in the end, was it 9 overs in the first? No, it was only 5 actually, 5 overs for 11 in the first innings, and did pass the outside edge of Ollie Price actually. I can remember that particular delivery, so I'm going to give him a go. The 7th bowler in fact to be used by Kent. Quinn, Milnes, Linder, Duffy, Stewart and Leaning so far. Slip in place for Bell-Drummond as he bowls to Phillips, who drives down the ground. It's bobbling towards deep mid-on, and they will get a single. Phillips 44, 186 for 8. So Bell-Drummond, who, as I mentioned in the first innings really, is sort of easy to discount somebody is bowling a bit like this.
Yeah, he's actually quicker than you think.
Yeah, and he's got, at the moment, I think, once it actually appears on my screen, his bowling average will be lower than Matt Quinn's. Because I think it was about 26 in the first innings. He didn't bowl enough overs for that to go up very much. Slip and a gully for Ollie Price. Bell-Drummond bowls. Ollie Price is on the front foot and defending to extra cover, and there's no run.
So I've got some extra info on one of our 12 men. Duncan Moore is the brother of Callia Moore.
Ah, okay. Yep.
Who plays for Kent and South East Stars.
Yep.
And has been doing very well this season.
Well, she has, and she did well last season as well. She's off-spinning all-rounder. She got her first List A half-century, I think it was this season, as that's a short ball. Bell-Drummond is going to get a wicket. Is he running back? It's taken! And that's the 9th wicket, and Ollie Price goes for 3. It's the short ball that's done him again, but he was almost done for lack of pace this time, and he's caught running back at mid-wicket. 186 for 9, Gloucestershire, with a lead of just 60.
And it's Will or Duncan who's taken the catch. The sub-fielder out there, one of them, who has pouched it. As soon as we know, I'll tell you who. But a really good catch from the young man, Kent Academy player out there. What a moment as a young player and making your first team bow in effect. Being out there in the middle with the senior players. Suddenly an important catch comes your way, and the South African overseas dropped one earlier, but the academy lad has taken it. Somewhere it says court sub unknown TBC.
I think that's drawn a laugh from. Yeah, I can look into my left. All the members next to us are all laughing at that as well. There've been 2 moments like that in this match. There was one when Ollie Price dropped that catch at short leg, which made everybody laugh. Actually, 3. Zafar Gohar tumbling backwards mid-appeal, and now this one, caught sub unknown TBC on the scoreboard.
Can we just get him to shout his name out like we would do in a village game? When you shout bowler's name, and one of the fielders shouts
Sub's
it.
name.
Can we get the name of the sub fielder, please, who just took that catch? Somebody just shout it to us. He knows who he is, so he just needs to tell us. But there we go.
Yeah.
Wicket for Bell-Drummond. He's a really useful little bowler. He does do this.
It's only taken him 3 balls. And it was a shot which, again, Ollie Price has played the pull shot so well in his previous innings, but twice in the match outplaying it. And looking at the replay, I can't really tell, actually, if he's got done in by actually a bit more bounce than he was expecting, even though it wasn't that high up on him, or whether he was just kind of out in front of it. But either way, he didn't get anything of it at all. And Zafar Gohar, the number 11, is out there, struck on the pad first ball, but probably pitching outside leg stump would be my guess.
Missing leg stump as well, I think. It was just swinging a touch.
Anyway, leg side-ish one way or another, but Zafar Gohar, who has scored several vital runs for Gloucestershire this season, including a 53 against Northamptonshire when Gloucestershire were in a position certainly not as dire as this, but still needing runs to build a lead as Drummond bowls to Zafar, who is forward, pushing it to cover. No run, fielded by Stewart. And then a 40, which he made against Yorkshire, again, when Gloucestershire had gone from behind to being out in front. So he does have a bit of history in this sort of position. However, not from number 11.
I can tell you that Will Harvey took the catch.
Right. And a good catch it was too. Kind of over his shoulder, running back. Full speed. Here's Drummond bowling to Zafar. Very short ball, which
the no ball
they all enjoy, despite the fact that it's going to go down as 2 extra runs. The no ball. They loved that. But umpire Nigel Long didn't. Pardon me. No, it is Nigel Long. Yes, sorry. Umpires confuse me by swapping ends, and then my orientation goes all off. But it is Nigel Long at square leg who made the signal. So this is the last ball of the over as Drummond bowls, and Zafar has a big fish at this one. And fortunately for Zafar, it was so far away from his body that he almost couldn't reach it with the poke away from his body. Kent with a sort of appeal just for the sake of it, and Billings throwing the ball up in the air, but they knew it wasn't out. But it's the end of the over, and another move from Billings which has paid dividends. I mean, as it turns out, the inspired move to bring Jacob Duffy on to take those 4 wickets may not have been, with Matt Milnes going off injured, but this move has certainly paid off. I don't know whether it was the fact that he made Ollie Price play and miss in the first innings or whatever, but it's worked, and Gloucestershire now just have the 1 wicket in hand and a lead of 62.
So Linda back into the attack, perhaps anticipating a last gasp dip from Glenn Phillips. Now he is partnered by Zafar. I'm sure Zafar will have a go as well. He's not one to just sit there and block it out. This one's played off the back foot by the Kiwi.
No, I mean, he likes to play his shots. I mean, he was using his feet to Simon Harmer last year, but whether he'll go all-out attack, I'm not certain, actually.
In and bowls. Cut away out towards backward point. I don't think there's going to be 2 there. They said push, push, push as they attempted the first, but even with a slightly awry throw from Matt Quinn, they only make 1.
Sorry, I was just asking Christy to pass a bottle, but unfortunately there were 2 bottles next to each other. I was going for the apple juice rather than the water.
It's like trying to tell between Will Harvey and Duncan Moore, isn't it? You know, what's the difference? It's very hard to tell. One of them's still out there. The other one... Oh, Will is no longer on the field because Jack Lynn just shouted, Will, Robbo's lid. So Will Harvey takes a catch and then gets taken out of the duties as this one pops away behind square on the offside. God, my FX mic is having a funny old day, isn't it? So here comes Will Harvey having taken the catch. I think it was Ben Compton who was off the field, is now out there again. Ollie Robinson's going to go in under the helmet. So that means it's Duncan Moore, who I think is the slightly taller of the 2 at fine leg at the moment. So Ollie Robinson going in at leg slip. There's a short leg, there's a slip, there's a tightish mid-wicket. For Linda, the slow left arm to Zafar Goer on naught. The number 11 comes down the pitch and then jabs a defensive stroke into the offside. 2 balls to go in the over.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's probably going to be controlled aggression from Zafar, I think. I mean, that's the way that he played in those 2 innings which I was describing.
Really? Why is it being so temperamental today? Here is Linda again, defended away. Honestly, this effects mic is having a right...
Come on! It's only
today.
day 4. You're going to get a break soon.
I know.
Give over.
And earlier it was out in the sunshine and I thought it might have overheated or something, so it was complaining about that. But I changed the battery, put it in the shade. You know, what's the complaint? Bit of wind, bit of a breeze that you can hear on it at the moment. Those 3 close catches. Everyone else has been sent out to allow Zaffer the single if he wants it. As Linda bowls, down the pitch he comes and defends to smother the ball into the turf. Kent very quickly collect up the helmets before Belle Drummond jogs across to have another bowl. It's still -3, the over rate. So Kent know that they are having to try and get very swiftly between the overs, with the possibility of only being out there for 1 more wicket, of course.
Indeed, yep. And certainly not at the stage where you're trying not to get wickets, but if they can hurry through them, it's going to be very difficult with things being run on and off every over as is happening at the moment. And now Phillips just making sure he knows where the field is. There's one slip and then pretty much everybody else out on the boundaries. Belle Drummond is into Phillips, who turns it down the ground. Belle Drummond eventually realises that he's the only one sort of near it, but to be honest, they weren't trying to prevent a single anyway, and it's probably one of, well, it's one of the softest hit singles I've seen, even in county championship cricket.
George Linder's got no idea where he's meant to be fielding for the left-hander. He's wandering around. He's finally made contact with Billings. The captain tells him, go to long leg, please. Zaffer, the left-hander, has 2 slips in a gully, point, cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. Belle Drummond ready now, or was ready, and then
Zaffer wasn't.
To do a little circle, and now he comes in and bowls, which Zaffer defends into the offside. No run, 190 for 9, 64 the lead. Yeah, I for one moment thought they weren't going to take the single, and then they took the single.
Yes.
So I don't know where.
Well, again, it was sort of like that Jordan Cox one where he kind of parried the ball away and then Ollie Price took the single. It was as if he was acting as if he didn't want them to take the single, then as Belle Drummond bowls to Zaffer, who drives beautifully through the covers, that should run away for 4, and it will do quite comfortably. So Zaffer is off the mark in pleasing fashion with a boundary.
Nicely played.
Moves to 68, 194 for 9. Yeah, I mean, if Belle Drummond had no intention of stopping the ball and just allowing it through for them to take the single, he did a very good job of acting as if he had no idea where the ball was at all. I mean, actually nowhere near it. And then, I've got to go off after this, actually, knowing that he was never going to get there in time to prevent them from getting the single. Belle Drummond bowling to Zaffer, who turns it into the leg side. It'll be fielded at mid. Well, it won't be fielded at mid-on, in fact. It's managed to sneak underneath the large frame of Jacob Duffy, but not far enough that they can come through for a single.
So I watched this new show on a certain popular streaming service recently, which is about a player trying to make it in the NBA, a coach.
Belle Drummond bowls a short ball this time, and Zaffer sort of ducks/sways out of the way of it and goes through to Billings.
Yeah, someone who's been a scout and wants to become a coach, and then he finds this player out in Spain, brings him across to America, then trains him, and he goes for trials and stuff, and loads of the actual current NBA players star in it. So the sort of main character is a pro basketball player, and there's a number of the other lead roles are either them as themselves or as someone else.
Belle Drummond to Zaffer, who turns it fairly hard to mid-on, but no single. Actually, too hard for the single. Whether they'd have gone through with it, they probably would have done, actually, because I don't think Phillips can really be farming the strike at this stage. 194 for 9, lead is 68.
So yeah, the quality of the sort of gameplay, if you will,
yes,
is really good.
And that's the other thing. Where are you going to find all those people at that height?
Well, yeah, quite. But I mean, our previous films have done it with actors, haven't they? But so what if we had a cricketing version of perhaps Daniel Belle Drummond could star in it? Who else among county cricket's contingent do we think could semi-act to, you know, play the sort of the non-on-field stuff to actually make it believable. Get your thoughts into us. Who could act in a movie about cricket amongst the county cricket current players, or maybe even not current, as this one's defended away into the offside? kencricket@gmail.com, at BenWatterSport, at EdCricket6 on Twitter.
Dale Steyn has appeared in a film, hasn't he? I mean, obviously a lot of people have appeared in films in Bollywood.
Dale Steyn could be a film hard man.
Dale Steyn appeared, I think, in an Adam Sandler film,
he?
I want to say.
Ironically, it's Adam Sandler who is the coach / scout in this film. So he's the one non-actual basketball player in it.
Interesting that Phillips turned down the single there.
You see, this is what I was saying in the previous over. They've clearly got to have either a plan that we are going to turn down singles until this ball of the over, and I'm going to try and hit boundaries, or survive, or whatever. Attempted sweep shot from Phillips, which he plays and misses at.
I mean, that one, that was an interesting one as well, because had there been more people around the bat, they'd probably have made more of a fuss of that one, I would have thought.
Still bowling over the wicket, of course, the left arm spinner to the right-hander. Back he goes and defends. Sam Billings is trying to tweak the field, even though there is, of course, a situation where Kent are trying to get through the overs, but the on-field scenario is that they're trying to prevent him from getting an easy single to keep him on strike for the next over with 2 balls to go.
This could get fun now.
Phillips is having a look round. He hasn't really played a shot in anger in the last half an hour. Goes for a big sweep shot, as it's missed by Billings, so presumably this will be buys of some description. They come back for 2. Buys. And yeah, they took 2 there.
Yeah, Phillips fancies the last ball, doesn't he? Phillips wants the last ball with the field up because he wants to try and hit a boundary.
To get a 50.
Well, maybe, but I think he just wants to... He wants to smack something.
He's clearly not too worried about Zafar at the other end. He's not protecting,
exactly.
You know, a real rabbit, for example. This one's smashed away off the back foot, through the gap at extra cover. Kent will let this roll, and it will go for 4. So Phillips is not worried about taking strike for the next over. He's instead worried about another half-century in the match. Having got 100 in the first innings, 3 fours, 115 balls. It's not been classic Glenn Phillips by the long stretch, but he has batted with quite a measured approach to bring up Gloucestershire's 200 here. 200 for 9 now, the visitors, and they've extended their lead over Kent further with 1 wicket remaining thanks to the efforts of their Kiwi overseas. 74 now the lead.
Yeah, and if Phillips wants to impress the New Zealand Test selectors, then it's this sort of innings that will do it. More even so than potentially the century in the first innings, actually, the way that he's gone about it with just the 3 boundaries. And I think, I can only remember that one rash shot of Linda. Here's Bell Drummond starting his 3rd over to Zafar, who's forward, nudging it into the offside. They've got deep point back, almost managed to find the gap, but couldn't do so because Duncan Moore goes across to do the fielding from cover. So no run, and Bell Drummond into his 3rd over, having taken that wicket with his 3rd ball with a short ball. Be eyeing a handy 2 for as he comes over the wicket to Zafar, who is defending, working it with the wrists a little, back to the bowler, and there is no run. Bell Drummond is signalling for one of the slips to come out into a short mid-wicket. Ollie Robinson is that fielder. So it looks as if we should be down to a wide slip and a gully. And Jordan Cox was doing some loosening up then. Wouldn't imagine he's going to come on to bowl as Bell Drummond is in, and Zafar plays that leg side off. I mean, it made a really tinny sound off the bat, that one. He's going down to poke at the pitch. Not exactly sure what part of the bat that hit. It didn't make a nice sound, whatever it was. Tinny, hollowy kind of noise.
I honestly wouldn't know what Jordan Cox bowls.
Bell Drummond in and bowls, and Zafar has had a play at that one, despite the fact that he then tries to withdraw the bat towards his body and
Pretends
sort of
that
act as if he hadn't played at it. Yep.
He's signing up for our acting movie.
Could be. Yes. Sort of. Oh, what did I just do? Oh, shouldn't have done that. And so far, 4 dots off the over from Bell Drummond, and no signs that Zafar wants to expand his stroke play at the moment. He bowls a short ball to Bell Drummond, which sends Zafar down almost for the second time in the match, flat onto his back. He just about managed to keep his feet that time. But again, there's that surprise bouncer of Daniel Bell Drummond.
Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent.
Cricket update.
You've got that down to a T now. Well, they are on the fringes of potentially batting to try and win the game. Daniel Bell Drummond taking the last wicket with a short ball that was hooked away by Ollie Price and caught, interestingly, by a sub-fielder who, at the time, we were unaware of who it was. Even the scorers were too, and they put it up on the scoreboard as unsure TBC, but we now know that it was Will Harvey, the sub, who held on the academy lad who took the catch, and that meant Price was out for 3. Quinn removing Higgins for 30 in this session as well, after Hammond and Dent were the men to go earlier on today. So it means that Kent need just 1 more wicket, and then they'll be chasing, at the minute, a score of 75 to go and win the game. We've got 43 overs to play, so there is by far and away enough time for them to go and do that. So at the moment, Kent are looking good for a possible first win of the County Championship season. The one man who's sort of standing in their way at the minute is Glenn Phillips, the New Zealand international for Gloucestershire, who is 50 not out. He's got Zafar Gohar up the other end as they try and just add a few more runs to make it awkward for Kent, certainly. That one's lobbed up by George Linder, and it's actually a wide delivery. So an extra run added to the Gloucestershire score. They're 201 for 9. Commentary continues online. What was that delivery?
I honestly don't know. I don't know whether it came out wrong, whether he was really trying to tempt Phillips. No idea.
Well, Phillips went for it. Just it was that wide that he still couldn't hit it playing the big slug sweep. He's turned down a single here as he's put it out towards deep square leg. No run. Andrew in Japan is heading off to bed. I don't know what time it is, how many hours ahead they are, but
Lord,
he says he's hopeful that Kent will have won the game by the time he wakes up, as it's a slog sweep. Well, in fact, a very controlled one all along the ground. I do Glenn Phillips a disservice as it's fielded by Stewart out there on the boundary, but again he turns down the single.
it's 11 in Tokyo.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
Not sure whether Japan's got more than one time zone, actually.
Possibly, but that feels like a good guesstimate.
I'm not sure it does, actually.
Okay.
Because I suppose it's more long than it is wide, so
Yeah,
might only have one.
seems
I
sensible.
don't actually know.
I don't either, but it is definitely bedtime for Andrew, who's tweeted in, as this one's off the back foot. Played back to Linda, so at what point does Kent bring the field in? Oh, it's only 3 balls so far on the over because of the wide.
Yep, there is only one time zone in Japan.
Oh, good research.
So that's handy.
It's amazing what you can find out these days at the tip of a finger. We used to have to load up the Carter Encyclopedia CD-ROM for any answers back in my youth, or help with your homework, because this one smashed away by Glenn Phillips. Whack.
1 bounce for, I think.
That made a thud off the sight screen.
Jack Leaning thinks so too. Whether we should trust Jack Leaning's judgment in terms of things on the boundary.
About. Hang on. He'll get very grumpy with you.
That's all right. He seemed like a very nice man when he came down yesterday. I'm sure he'll be I'm sure he'll understand the angle that I'm coming at that from, given especially that I am the Gloucestershire commentator.
Yes, you are not pro Somerset. As Linda bowls, a leading edge by Phillips into the kind of gully second slip area. So that one maybe just did a bit out of the rough.
And also the fact that I also called it as a one bounce four, even though I actually couldn't see exactly where the ball had landed.
See, you, unlike the umpire the other night, trusted Jack Leaning's integrity.
Just stir the pot.
Stir the pot. Linda bowls. Back goes Phillips. He won't get a single. It'll be Bell Drummond or someone else to Zafagoa in the next over. It might be Jack Leaning, possibly, or Jacob Duffy. It's not going to be Bell Drummond.
Sam Billings has taken his cap off, so maybe he's going to do a MS Dhoni and bowl in his pads.
I can guarantee you that Sam Billings will not be bowling, because I think the one ball he bowled in King colours went for 4.
Ah, okay, one of those ones.
Yeah, and that was it. And the declaration came after that very ball. Or that, hands were shaken and the draw was announced. They
just wanted to bowl.
Billings
just wanted to bowl one ball.
Yeah, Billings has bowled 1 pie, and they've decided, nah, that's enough. We're making a mockery of the competition if he bowls any more.
Yes, I mean that's an actual thing, isn't it? I suppose. I mean, I suppose it's sort of more with COVID last year in terms of the integrity of the competition sort of thing, but. I don't know. It's the sort of, in tennis there's that kind of best effort rule, isn't there, which seems to get applied rather inconsistently, but there does. You can't just be out there tanking a set or something. Jacob Duffy's back into the attack, replacing Bell Drummond, and it's played beautifully by Zafar off the back foot, angling it through the gullies, or at least that's what he was hoping to do. But Ben Compton got in the way, got down very quickly to his right, and made sure that it didn't fly away to the third man boundary. Bobson Dugnut's got in touch on Twitter and has said Warwickshire are enjoying lasagna with gravy right now, although this was a while ago, so apologies for how late I picked this up. But they were enjoying lasagna with gravy. Duffy bowls to Zafar. Oh, he's been surprised by the bounce there. He's rehearsing the duck, but that one he did fend off, and fortunately for Zafar, it did not loop to Compton in the gully in the air, only on a couple of bounces. But Duffy is bowling fast enough to scare Zafar, even though he's not a genuine number 11. In comes Duffy. He's there and bowls, and a short ball which Zafar ducks underneath. Nicely played. He asks, what's the best/worst food you've experienced at a cricket ground? Which is, I mean, it's slightly difficult to comment on that today, especially. I'm not going to go into that further, but perhaps you'll manage to infer maybe why. As in comes Duffy and bowls. He's backed away a little at that one, as Zafar. I don't blame him. He's actually got a fair amount of the middle of the bat on it and pushed it into the covers for no run.
When I went into the other media room at lunchtime, there was one sandwich left in the cupboard, and it was a cucumber salad.
Ah, that one. I noticed that one because it had a different label on it from the others, I think, didn't it?
Is a cucumber not part of the salad? So is it not just a salad sandwich?
Here comes Duffy bowls. It's full, and it's been clipped by Zafar through mid-wicket, out towards the boundary. It's holding up, though, and so they'll be content to trot through for 2 runs with 1 ball left in the over now. And Zafar moving on to 6, 207 for 9. I mean, lead of 81.
There's a varying degrees of quality in the food that we get around the place, around the different places. But, when it's free, it's hard to complain, isn't it, sometimes?
Indeed. So here's the last ball of the over. Duffy bowls to Zafar. It's a good bouncer again, but Zafar has ducked under it. Looks at the square leg umpire, but that was well below shoulder height. And the end of the over, so 207 for 9 remains the score. I would say, actually, on the subject of lasagna...
With gravy is controversial, isn't it?
Not with gravy. Tremendous lasagna at Old Trafford this season.
Ooh.
On, I think it was the final day. I don't think I think it may have been like a sort of chicken mince lasagna, something like that. So minced chicken instead of your lamb or your beef.
Interesting.
I think it was. I mean, just the layer of cheese on the top of it. Beautiful sort of crusty top, but equally melty stuff underneath it.
Trying to think what I've had this season. I must say Northants providing food for lunch and tea is a definite winner. So we would get something for lunch and then we would go down at tea time and there might be some slices of pizza or a few wraps or something.
Yes,
you know, that's a real
yes, they
winner.
did do that for us as well.
Back goes Phillips to Linda, one slip, everyone else is spread.
What I liked was at the Aegeus Bowl where they gave us a selection of pastries before the start of each day.
Oh wow. I mean, you are at the hotel end of the ground as this one's pulled away up towards long on, no run.
Phillips turning around straight away after playing the shot, making it absolutely clear he wasn't going anywhere.
Interestingly, we were talking transfers earlier. We were saying, what time does transfer season start? Well, today, apparently. As
of course it does.
Off the back foot, that's almost been deflected onto the stumps. David Willey is leaving Yorkshire at the end of the season to go back to Northamptonshire.
Yes, Christy actually told me that earlier on, but then I forgot to mention it. So, as a birthday present for Andrew Radd.
There you go. Linda Bowles, swept away by Phillips, well fielded actually by Stewart in the deep, so it's a very good shot for no run.
Yes, he did well to flop on top of that ball there because it was spinning away from him, I think, with the natural spin you get off that sweep shot in that region.
No run. Here comes Linda Bowles. Oh, off the pad. I mean, he probably could have taken a run there.
Yeah, that is slightly strange to me because, for me, surely Duffy to Zaffer is the match up, as it were, to use that overused term, that you want to avoid.
Yeah, and he played a shot at it there, I would say.
Yes,
so
definitely.
Could have run a leg by. Instead, he almost wants the field to come in and then to score a boundary. Goes for the slog sweep. He's got it fine enough down towards the boundary. Duffy's not going to get there, so he gets 4 instead. Phillips is almost happy to keep defending out the over, let his partner face up the other end, and he'll just keep taking boundaries when the field comes in.
Yeah, it's slightly odd.
2-11 for 9, by the way. 85 the lead for Gloucestershire.
Because, you know, the 4 runs don't... I'm not saying they don't matter, but the difference between Kent chasing 82 and chasing 86 is not a huge amount. Whereas 1 wicket and it's all over. Well, all over bar the shouting. But it will be Duffy to continue into his 17th over, looking for his 6 for. I mean, if it's a 5 or is a Michelle, what is a 6 for? In comes Duffy, bowls to Zaffer, and it's a back of a length delivery, which Zaffer's played down the line of off stump to it, and it's gone past him. Whether he actually did play inside it, or whether that just happened to be where the ball went past him and he didn't really know too much about it, I'm not sure. But this is a fearsome spell, this, from Duffy. He's in and bowling to Zaffer on the hip, and it's turned away leg side, out to deep backward square leg. That's a good result for Gloucestershire. Zaffer moving to 7, 212 for 9.
I mean, I'm not the best with puns anyway, but I can't think of a Michelle Pfeiffer equivalent for a 6 for.
It doesn't really roll off like that, does it?
Doesn't roll off Van der Merwe. See, I told you I'm terrible. No. Don't get me started.
Well, you don't mention his name either.
Oh,
you're just getting revenge for the Jack Leading stuff now. After last Thursday, Sam Billings is doing his best impression of a gendarme directing traffic in the centre of Paris at the moment, with the gloves on.
I think he'd fancy our movie about county cricket.
Yes, he would. I was thinking about him when you first mentioned it. In comes Duffy, bowls to Phillips. That one comes back at him, inside edge, and it rolls out towards backward square leg, and they come through for the single, 59 to Phillips.
That would have been a result for Kent. I mean, they don't need to get Glenn Phillips out. They just need to get one of these two out. But Glenn would help.
Well, anyone would.
Well, it's just like, yeah, like I said, it doesn't really matter which of the two they get out.
I don't care. I don't care who it is. Just one of you need to get out.
But Sam Billings had his hands on his head very dramatically.
I was having a look at the first ball of that over, actually, and when I said I didn't know really whether Zafar just happened to play down the line of off stump or didn't know too much about it. I mean, I can see why he didn't know too much about it, because that's gone at some pace and jagged down the slope and missed by some distance. Now, what have we got going on here? Phillips has got his helmet off.
Well, somebody was getting treatment there. I think it's one of the... It's one of the subfielders.
Oh my lord! I think has he got cramp? He's sort of going off as if he's... He might have cramp, Duncan Moore.
So Duncan Moore has got some sort of a...
I hope it's cramp anyway. I mean, he's sort of walking as if he's got cramp, because I think, well, yeah, if he'd done a hammy or something, I don't think he'd be walking off like that.
No, but I mean, they were stretching off the hamstring, weren't they?
I'm afraid I missed it, but yeah, so I think he's just cramped up.
I mean, it's a hot day out there. Somebody get this man some fluid.
In comes Duffy then to Zafar. Another nasty back of a length delivery, which Zafar does play nicely this time and gets the head out of the way of it, leans backwards, and it goes through to Sam
So we've
Billings.
just had a situation where the subfielder has come off to be swapped by the subfielder.
Another sub.
The one that didn't take the catch went
sub
off.
Unknown replaced by sub... Well, actually, no, it said TBC as well, didn't it? I was going to say TBC, but then it had both of them up on the board.
But actually, we were pretty sure it was Duncan Moore off and Will Harvey on, so substitution.
So, round the wicket, Duffy, and beats Zafar just outside the off stump. And Zafar was probably not expecting the full delivery there. Change of angle to think about as well. Possibly thinking about the short delivery right into his ribs. But instead, he gave him the full delivery on fourth stump, and he played and missed.
As Jordan Cox has almost imitated there, Zafar was kind of hiding on the back foot and has squatted as if to get the short one, but then jabs the bat out as if to defend. That's almost a position, like a crouched forward defensive.
As Duffy bowls a rather short delivery, and the signal...
Is that not a wide?
Well, no ball, I suppose.
No
and
ball?
You mean wide for width? I mean, it was
pretty wide.
It was quite wide on both instances, but the signal is one for the over.
It just wasn't a very well directed bouncer, was it?
No, certainly not one of Duffy's best offerings. But to be honest, Gloucestershire may well take the fact that it's a dot and there's only one ball left in the over. Now, what have we got going on here? Nigel Long
It was the over. That was
they've decided it was the end of the over. Oh dear. Well, I mean, that's intriguing though, because I'm looking at the pictures and they've only got 5 in the over, but the scoreboard obviously thought it was the end of the over. So
I think it did.
Anyway, one way or another, they've decided that was the end of the over. I had no idea what was going on then.
Interestingly, only 39 minimum overs left now. We're at 20 past 3, of course. T is at 20 to 4. Lead is 87. If Phillips just for 10, 20 minutes until T went a bit, played some big shots, suddenly it becomes a nasty little chase for Kent post T, or a difficult chase for Kent post T, as Linda bowls and Phillips is forward defending.
Yes, I mean he'd have to go considerably crazy, really.
True.
He? It would have to be. You'd have to add 50 or 60 on really for it to be any sort of issue, I think.
Linda in and bowling. Goes for the sweep shot. It's up in the air. It's gone beyond the short, fine leg fielder. As he moved away to his left, dived to try and take the catch. Can't see who it is. Actually The fielder.
Is it Duffy, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be.
Looks a bit like Duffy.
Top
And they
edge
didn't
sweep.
run.
No, they didn't run. So yeah, Phillips almost feels a bit caught in two minds at the minute, because the first delivery blocks with no real intent. Then he's tried to play the big sweep, top edged it. Now he's defending. It's the next one. So yeah, like you say,
It's the sweep is a strange one for me, because you see him hit down the ground so well and straight down the ground. He's still taking on a fielder with that slog sweep as well.
I mean, it's a shorter
And it's
boundary.
way against the spin.
Yeah, a shorter boundary. Pops away off the pad into the offside.
Equally, he knows what he's doing far better than I do.
Yeah, I mean, Gloucestershire's best chance of not losing this game is to... Well, obviously, it's to not lose another wicket, but I don't know, if these two can bat up until tea, and then for another 10 overs after, 10, 15 overs after that, and then Kent only have 15 overs to get 100 and something, I don't know. As Linda bowls, again tries to play the sweep shot. Just drops away into the onside off the pad.
I mean, you can sort of understand why he's playing it to that one, because it's so full that it's not going to spin. But the problem is it's only got to be dragged back a tiny bit. It'll hit those foot marks and be very difficult to control with a turn and bounce.
Yeah, quite. That's a good point. So field more orthodox now as they come in. I still think Phillips is just going to try and bang this for 4. He doesn't seem bothered about trying to take ones. Edge dropped. No, it isn't. It's held at the second attempt by Jordan Cox. And Kent have bowled Gloucestershire out for 213. They'll need 88 to win the match. Glenn Phillips going for a big hit into the leg side over wideish mid-on, and he's nicked it to Cox at slip, who fumbled it at the first attempt, grabbed it at the second. Phillips caught behind at slip by Cox off Linda for 59. And that is the end of the Gloucestershire resistance, and Kent know they will be chasing less than 100 to win the game, and they still, at this stage, you would think, have plenty of overs left to go and get it. 36?
Let me see. Yeah, will be. Yeah. So 36, and that's absolutely not taxing at all. And Glenn Phillips, 59 to go with his terrific century in the first innings. He's done pretty much all he could for his team here, and got through a lot of overs which somebody else didn't have to bowl to. But unfortunately for Gloucestershire today, it's been a bit of a case of some starts, but nobody going on with the big innings.
Jacob Duffy getting a very nice hand and showing the spectators the match ball as well. Applauded off after his fifer. What a day for the debutant, finishing that off after a blitz of wickets last night. And yeah, from Kent's point of view, despite the wobble in the first over, the drop catch from Linda, they've managed to get half the job done, I guess, or 3/4 of the job, perhaps.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's, you know, it feels really kind of notional, this target, and there should be no difficulty in getting it at all, even if they were to lose a couple of wickets. But yeah, I mean, as I was saying, it's been a case of starts today. Phillips 59, Hammond 41, Dent 32, Higgins 30. Somebody was always going to have to play a big innings, and despite what happened last night, there were still enough top order players left there where one of those could have gone on and got a big innings. In terms of the wickets that have fallen, it was Scott, Bracey, Chappell, Dale, Tom Price. So
You are Super Ken. Get that hashtag on social. Kent have won the T20 Blast in 2021.
Higgins into Ollie Robinson. Oh, playing a miss off the back foot to get us started after tea on the final day. Maybe Ollie Robinson had brain freeze as well. Just seen off an ice lolly very quickly. And got brain freeze, but Kent are chasing 88 to win here at Canterbury. BBC Sport Online via the website and app. BBC Radio Kent. Myself, Ben Watts, BBC Gloucestershire, BBC Bristol's Ed Seaborn alongside me as this one swings back into the right-hander, and this new ball out of the batch appears to be a better one than Gloucestershire had first time around, because it's doing a bit here for Ryan Higgins. Start by the skipper with a new ball. Ollie Robinson, the Kent opener, alongside Ben Compton in this match. As Higgins bowls, it swings back into the right-hander and he nudges it up towards the bowler, collects in his follow-through. Ed Seaborn will be with us when he recovers from his brain freeze. His face is currently quite a picture. There's some warming up going on, backward point as well. As this is down the leg side. That swung too much from Ryan Higgins, in fact. And that Robinson wasn't able to get bat on the ball. It's Scott who's going through some warming up routines at point. Although I would have thought it would be Chappell who's going to open the bowling. He's also jumping up and down at mid-on, 3 slips. No ball, and Robinson gets a single as well because there's a misfield by Zafar at cover. So 3 runs on the board for Kent. In fact, it's not going to be Ed, it's Christy who's back with us. How was your ice cream?
It was delightful. Good call, actually. It was a bit more of a tropical flavour today, which I really enjoyed in the heat.
Sort of refreshing.
It was lovely.
Had to go for a 3-pack option today, you see.
And it was
And
very much appreciated.
That was the option I went for. A bit more fruity than our chocolate ones yesterday. So Compton on strike. The field switches over for the left-hander. Chappell is definitely going to open the bowling from the other end as he's doing some more warming up. Down the leg side, this one from Higgins. One didn't seem to swing as much as some of the previous ones in this over, which is always the way when you adjust your line for the left-handed batter.
Just looking at everyone warming up in the field, all the bowlers itching to have a crack. That's a surefire way to let the captain know that you're ready to go, is start looking a bit more active.
Here he is, Higgins, bowls, left alone by Ben Compton, outside the off stump, through to the wicketkeeper. First over after tea bowled, so there are 37 overs remaining in the day. And Kent need 85 more to win the match. They're 3 without loss. So we didn't lose any overs because of the tea break as well, which was helpful from Kent's point of view, I guess.
Absolutely.
Required rate up on the board as well, helpfully, is 2.3 and over.
And it will be Zach Chappell from the Nackington Road end, just doing a bowl through at the moment. Make sure he's got his run up right.
That feels like almost too helpful, in the sense that should you be telling the batting team what the required rate is in a county championship game on the final session? I mean, it's not a limited overs game, is it? So today, I mean, it's helpful for us. It means I don't have to do maths, but it's up there on the board for all to see.
3 slips for Zach Chappell, coming right arm over to the right-hander Ollie Robinson. And it's a big swing and a miss from Robinson, trying to pull it into the leg side, and he has... The phrase big swing, no ding comes to mind.
I mean, he's not playing for 2.3 and over, is he?
No, he's got an element of Bairstow about him with that shot. Bairstow at Trent Bridge yesterday. He just crossed his ankle over his other foot. Bless you, from the back of the box. Oh, it was you, was it?
I don't know where that came from.
Put his hand on his hip and pondered his shot choice as Chappell, probably encouraged by it. Here he is once more, and this one left alone, well outside the off stump by Robinson.
Yeah, it was a real swipe, that attempted pull stroke from Robinson, first ball of the over. A bit like the hook shot that Ollie Pope hit to get off the mark yesterday, if anyone saw the highlights. It was quite an extravagant pull stroke. One of the Bryces is waving at the dressing room, not sure what he's after.
Not sure if he's after a lid or what he would like. Here is Chappell, and Robinson drives well to the right of the man at extra cover, and he'll get 4 runs. Kent 7 for no loss, 81 to win.
That came off the middle of the bat very nicely.
Much better shot option than the swipe across the line.
Does seem to just time the ball so well, Ollie Robinson. He's one of these players that seems to offer the bat very gently towards the ball and it just pings off. Has this immense timing for someone who's quite sort of small in stature, and he's not particularly muscular, but he's just got such exquisite hands and timing.
Chappell now, and Robinson drives again, but he gets the inside half of the bat and it skews out to the leg side. Mid-on chasing after it, and they will come back for 2. Kent 9 for none. Robinson moves to 7 from 9 balls.
Yeah, Singdale the fielder out there with the chase.
Just watching Tom Price and George Scott when the ball got thrown back to them. They just threw the ball to each other a few times before sending it back round to the bowler. So whether Price is warming up for a bowl as well. Here is Chappell. And same again, Robinson inside edging down towards the mid-on area, and they'll grab a single. Compton now only faced 2 balls so far, so he will come on strike to Chappell for the first time.
I suspect we'll get a fairly different style of play from Ben Compton. I'm not sure he's going to head out there and look to cream a few boundaries.
And imagine if he did.
Well, that would be something.
That would be a treat.
Because Ben Compton, of course, needs 2 to get to 1,000 championship runs for the season. I think. He's got 1,000 red ball runs for the season because he got 100 against New Zealand for the county 11.
Chappell, last ball of the over, and Compton turns this into the leg side for no run. It is the end of the second over. Kent 10 for none, 78 for victory, their first of the season it could be. I'm glad that New Zealand was able to assist in Ben Compton's run of form.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so he's on to 958 pre this innings.
So what's that? 42.
Averaging 106.44 in the championship with 550s and 400s. And then, yeah, an extra 100, of course, against New Zealand. Higgins bowls. Robinson drives off the back foot into the covers. But yeah, he's had quite the summer. It's one of those where I've asked, well, pretty much everyone probably interviewed after a county championship match. I've spoken to them about Ben Compton and said, but he didn't think he was going to be this good. But he didn't think he was going to get this many runs. So Robinson goes for a cut shot here. Another bit of a waft.
Minimal foot movement springs to mind there.
He's of course been playing T20 cricket, Ollie Robinson, but not for Kent, for Durham. He's up there on loan for the Blast, owing to the fact that Billings and Cox and other players like Blake in the Kent team ahead of him. Drives off the back foot out towards mid-off. That was a more orthodox textbook stroke.
What has everyone in the Kent setup made of Compton's form in terms of why this season? How has it all clicked this season? What's he done through the winter to put it all together so well?
Well, I think he's just, first of all, he's got the opportunity, which perhaps he's never had other counties. And then, you know, he's not a young whippersnapper, he's later 20s, which actually means he knows his game so well. As Higgins bowls a full delivery, which is thick-edged by Robinson down to third man with the drive for 4 runs. So he moves on to 12 and the score to 14 without loss. Had a pre-season, if you like, or played some first-class cricket in Zimbabwe, so had played some competitive cricket coming into the season, which probably helped. And then, yeah, he's a bit like, say, Alistair Cook in the sense that he knows which shots are effective for him, and he doesn't try and play others that, you know, he doesn't need to play. No ball off the back foot, driven away by Robinson. This should be 4 more as it beats point. So Robinson on a mission at the moment as he finds the boundary once again. Higgins overstepping. So Kent up to 20 without loss and needing 68 more to win. Compton still yet to score in this innings. Gets a punch of gloves off Robinson. And then, yeah, I guess when he got the first score and the first 100 against Essex, the confidence just rolled on, and hundreds in both innings of the Lancashire game. Higgins bowls, drive again by Robinson. This one into the covers, but good fielding by Zafar. And then, yeah, I guess every time he's gone out there, it just looks hard to get out. Knuckles down, takes his time. Other Kent players bat around him and I think enjoy batting with him because some of the other Kent players are more stroke playing minded, say Bell Drummond or Crawley. Short and wide, cut away, that's 4 more. Ollie Robinson tucking in at the moment and trying to race Kent towards this first county championship win of the season. He's on to 20 from 17. Compton still yet to score. The rate's up at 8 and over from 3. 24 without loss, Kent, and needing 64 more to win.
Run rate sitting at 8 currently.
Yeah.
After a rollicking start from Robinson.
Ollie's not planning on batting the full 30 odd overs at 2s to win the game. Helmet coming out for wicketkeeper and for Tom Price. Or Ollie Price, rather.
It's going to be Zafar Gohar from the far end. Just the 1 over for Zach Chappell, and you suspect after that over from Ryan Higgins there could also be a change at the pavilion end. Slip has gone in. It is still Phillips. Short leg is there as well.
So what can Zafar do with a brand new ball, effectively? 3 overs old.
Left arm orthodox coming over the wicket. Bit of a shout for LBW. Steve O'Shaughnessy says, no thank you, kind regards.
Pretty sure Compton was outside the line playing a shot there.
Certainly looked that way. Fine leg on the 1, a backward point, a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover. Just trying to see who else, and a deep square leg. He's hiding behind the balcony. As Zafar once more. Compton turns it around the corner and a prompt no run from Ollie Robinson, who can see that Chappell is parked up at fine leg on the 1.
I mean, regardless of whether he gets out cheaply or not, or whether he ends up not out, Compton will probably get one of his lowest scores of the season in this knock.
Zafar tosses this one a little bit wider. Compton diligently defends.
For Kent, his lowest is 3, and then his next lowest is 27. And then after that, it's 47.
Well, especially if Robinson keeps going along at the rate he is. Zafar. Compton successfully turns this one into the leg side, past Nigel Long's right shoulder, and they'll take a run. He's off the mark, Ben Compton. There will not be a duck for him today. A few foot marks out there for Zafar Gohar to get into on Ben Compton's side. See if he can get one to grip and go away from Robinson. First slip and short leg still there for the right-hander. Higgins is coming from mid-on, and he's going to put himself at second slip. They've lost the mid-wicket. He's now gone to replace Higgins at mid-off. Zaffa now around the wicket, and Robinson drives strongly, so Tom Price at cover can stop it, but they'll still get through for one. Kent 27 for none.
Yeah, I did wonder if Robinson would be quite as positive against the spin as he had been against the seam, but seemingly so with the way that he looked to drive that away.
Excuse me, it is 26 for none. The scoreboard was up to date when I looked. Compton defending, and they'll get through for a single here too, as it got past the outstretched hand of short leg. And Zach Chappell taking the cap off, giving it straight to Nigel Long, so he's going to turn around and bound in from the pavilion end.
Okay, he's going to change ends, so no Higgins carrying on, takes himself out of the attack. Chappell to have a go at Ben Compton. The left-hander on strike. And the Nottinghamshire loanee ready to have a burst.
Interesting, isn't it, how they came out and had a bowl through at the tea break, and he went from the far end. You would have thought, oh, maybe I'll go from the near end, perhaps, instead of starting at the far.
Here he is, big, strong, tall man. And clipped away out towards square leg by Ben Compton. Dot ball. 27 without loss, 61 more needed to win for Kent. 3 slips in play. Point, cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, long leg. Chappell's decided after one ball, actually I might come round the wicket instead. Sends out a catcher at deep square and posts his third slip into mid wicket. So Chappell around the wicket, in and bowls on the hip of Compton, turns it out to mid wicket. Another dot ball. And the shaven-headed Chappell back to his mark again and in and bowling. Full delivery this time, which Compton was half driving at, but off an inside edge it goes into the onside. Update on the way for radio listeners. Well, that score after tea has been cut down to 61 required to win, because Ollie Robinson, the Kent opening bat, has come out flying out the traps. 21 for him from just 18 balls with some very nicely hit boundaries indeed. Ben Compton is batting how he does with 2 from 11 so far, playing defensively this next one, the left-hander to Zach Chappell, who has gone for 7 runs so far from his couple of overs. Kent 27 without loss, having bowled Gloucestershire out second time around for 213. 5 wickets for Jacob Duffy, a couple for George Linder as well as Matt Quinn. So Kent hunting down this score. They need 33.2 overs they have to get 61 runs, so they've got plenty of time. It should be a question of when, not if, Kent get this first county championship victory of the season, but who knows, funny things can sometimes happen in sport. At the moment they're doing exactly the right thing. Compton tucks it away into the onside for another single. He has 3. Kent have 28 without loss. It's 60 required to win. Commentary continues online. So now to Robinson. The field changing over. Chappell in and bowling. Back of length delivery. But Robinson defends.
End of the 5th over in this second Kent innings. 28 for none, 60 to go. Zephyr to continue from the far end. George Scott putting a lid on to jump into leg slip. Short leg and first slip still there. Otherwise, field is the same for Ben Compton, who will be on strike. Crowd here would dearly love to see a Kent win. Here is Zephyr, Compton defending just off to the side of the wicket, and Ollie Price there under the short leg helmet doing the fielding. Zephyr once more from the far end. That one sneaks through to Billings after Compton tried to work it round the corner but was unsuccessful. 2 dots so far for Zephyr. Here he is again, and Compton gets it through this time into the leg side. It'll just be the 1 as deep square leg comes in to do the fielding. Robinson through to 4. Kent 29 for no loss. At what point do you give the wonder kid a bowl from the first innings?
That's a very good point. Zaffago is kind of bowling from Ollie Price's, Tom Price's end, isn't he?
Zephyr coming over around the wicket now, to the right-hander, and Robinson drives strongly again. Gets another single after a misfield from Chris Dent at extra cover. Hit hard and it just burst through the hands along the ground. Kent 30 for no loss, 58 to win. Field resets for Compton, the left-hander. Zephyr gets one up full and straight. Compton defends. 1 to go in the 6th over. 2 from it so far. Run rate is now calmed down a little bit to 5.1, but the required is a tick under 2.
I mean,
and Compton will nudge that one round again, and they'll take the single. Short fine leg coming across to do the fielding. 31 for none, 57 to go.
it feels a bit much from the skipper to turn around to Tom Price and go, here's the ball. If you could repeat the feat, please. Another hat-trick. Get us back in this game. But yeah, he'd be confident. Be feeling good about himself and his bowling, so why not chuck him the ball? Higgins has already dispensed with himself in the attack to get the spinner on. Chappell's going to continue, having swapped ends. Decided he didn't like it down the hill. So 6 gone to each, Higgins, Chappell and Zaffa. And Chappell into Compton with 2 slips. That's all powerful action. Bowling back of length and played out into the covers. 57 needed for Kent to win. 32 overs including this one. The remainder of. Now they've got to get the score in. We did wonder, or we're speculating, whether Kent would have to send out a couple of aggressive openers, whether they might swap the order around, not put Compton out there to open like he normally does as he defends out towards point, but that was probably paid to in the sense that they had plenty of time to go and get this score, and if Phillips had managed to put a few more on the board and there was a bit less time, maybe they'd have had to get funky with the order, but as it was, able to send out the pair of openers from the first innings. Well, of course, Robinson, all the runs he's got this season have been from the middle order. It's only that with no Zach Crawley in this game that he's been promoted to open. Short ball from Chappell. Compton thought about hooking, decided against it. There's a man back at deep fine leg and deep square, so perhaps a wise decision. Yeah, Robinson with 3 half centuries, top score of 85 not out against Yorkshire at Headingley. Got 50s in both the innings of that game, and then one against Surrey in the draw at Beckenham. As Compton on strike, tucks it into the onside, out towards Ollie Price.
I suppose the good thing about sending Ben Compton out there is that it's a level head, just to keep things ticking over from the other end, just to make sure that everyone is aware that there is plenty of time to chase the smallish target, and that no one needs to panic just yet.
Yeah, he's only ever going to bat his way, Ben Compton, as he clips it off his hip down towards fine leg for a single. You send him out there to bat, he'll go and do his job for the team, which is to set the platform, survive the new ball, and if it means the other batter can go play their shots, we shall see. George Pope getting in touch on kentcricket@gmail.com, saying who would have thought on day one that Kent would be the most likely team to win the match on day 4. As Crawley is down the leg side from Chappell, rather, getting my Zach Crawleys and Zach Chappells mixed up because of George's emails. This is a bye down the leg side. He's questioning whether or not Zach Crawley will play in the next test. Will he be released back to county cricket? Says he feels sorry for Ollie Robinson being shuffled around because of the return of Sam Billings, the captain. Gifted cricketer. I don't think Ollie Robinson will mind too much, actually. Quite likes a different challenge. He's quite happy to bat anywhere. Perhaps suits him in a way to have the newer ball coming onto the bat, the way that he was timing those early boundaries. Got a good temperament for red ball cricket. He's on strike for Zafar. 33 without loss, 55 to win.
Zafar to Robinson. Robinson nudges that one just out to fine leg, and they're coming back for 2 and home safely. Had to scuttle, but the throw from George Scott wasn't the greatest, so 2 more to the total.
Yeah, leg bye is signalled by the umpire, so
leg byes.
Didn't get a sneaky bit about on it.
I was just thinking about that 3rd test match squad, Robinson defending up the wicket. Because the 13 that they named was only ever for the first 2 tests, so they are well within their rights to have a wee swap around for Headingley now that the series is secured, or whether they may say, you know what, we've got a winning thing going, we're going to keep going and give these fellas a chance too. Robinson drives, and mid-off has taken an absolute screamer. Absolutely, I'm speechless. He has just thrown himself up in the air, stuck his right mitt up even further, and he has taken a blinder after Ollie Robinson was driving so confidently. This one, the first one to go aerial, and Zafar Gohar has struck. It was Miles Hammond, the man at mid-off, taking the worldie. Very unexpected and very against the run of play.
Yeah, something that Robinson tries to do to the spin to hit over the top. So clearly he decided he wanted to try and chip it over the infield away for 4 runs. Didn't quite get hold of it. And it looked as if he might well get away with it regardless, and that it was going to have enough to carry over the fielder. But Miles Hammond, credit to him, stuck one hand high into the air and it just stuck. Grasped it out of the sky. So Kent 35 for 1. Robinson's brisk innings ended by that superb catch. And Bell Drummond, who of course made 89 in the first innings to Ben Compton's 80, comes out to join his old buddy. See if they can finish off the remaining 53 needed to win.
I was obviously too distracted ruminating about England's 3rd test team, but Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes may think, well, we'll give these chaps like Zach Crawley and others to give them another chance. McCullum has said that he's all about trying to give these players confidence and belief in themselves. So playing them in a dead rubber test match would probably be the lowest risk place to do that. But we shall see in the coming days, I guess. Here is Zaffa 2 Bell Drummond, who has joined us out in the middle, defends and picked up by Ollie Price, still stationed at short leg.
Yeah, I would be surprised if they change, like you say, a winning team.
Zaffa once more, Bell Drummond defending again. Bell Drummond, we know, can up the ante with things as well, so another nice, probably complementary style of play to Compton at the other end to help see off the remaining 53 runs. And just a slight tweak in the field here as Chris Dent walks purposefully towards the wicket into more of a catching extra cover. Bell Drummond defending once again. And that will be the end of the over. It is a wicket maiden for Zaffa. The runs, of course, were off leg byes. So 35 for 1. The score remains. Deficit is still 53.
I guess it's at the same time, like you say, with it not, well, with the game, with the series already being wrapped up, you could in that sense make changes knowing that, you know, that you're not putting someone straight into a cauldron on their potential test debut or whatever, as Chappell is in and bowling. Compton drives out towards extra cover. So it's, you know, it is a potential time to give some people a go. If you wanted to rest someone and bring Harry Brook into the team, perhaps.
That's what I was just sort of thinking. I don't think it would necessarily be a matter of dropping someone for poor form. I think it would probably more be a senior established player having a breather, because obviously they then play India not long after in that rescheduled 5th test match at Edgbaston.
Chappell in. Compton guides this down into the gully. Thought about a single, but Bell Drummond says no. Admittedly, McCullum has been quoted saying that he's not going to do lots of rest and rotation and is going to pick his best team. So, yeah, I would assume that it'll probably be an unchanged team and that he will give someone like Crawley one more test to show him what he's about. Stokes praised Crawley's brisk 40 in the first innings at Lords and said that kind of set a tone that, you know, hadn't seen from some of the other batters in that game. So Chappell in and bowling to Compton. That one scuttles through. It's byes. Bracey took that nastily on the gloves. In fact, it's gone all the way for 4 byes. Having hit him in the left hand, it just really scuttled through when it went past the stumps.
Looks to be in some discomfort as well. Bracey's ripped the glove off, and I think the inner as well, and he's just wringing the hand a wee bit. I don't envy wicket keepers. They cop all sorts of finger and thumb and hand injuries.
It's not as easy as many of them make it look behind the stumps. That was a nasty one for James Bracey.
I don't imagine they'd make too many changes for India as well. I think they'll probably just get through this New Zealand series and the one-off India test, which happens so shortly after, and then probably have a bit more of a rethink ahead of South Africa in August.
Chappell bowls, cut away by Compton, but well fielded in the gully. So a dot ball, 39 for 1 it remains, 49 needed to win for Kent. I mean, from Zach Crawley's point of view, he is getting out in the same kind of way, which is leading to that criticism and that questioning of whether he should still be occupying that role opening the batting. And then Rory Burns has got a timely 100, the Surrey captain and former England opener this week. So, you know, that I don't think anyone will be surprised if necessarily a change was made, but this one defended by Compton into the covers. He's obviously another one that people have talked about due to the weight of runs that he scored this season. So yeah, so almost either way I wouldn't be surprised, in the sense that if they went for continuity, yeah, I can see that. If they decided to take Crawley out of the firing line, go back to Kent, try and work on that technical deficiency, if you will, it can score him a lot of runs as well. The fact that he likes to get on the front foot and play those drives. It's a balancing act, isn't it? That you have to find, as this one is off the bat of Compton into the onside. They don't go for a run. End of the 9th over of the innings. A maiden from Chapel. Kent 39 for 1. I mean, it's hard for me to kind of give a definitive viewpoint on it, because clearly I have a leaning towards Zach Crawley being the Kent player. But at the same time, I've seen him get out a lot caught behind playing drives this season, more so than everyone who just watches England. So at the same time, you know, clearly understand that is an area of weakness for him, and he does tend to try and drive a little bit too early on in his innings sometimes, and it can be his downfall. I do think he's got the talent and the ability to play Test cricket if he can get it right in terms of his temperament, where others will perhaps doubt him.
Effort to carry on. Bell Drummond yet to get off the mark and defends this one just off the batting track. Just watching George Scott. I think he's ripped off a sock, or not sure what it is actually, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Bell Drummond cutting strongly, and he's going to get underway with a single cover coming around to do the fielding.
It does look like a sock.
He just threw it to one of the Gloucestershire squad members on the sideline. It didn't go anywhere, so the squad member had to run onto the field and get it.
Here you go, 12th man. Have a nice, sweaty, smelly sock.
Merry Christmas. Compton now on strike. No one out in the cover region, probably because Zaffa's looking to turn the ball into Compton, but if he strays too wide, that could be a key sort of scoring area for Compton, who does like to drive and drive well. And he does try, but just yorks himself a wee bit, and the ball goes nowhere for no run. Kent 40 for 1, 48 runs to go for victory. Zaffa carrying on, and Compton wanders a few steps down the track and gives quite a wild swing actually, very uncharacteristic for being Compton, and it just goes directly to sort of a second mid-wicket, a bit squarer.
Just blinked, rubbed my eyes and realised, yes, it was Ben Compton who just tried to heave into the leg side, charging Zaffa.
Was a bit of an ugly shot. And this time goes back to a more conventional back and across, and shovels it to the Chris Dent at the straighter mid-wicket.
Yeah, you just do you, Ben. It's only 1.7 runs required and over after all.
One to come for Zaffa, and Compton angling this one to backward point for no run. So just the one run from that Zaffa over. Kent still 40 for 1 and 48 to go. Bell Drummond underway with a single, and Compton at 6 from 33.
What happens with the Kent over rate, Ed, assuming they didn't make up the -3? Do they lose points? That's annoying. Well, one to look out for.
Which just seems bizarre, because if all goes well, we'll be out of here with overs to spare in the day.
In theory, yeah. Like Ed was saying, it was almost a bizarre situation where you didn't want to take the last wicket because you're trying to get through overs to make up the over rate. So Chapel to continue from the pavilion end. Bell Drummond has 1 so far. Kent a 40 for 1. A slip in a gully. As Chapel bowls a short ball, which Bell Drummond sways underneath. Credit to Chapel for this burst of energy and trying to dig a few into the batters and make it uncomfortable for them, and a refusal to lie down and just let Kent knock off these final 48 runs to get the win. Bell Drummond taps his bat, waits, Chappell goes for the Yorker, and it's clipped well and timed nicely by Bell Drummond through mid-wicket out towards the boundary in front of the Cowdrey stand. There it passes the rope, and Kent on to 44 for 1. 44 required. Bell Drummond to 5 with that boundary.
Beautiful shot from Bell Drummond, just leant on it really, not a whole heap of force through it, but got it all out of the middle, and Ryan Higgins was the closest to it at mid-on. Could do nothing but watch it sail by him.
It was well placed by Bell Drummond. He's on strike once again. Chappell bowls. Bit of width, and he cuts it into the gully. Maybe has missed out there.
It's a strong indoor cricket shot, isn't it? A down-up.
Scamper through for a single, or...
Yeah, that's generally because they bang it into the ground and then they can scamper through while the ball's up in the air and the fielders are waiting for it to come down.
Yeah, because you don't want to flat bat it into the wall on one side, because then that could deflect awkwardly. Here comes Chappell. Bowls, and again there's width. This time Bell Drummond gets it right. Chappell kicks at the ground as the ball passes across the outfield and over the rope for 4 more. Bell Drummond moves to 9. Kent on to 48 for 1. 40 needed to win.
Makes no mistake. That time Bell Drummond, just a little shimmy from the back foot to get closer to the ball and rocked the hands through it. Point and extra cover.
Chappell's just had a big whack at his bowling marker.
Oh, was that what it was that went flying? Always coming around the wicket too.
Suspect this will be short. In he comes, bowls. It's back of length, and Bell Drummond nudges it away. I almost admire how angry he's getting at the situation. Gloucestershire are realistically going to lose this game, and, you know, Kent need 1.5 and over. They're going to win at some point unless somebody takes a hat-trick and then somebody else takes one, almost. And yet Chappell is berating himself like that boundary is going to cost his team the game. You know, he really looks pumped up out there at the moment. As he bowls to Bell Drummond from around the wicket, and it's defended into the onside. And bearing in mind this is his lone county as well. Fair play to him, he's showing he's giving it all for Gloucestershire. Gets a little tap on the shoulder from Ryan Higgins, probably to say, take a blow there, but also showing that he at least commended the effort.
We'll give the angry fast bowler a spell.
Yeah.
He can cool his heels. He's also just showed that he finds the bowling marker a little bit redundant, because he kicked it away, didn't go and grab it, and his run-up started probably a good few metres away from where it ended up. So,
well, they all measure them out anyway and paint them on.
Correct.
To the grass, don't they? So perhaps that's why it wasn't required. Be an update for BBC Radio Kent in a minute or so.
Everyone just looking around a little bit to see what the plan is. Higgins is putting some pads on under his whites. Zaffa hasn't exactly strolled to the far end to give his baggie to Steve O'Shaughnessy. There's a lot of kit been removed and then replaced onto other people, so just not really sure what's going on. It could be Mr. Ollie Price wandering towards the far end, and it is.
So we've seen Tom take a hat-trick, now it's Ollie's turn, right?
Something like that. Brothers, eh? Can't keep the competitiveness down.
Well, he's going to have to go something to match his brother's efforts. Another helmet being brought out as Higgins, not normally the captain who straps on the shin guards and goes in close, but
I reckon Higgins could probably give a good bit of chat under the lid if he wanted to. Yeah, Ed Seaborn's giving me the nod. He's a man that likes to be in the thick of things, and I think he's going to give Ben Compton perhaps just a little bit of a reminder that he's ever present while Ollie Price warms up with his off-spin right arm. Cover sweeper going out with the spin going away from the left-handed Compton. Slip and short leg. Deep backward square. Here is Price coming around the wicket. Compton leaves that one alone.
Bit of
Has a
turn.
wee look.
Bit of something down the slope.
Mid on, mid off, mid wicket, extra cover and a backward point. And Compton cuts that one away, but it goes directly to the man at backward point for no run. 2 dots for Price to begin. Come on, boys, is the call from the wicketkeeper, Price. And Compton cuts in front of the cover sweeper now, and they're going to come back for 2. 2 more for the total, and that will be the 50 up for Kent, coming in just under 12 overs in 45 minutes. They need 38 runs for victory. Price once more. Compton defends this one, angling it down into the third man region. Backward point is taking off after it, and they'll come back for another 2 runs. 4 runs from 4 balls for Price. Showing a good bit of flight and turn. Whether it leads to something, we shall see. Turns it a couple of times in his hand before wandering in. Compton defends. Just dribbles along the ground to Miles Hammond at extra cover. 1 to come. Last ball of the over for Price. And Compton cuts well. They'll look for 2 here as it comes. Cover sweeper coming around. That'll be the end of the over. 6 from it for Price. Kent 54 for 1, 34 to go. Ben Watson is BBC Radio Kent update coming very shortly. And then probably a change in the commentary box, I imagine. You're probably due a breather.
Yeah, I'll nip out for a bit.
And then we can get you back for the glory run home.
Come back, steal the winning runs.
Yeah. I'll let the experts bring that one home.
So who are we going to see from this pavilion end? Zaffa's going to swap ends. So dual spin for Gloucestershire will be the course of action. Very much so. 34 to win now, Pat Kenter. 54 for 1. 1 man out so far in this run chase. Ollie Robinson for a brisk 22, but Ben Compton out there on 12, and Daniel Bell-Drummond are sensibly seeing things seemingly through to a first victory for Kent in the county championship this season. They are facing up at the moment to dual spin. Zaffa's just come on to replace Zach Chappell. Ollie Price having a go from the other end, but Gloucestershire not looking all too threatening, albeit I think they know the race is run and that Kent are going to win this game. Question of just when, not if. There's 25 more overs left in this one. Just 34 more runs now needed to win. Commentary continues online. Kent 54 for 1, looking to try and see off victory here against Gloucestershire.
And on that swift note, Ben Watts signing off for a brief period. Ed Seaborn's just going to get himself settled while Zaffa carries on after Bell-Drummond cut directly to the man at cover for no run. Cuts again, and this time gets it through the gap. Miles Hammond, the cover man, is after it, but it will not be chased down. It is a boundary. Bell-Drummond moves into 13. Kent 58 for 1. 30 to go. Ed Seaborn.
Yep. Well, it's the run home, I suppose, really, isn't it? Not too much more that can be gained out of this as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. You know, so we can kind of read too much into the bowling choices even, really. Who knows what niggles bowlers are carrying, etc.
Bell-Drummond driving again. Out to the man at cover sweeper who dropped out after that boundary. They'll come through for the single. 5 from the over so far. 1 to come. First few deliveries of the over, Ben Compton was backing up a fair way at the non-striker's end. Obviously keen to keep things ticking over. Zaffa coming back over the wicket to the left-hander. George Scott coming in from cover, and he's going to pop a lid on and settle himself in a short leg. Leg slip. Zaffa now to finish out the over. Compton gets it through past short leg, and they will come through for the single. Good over for Kent, 6 from it, 28 runs for victory. They are 60 for 1.
Yes, I mean, you know, as I was saying, really, there's always a lot read into these sorts of periods of the game, but really it's everything that's come before it that will be looked at, and to be honest,
it's a precision now, isn't it?
It is. Once you don't take a wicket or multiple wickets in the first couple of overs, to be honest, even then, you know, sometimes you just know what's going to happen. And for Gloucestershire, I mean, quite extraordinary. Day one, sitting at 388 for 7 overnight, adding on more runs in the morning as Ollie Price continues and bowls to Compton. A leave it. Was that turned straight past Bracey? Was it a little bit of glove on that? Anyway, Phillips ended up fielding it at slip. There was obviously some turn out there, as you'd expect, given that there's footmarks from the right armers there for Ollie Price to bowl into outside the off stump of Ben Compton. And he's in once more and bowling, and dabbed away delicately by Compton, using the pace of the ball. Sprinting after it is George Scott, and he will make the throw in after having done that and haul the ball in just before the boundary rope. They come back for 2 runs. Compton 15, 62 for 1. He's quite quick through the air, Ollie Price, so you do tend to notice quite a lot of the sort of, you know, late cuts, paddle sweep type options when he has bowled in first class cricket, which he hasn't bowled very much. But no leg slip, just 2 slips. Ollie Price bowls, flighted delivery turned to the leg side by Compton. They'll just jog through for a single, that is all. Zach Chappell across from mid on, 63 for 1. But yeah, I mean, it is extraordinary, really, to be in this position, and it was not all in that one session of the match either, when Gloucestershire were reduced to 5 down last night, because really it was probably from the start of day 2 actually, because Kent were 232 for 3 overnight on going into day 3, as in comes Ollie Price and bowls. Bell Drummond turns it through square leg. George Scott once again called into action, this time from a fairly deep backward square, not on the boundary. And another single taken, Bell Drummond onto 15. But the leaning Cox partnership, that just seemed to kind of suck the life out of Gloucestershire. As in comes Ollie Price and bowls, and Compton has gone lunging forward, reaching for the ball, and I'm not sure that he's managed to find it.
No, it sort of popped up. We couldn't really see what happened from our angle, but it's just sort of popped up over Sam Billings and he couldn't regather it, so I'm not sure whether he got bat on it or not.
Ollie Price in, forward goes Compton, rolls the ball to short extra cover, and there's no run. No, it's an absolute beauty from Ollie Price. I've just been able to have a look at the replay, and it's one of those deliveries which has done everything but take the outside edge. He's bowled it on pretty much the perfect line for the outside edge, round about off stump, and then it's just turned ever so slightly too much to take the outside edge. And in the end, Bracey actually couldn't take it, and maybe just those fingertips still bothering him after that one that bounced in front of him off Zach Chappell.
Now then, the Brains Trust have just had a congregation down at the far end, and it is going to be a bowling change, and it will be the hat-trick 5 for man, Tom Price, from the pavilion end to bowl.
Yeah, and I mean, I had a chat with Tom Price, who understandably he added, unfortunately, a second baller onto that after being sent out as the third night watchman. But bizarre feelings anyway for him, I'm sure, after taking the hat-trick. And I said at the time I thought that he'd kind of celebrated the hat-trick, whereas he didn't celebrate the first two, definitely. But even for the hat-trick ball, he just kind of jogged towards the slip corner, and then everybody mobbed him, and he said he just didn't really know quite what to do after having taken it.
Bell Drummond on strike. Price from the pavilion end. And Bell Drummond just defends this one back up the pitch. Price took, Tom Price, I should say. The brothers now bowling in tandem. Tom Price took all of his wickets from the Nackington Road end yesterday, so he's turned around now as Gloucestershire searching for something, anything that they can sink their teeth into. 24 runs to go for Kent. Price now to Bell Drummond once more. Bangs this one on a length, and it's a back foot drive straight to point for Bell Drummond for no run.
If he does take wickets here, though, he'll be in the same situation where it's sort of, you know, okay, I've added some wickets to my first class tally, but at the same time, I can't really go celebrating them too much because Kent is strolling to victory.
Very no-nonsense routine he goes through as he bowls again. Bell Drummond working this one straight to the man at the straighter mid-wicket. There's also one squarer. Price just no fuss, just wanders back to the top of his mark, collects the ball, and barely even looks up at where he's going, but he's goes on his way. No real routine or superstitions that he looks like he goes through. Runs in and bowls. I like it. 3 to go in the over. Bell Drummond turns this one away, and it now goes to the squarer mid-wicket, who shies at the non-striker's end fairly non-threateningly, but Price, of course, was not at the stumps, so mid-off has had to do the fielding to back up.
Zaffa was pointing at Ollie Price as if to suggest he should have been somewhere else. Then I think Ollie shared a word or two with his brother about what he felt about that.
Price, another good delivery. Bell Drummond can only knock that one down to Higgins at mid-on. No run again. Good over so far. Look to finish this one out. Only a long leg out for Price. Glenn Phillips is probably more at about a 2.5, third slip. He's a fair way away from James Bracey.
Don't really love the way that Tom Price seems to be kind of stretching out that left side at the moment.
No, I'm not sure he had much of an opportunity to warm up as the last ball of the over comes in, and it is defended back to the bowler. It is a maiden for Tom Price in his first 64 for 1. Kent still 24 runs away from victory.
Yeah, I mean, he went all the way back to his mark just feeling that side, and then gave both sides a bit of a stretch. I mean, hopefully everything's all right, and he was just getting it loose again. I mean, as far as a start to a first-class career goes, I mean, 8 matches now, 21 wickets at 24. Obviously the best 5 for 58 in that innings there, but his confidence should be high. It should be, because coming into the side for the first time this season after being away studying, as Ollie Price is in and bowling to Compton, who's forward and defending to the sun-hatted Hammond at short extra cover, and there is no run. But you know, he ought to be feeling very good about himself for picking up where he left off end of last season. Ollie Price in bowling. Compton lays back and cuts, but straight to George Scott at backward point. No run. And Miles Hammond, who briefly had the ball in his hand, taking that outrageous catch earlier on, which is going to be another just footnote, as Ollie Price bowls and Compton has almost managed to play that one onto his stumps. He's tried to dab the ball fine on the offside, and it squirted fine on the leg side, and he gets a single. Compton 17.
Glenn Phillips made me nervous there, because as he took off to field that, he almost tripped over a helmet.
Yeah.
which would have been quite amusing, but not ideal for him.
Comes Ollie Price to Bell Drummond outside off stump, and Bell Drummond's not interested in playing at it. So Ollie Price within a whisker of his maiden first-class wicket. Which would have, well, certainly would make it. I mean, it's already been a good match for the Prices, with Ollie making his maiden first-class half-century. He bowls now to Bell Drummond, who reaches forward, bat and pad quite close together. Pad obviously well outside the line of off stump. Ball dribbles to short leg. So this is a good over that Ollie Price has got going here. In now to Bell Drummond. Bell Drummond is playing that one about as softly as you can. Just about manages to make it off the pitch of his forward defensive. Just the one run off the over then, and things have got rather more sedate since Ollie Robinson was out for 22 from 24 to that outrageous catch from Hammond. It wasn't Ben Stokes 2019 against South Africa at the Oval, but there were shades of it in the fact that he was running backwards and having to go one-handed above his head. But yes, as I say, it was totally unlike the Ben Stokes one, because he was actually sort of goalkeeper style with his opposite hand running backwards and sort of sideways as well. But anyway, no need to compare. They were just both amazing catches, and that was an amazing catch from Hammond.
Tom Price to carry on, and this is going to be his first delivery to Ben Compton. He's going to come around the wicket. Probably more of a second slip Phillips is at now. Gully is coming out and into what would likely be a square leg. Long leg coming a bit finer. There's also a deep third man as well. Otherwise, mid-wicket, extra cover and 2 drives. Here is Price to start the over. Compton driving lovely. That's not even the right word I was looking for.
It were lovely, though.
It was lovely. Straight to Higgins at mid-off for no run.
Yeah.
Beautifully lovely. It's all just got a little bit mixed up in there, so apologies, everyone.
Yeah, well, it's the end of day 4.
That's right.
It's the end of day 4. It was a nice shot, though.
It was lovely.
Probably the best shot Compton's played in the innings so far.
Possibly.
For no runs.
Price once more as Compton gets bat on this one again, and it's a misfield from Chris Dent at square leg, and so they will come back for 2. Good intent and watching there from Bell Drummond and Compton. Batted a lot together this season, so a very good understanding of when they can push and pull.
Yeah, I mean, of course, these two started it all off as well. Whilst it was the Cox and Leaning partnership that really did it for Kent in the first innings, these two were together for best part of 53 overs. Compton making 80, Bell Drummond making 89.
Price on his way once more, and Compton pulls very, very strongly through the mid-wicket area, and he's going to get a boundary. It's a gorgeous looking shot. Kent now 71 for 1. There's only 17 runs to go before they can celebrate their first win of the season if all goes to plan.
Yeah, so didn't hold back on that one. His first boundary as well. I love that. First boundary after 51 balls. That's how to do it.
Price to respond, and Compton just gets up on his toes and defends this one into the offside for no run.
And he doesn't have really, whilst I don't think he's right arm medium as he's listed on a well-known cricket website. I think he's fast medium. He doesn't really have the pace to bowl short, and as we've seen plenty of times on this, if you're going to bowl it short, you can't bowl it halfway up the batter.
Price. Compton turns this one into the leg side as well, and they'll get 1 as Ajit Dale does the fielding in there. Yeah, I think day 2 there were a lot of bounces that day when the surface was a bit harder, but now that it's had a bit more wear and tear on it, I think everyone's sort of struggling a little bit more to get it up there.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, though, if you've got the pace and the height of a Duffy, then, you know, he was still sending it fizzing through. So, again, I suppose it just shows you if you've got that point of difference.
Bell Drummond on strike to the last ball of the over, and he back foot punches directly to Tom's brother Ollie. at mid-off for no run, so 7 from that over. It's a good one for Kent. They are 72 for 1, 16 to go.
Some amazing finishes bubbling up around the county championship, and it's been some really topsy-turvy final days. The two matches which sort of looked as if they were going absolutely one way, well, I'm not saying they have turned. One of them appears to have turned, the other one threatening to, and the other which looks as if it was going solely Warwickshire's way. Lancashire may even chase that total down now, so Hampshire need 88 to win against Yorkshire with just 4 wickets in hand.
Ooh.
After it looked as if, you know, when Hampshire had Yorkshire out for 178, you were thinking, well, final day chase for Hampshire. This is looking as if they're going to get it. Ollie Price starting a new over. Compton bowls short. Price bowls short and Compton pulls it away out to mid-wicket, and it's just gone over the rope now. So he put a lot into that, Compton, and well, he might really, because it was a drag down from Ollie Price, and slammed it away through mid-wicket for 4. 28 to him now, and just 12 more required to win by Kent. So Hampshire need 87 to win with 4 wickets in hand. A couple of wickets each for Thompson, Patterson and Bess as Ollie Price bowls to Compton forward in defence into the covers. Surrey 165 for 6, needing a further 20. 170 for 6 now, needing a further 23. Will Jacks 58 not out. Ollie Price is in. Forward goes Compton, repeating the dose to Hammond at cover. Casey Aldridge, who was one of the 2 concussion replacements for Somerset, 4 for 42.
Goodness.
Giving Somerset a fair chance as Ben Watts slams his phone to the his phone to the floor.
His throne.
Compton works this one into the leg side, and it's, well, I say it's picked up at mid-on by Chappell, and they come through for a single, but actually he's flicked it up with his boot into his hand. 77 for 1. Ben Watts obviously furious with the way that this is panning out, chucking his phone onto the floor. I've had enough of this. 11 to win. Ollie Price is in. It's left alone by Bell Drummond, and it ricochets off Bracey's gloves, and it's caught by Higgins at short leg.
I'd also like to acknowledge that Ben Compton has a strike rate of over 50 in this innings. He's a new man. A new man.
In is Ollie Price, and a drive, flamboyant drive through the covers by Bell Drummond. That's rolling out towards the boundary and will make it for 4, and Kent now down to just 7 more runs to win. Bell Drummond to 19. It's 81 for 1 as Christy Havill closes her notebook for the final time in the match.
On that happy note,
well,
I'm going to make
I'm
way
sad.
for the victorious broadcaster in the box. I'm impartial, of course, so it makes no difference to me, but Ben Watts can enjoy bringing this one home. You fellas enjoy yourself. It's been a pleasure. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to sit next door without a microphone.
Right. We have to pretend that you're off, though, because that's the last time that listeners at home will hear from you. So, again, been an absolute pleasure, and I've really, really enjoyed it. And as I said before, you'll be able to hear plenty more of Christy over the summer across the BBC. Meanwhile, Lancashire are 222 for 4. They need 107 more to win, which is a pretty amazing turnaround there, given Lancashire were 93 for 4, and Luke Wells is 122 not out now, and Rob Jones 56 not out. What a partnership.
So Glenn Phillips into the attack from the pavilion end, bowling to Ben Compton on the front foot and playing defensively out into the covers.
So it looks as if Surrey will get home, albeit they've had a fair wobble there. So, you know, it really is starting to look quite good for Surrey if Yorkshire can beat Hampshire.
Phillips bowls, turned away into the onside by Phillips.
In Division 2 wise draw between Durham and Worcestershire. Glamorgan are 34 for 3 against Sussex, needing 107 more to win. Ooh.
Phillips bowls, Compton back and defending.
So that's another one which sort of thought
looking a bit interesting here.
Might be all over, and then some lower order runs from Sussex, and then Glamorgan 3 early wickets, including Byram and Ingram, the 2 first innings centurions.
Wobbling. Forward comes Compton, pressing this one out towards backward of point.
Be quite some story if Sussex could get their first championship win of the season in that fashion.
Phillips, the off spinner, in and bowling to Compton. So how's the Division 1 table standing to possibly look?
Well, good question. I mean, Yorkshire actually would be overdoing that. That's second versus third at the moment.
Ooh, off the outside edge there, Compton wide of second slip out towards point. A maiden from Glenn Phillips. End of the over, Kent 81 for 1. Requires 7 more to win here at Canterbury.
So Surrey would probably, assuming Yorkshire and if Lancashire did make that, assuming Yorkshire and Lancashire did win, then it's probably Surrey would have a kind of a 17-point lead over sort of Yorkshire, maybe 20 over Lancashire, something like that, and they'll put, you know, sizable gap between them and Hampshire, you know, 20 odd again.
Ollie Price from the Nackington Road end, Bell Drummond off the back foot drives up to mid-on, but if Surrey win, that means Kent are going to go above Somerset.
Well, Somerset will have just the 1 point if Surrey win, because they didn't pick up any batting points, and I think they may only have taken 5 wickets before the 110 overs.
Bell Drummond playing forward to this one. A little bit of turn into the pad, and he drops away on the offside.
Just see if I can confirm that. Yeah, so the 6th Somerset wicket fell 2 balls after the 110.
Okay.
So just the 1 point from that. Surrey just need 19 more runs to win, still 4 wickets in hand.
Northant's not playing this round of games either, are they? So Kent go above them as well?
They would.
Happy days. Price in. Balled away by Bell Drummond out towards long leg. So 1 run taken. Kent within a blow of victory. 6 required to win, having so far this season drawn 4 in the county championship. 2 defeats before this one as well.
Yeah, and for Gloucestershire, I'm afraid 5 defeats out of 7 with 2 draws. And, well, they'll gain ground on Somerset, I suppose.
Compton off the back foot. Plays it out towards point. Good stop by Scott. Well, 1 run scampered. So Bell Drummond has 20. Compton 30 not out. He's going to fall just shy of 1,000 championship runs in this after this game, Compton.
Yeah, so I suppose what Gloucestershire will gain, 5 points on Somerset, but yes, unfortunately, still rooted at the bottom.
Well, wide outside the off stump, floated up, but Bell Drummond misses out on that opportunity. It was a full toss, and he's driven it straight out towards mid-off. I mean, if Kent could just wait a couple of minutes and we'll finish off in the 5 o'clock news, that would be nice, wouldn't it? As this one's padded away. There's an appeal which is not really believed by the Gloucestershire players, but of course, why not? 5 o'clock then, and well, at one point yesterday, Ed, we thought at this point we'd be heading down to do interviews after a shaking of hands and a draw between the 2 teams. And it was that, well, late burst really, the 3 wickets in 4 balls and the 4 in 2 overs.
Yeah, 11 in
Jacob
the final
Duffy.
Session overall.
Honestly, that was quite something that Alice Davis and Richards didn't see.
Yes.
She had to go off to Loughborough. England won the Test match, and Kent turned the tide in this game as Compton defends out towards mid-wicket. 5 needed for victory. Glenn Phillips continuing from the pavilion end after a maiden to start. Turned away out towards square leg. Another flat delivery from the off-spinner. Pushes it through, almost one-day style. but trying to turn his off-spin up the slope almost at the moment. It's a big shout for LBW and Given. And Compton on his way, 4:30. I said whatever happens, he'd end up with one of his lower scores this season due to the runs required target. And actually it's ended up, it'll be a third lowest of the season for Compton, who departs 4:30 as it was fired in by Phillips, and Gloucestershire get a little bit of something to enjoy. And actually that's straighter than I thought on first glance, having had another look at Seaborn.
Well, I like you, I thought, oh, well, that looks a bit leg side-ish, but he's actually, when he faces up, actually you can see leg stump as he faces up, and as he then moves the foot into line you can see middle stump as well, so he's batting a long way across his stumps and doesn't really get forward to it. It's still leg side-ish, but I don't think it's missing leg. Anyway, Nigel Long certainly didn't. So Glenn Phillips, who toiled away in the first innings, manages to get one in the wickets column, having taken, or having bowled, I should say, 24 overs for 106 in the first innings. Managed to get one here. Surrey have lost a 7th. It's Will Jacks bowled by Peter Siddle for 62. So Jordan Clark and Jamie Overton in, 7 down and 15 more runs to win.
I mean, I don't normally have a habit of wanting Surrey to win games, but if you wouldn't mind finishing that off, lads. We'd quite like Canterbury above Somerset come stumps.
Just Atkinson and Worrell to come, so it's not as if you've got, you know, an absolutely genuine all-rounder lurking at 10, as Surrey always seem to.
Well, quite. Phillips then to Jack Leaning. Centurion first innings, defends this one. Leg slip and a short leg in there as Phillips is able to come over the wicket, the off-spinner, to the right-handed batter. 2 right-handers now at the crease. As Phillips bowls and it's defended away. Back to the top of his mark on the course for a wicket maiden. It is, as it's defended away by Leaning. So 1 wicket for no runs and 2 maiden overs so far in this second innings. Glenn Phillips should have bowled him earlier.
Yes. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, you know, I did kind of mention it earlier, really. I'm sure there'll be people who are kind of reading a load into what's gone on out here in this particular innings.
I don't think there's much to read into it.
No,
is there?
I'm afraid not at this stage.
Zach Chappell gave it his everything. Had a kick at his bowling marker, which is still where he kicked it. Halfway to the boundary rope. Price, of the off-spin variety, bowling and pushed away by Bell Drummond. 5 runs required to win. Kent might rudely not even finish this off in time for my update at this rate.
Yeah. No, they're not going to.
That'd be anticlimactic. This one's pushed away out towards wide mid-off. I must admit, Pat, I thought it was going to be perfectly timed, but as it is, Kent are not quite there. They need 5 more to win this game. They've just lost a wicket, in fact, and that's probably what's done it. Ben Compton getting out LBW to Glenn Phillips for 30. Robinson out for 22 earlier on. Kent needing 88 to win are 83 for 2. Bell Drummond is 20 not out. He's been joined by Jack Leaning on naught, and well, they're 1 blow away, just 1 6 away, but at the moment Bell Drummond not showing the intent to try and seal the deal in 1 fell swoop. So it doesn't look like we're going to get the winning moment just in this update, as Price is in and bowling to Bell Drummond, and again it's defended away. So unfortunately you're going to have to either join us online or wait for a little interlude from Ollie Turner in a moment or two's time. Kent 83 for 2, but on the verge, and they will get their first county championship win of the season. That's Price. Bowls to Bell Drummond. He goes for a sweep and he's caught, is he? Umpire says no. He didn't hit it. It's ballooned off the pad up to slip. And it's a maiden over. So 2 maidens in a row.
Well, I mean, I suppose I said that there wasn't much to be gained out there, but from Ollie Price's point of view, he's probably the only person that does have something to gain out there in terms of his first-class wicket. And for a moment, you wondered whether he might have had it, but it looks as if it's probably just completely missed the attempted sweep of Bell Drummond, and it's actually bounced a bit on him, which is why he's missed it. And I think it looks as if it's probably come off his lower arm, actually, maybe, and ballooned up into the air. But yeah, I mean, imagine how good it would have been if they'd hit a 6 to win it while you were on the update. That's you hung on one ball longer, hoping that was going to happen.
Just how very selfish of Kent not to win the game during my 5 o'clock update. Currently got Eye of the Tiger and headphones as Jack Leading comes forward to this delivery from Glenn Phillips.
I wish everyone else could have the experience that we've got at the moment. Eye of the Tiger with Kent needing 5 to win.
It really is perfectly suited for a blow down the ground. Here comes Leaning down the pitch. He smashes it all the way for 6, is it? Is that the match? The umpire's looking around and waiting to see if it has indeed gone all the way. Nobody quite seems to know. 4 runs given and the scores are level.
Was that Christie who was responsible for that? Yeah, Christie was signalling 4 out the window, and I'm not sure if too many other people saw it.
Did you get a good view, Christie? Was it? Oh, okay. There you go. Good third umpiring from Christie Havel in the box to our left.
Yes, the third umpire's box.
She does have the camera in her side of the box as well. So Leaning deciding that he wants to have the finishing punch, the knockout blow, Eye of the Tiger style. As Phillips bowls, and he's swatted this into the onside. One bounce into the midriff of Higgins. So 1 to win. The scores are level in the match. 3 to come in the over. Phillips going around the wicket to Jack Leaning, who will retake a guard. Glenn Phillips in and bowling to Jack Leaning, who drives through the covers to give Kent victory. It is the centurion of the first innings who seals the deal in the second. A punch of gloves with Daniel Bell Drummond. Kent win the match by 8 wickets here at Canterbury against Gloucestershire for a first triumph in the County Championship Division 1 this season. And job well done for Kent, having bowled Gloucestershire out earlier on in the day for 213. Helped by a 5-wicket haul from debutant Jacob Duffy, who took 4 last night in a devastating burst that saw the visitors close and resume this morning on 37 for 5. Kent taking those remaining wickets they needed, knocking off the 88 runs for victory. And they have the points here in their own backyard against Gloucestershire. Ed Seaborn, disappointment in the end for the visitors when at one stage yesterday we thought a draw might be on the cards for them.
Well, it hurts, really, from a Gloucestershire point of view. It certainly does, especially after Gloucestershire had kind of got their noses well out in front with a 438 on the board. And it felt as if, well, this is the chance. This is the one time this season where Gloucestershire have been able to get their noses out in front in a game. And the fact that it was against the team right ahead of them in the table as well, yeah, it can only sting. And their championship campaign is unfortunately in tatters at the moment. They've lost 5 out of 7. They're going to be rooted to the bottom. They'll be probably 20 points behind the team ahead of them, I think, assuming that I've got the maths correctly. So I think Somerset will be on 61, assuming Surrey get over the line. Gloucestershire will go up to 41, and Kent will be a very, very long way ahead of them. And Northamptonshire likewise with a game in hand, so I'm afraid to say, I mean, who knows what next season holds, but short of something close to a miracle, I think Gloucestershire are going to be rooted to the bottom of the table, and they're going to have to pick themselves up for a home game against Lancashire in only 11 days' time. Never mind the fact that there's 40 T20 matches to take place in between. But June the 26th will be Gloucestershire's next championship match against Lancashire at Bristol, and Lancashire looking as if they might be getting a really confidence-boosting victory against Warwickshire the way it's going at the moment. They'll be in far better mood, you'd think, than Gloucestershire will be. So yeah, you just, from a Gloucestershire point of view, just really hope that the campaign doesn't continue to kind of slide. And I think this game, I think that you look at it and you think, well, Gloucestershire scored 438. Unlike other occasions this season, they didn't let the rate get out of control. I don't know that they could have done masses more in terms of the bowling effort.